C for Chaos. Master Scene Script. Version, 5th draft, the Discardion version. Author, Jerome McRoberts. Based on a story by Brent Bowers, George Blaylock, and Jerome McRoberts. Fade in. EXT, space, continuous. An endless stream of stars careens past. Narrator, VO. I've seen them in my dreams. Just beyond my mind's eye they lurk. I've seen them in the smoke and shadows of war. Their breath spreads plague across the land. Older than the stars from which man was born are they, old and hungry. My nightmares give them form, but I dare not say their name lest they hear and respond. In their wake countless worlds lost to Armageddon and stiff. Conflict is their grounds. War is their food. They are coming. They are coming for the death of our world. EXT, Country Road, Morning. It is a bright shining morning. The sun rises gently over a rolling country road. Diamonds of dew glint across the green rolling hills in the early morning sun. Video graphic zooms across the screen, WCRV News Channel 23. Newscaster, VO. Good morning, Piedmont. Look out, because there are ghosts, ghouls, and vampires out there. We're not talking politics, it's 1 week until Halloween. Curve News is going to help you find the costume of your screams. Forecasts call for a few sunny fall days to enjoy before those wintry clouds roll in for the weekend. This is WCRV Curve News, your first choice for Piedmont news. EXT, Ashboro Public Park, Day. A young couple sits facing each other from opposite ends of a park bench. They are Art and Bella. Bella wears a lovely cardigan sweater with an ankle-length skirt. Her wardrobe is accessorized smartly with golden jewelry to accent it. Art wears his traditional armor of plain black shirt and black pants. Today, he wears a bright yellow sweater over the shirt. They resemble any average, clean-cut, wholesome couple you might shake hands with at church. Bella poses while Art sketches her picture. Arthur. Do you know what the world's oldest existing work of art is? It is a little sculpture of a fat woman with mammoth-sized breasts and rather prodigious labia. Bella. Arthur. Arthur. They've found 200 of these things in caves all across Europe. That's what Paleolithic artists were whacking off to 25,000 years ago. Bella. Arthur, we need to talk. Arthur. What does this tell us about our desires as a species? What does this say about our ideals? What about our notions of beauty? It's a fascinating notion. What does it mean when these works are not educational, nor religious, but pornographic in nature? Bella. What does it mean when you keep trying to change the subject, Arthur? I told you we need to talk and you've been trying to avoid the subject ever since. Art stops drawing and focuses all of his attention on Bella. Arthur. What is that supposed to mean? We need to talk. We are talking. What do you think we're doing? We're not walking. We aren't eating. We are sitting. We are talking. So, talk. Bella. When we first started this relationship, I knew it would be difficult. I was perfectly aware that I would have to put in a lot of elbow grease to make this work. I felt the potential rewards outweighed the risks. Arthur. Quit with the blind lesbian act and stop beating around the bush, Bella. I get the feeling you are trying to make a point. Bella. I felt you had so much potential. I felt you could do anything you set your mind to. It turns out all you are good for is potential. Potential that never goes anywhere. Arthur. Please, we can do without hearing the "you've got so much potential" speech one more time. What more do you want from me? I treat you like a goddess. I tend to all your needs and desires. Who wakes you up with breakfast in bed? Who draws your bubble bath and fills it with rose petals? The Queen of England doesn't get the star treatment I give to you. Bella. Do you want some cheese with that wine, Arthur? You keep bullshitting about being so sensitive and attentive to my needs. The only things you're sensitive to are your antisocial tendencies and teenage insecurities. Arthur. Now you're just being belligerent. If it will make you happy, I can bend over in submission while you get out your strap-on and high heels. Bella. Did you ever think that maybe I don't always want to be treated like a queen? Maybe I need to be treated like a whore sometimes. I don't need someone who is always trying to compliment me. I don't need someone always saying, "Tell me what you want, what do you want me to do?" I need someone who knows what they're going to do. I need someone who will take charge. I need to be challenged and pushed past my boundaries. Maybe I need a man that will do something dangerous, like trying to bring in another woman from time to time. Arthur. You never told me you were into that. Bella stands to leave. Bella. That's the whole point, Arthur. I'm too old for make-believe. I'm tired of playing house. It's time for me to grow up. I'm leaving fairyland. Goodbye, Arthur. I'll meet you in the real world, but I won't wait on you. Art moves to follow Bella. Arthur. Bella, wait. We can't end it like this. I love you. Bella walks off, leaving Art alone at the park. Int, a dark room, night. We see a large metal shop. Light stabs down into the murkiness from a lone window overhead. Various welding tools are scattered about the room. We see a large man wrapped from head to toe in dusty black leather and dull bits of metal. He looks like a high priest fetishist of heavy metal. He is the numbers killer. The numbers killer carefully arranges his weaponry on the workbench. Blades and razors of varying sizes and malefic shapes adorn the center of the workbench. He shines the blades with the care and skill of a surgeon. The numbers killer passes his hand over the table. His open palm moves a mere hair width away from the surface of the blades. His hand stops. It floats back to the blade he just passed. Using both hands, he carefully lifts the blade from the table. The numbers killer positions the dagger in his palm. One by one, he closes his fingers around the hilt. The numbers killer lowers his head in respect and backs away from the table. The numbers killer walks over to the corner of the room. We see a young woman trapped in the corner. Her hands are bound in chains and secured over her head. Her feet are bound by chains and fastened to a pipe running along the wall. Her clothes are tattered and her skin is smeared with dirt. A gag has been wrapped around her head, keeping her mute. Despite her horrific predicament, she appears unharmed. The woman whimpers through a mask of tears as she sees the numbers killer approach her. Remaining in the shadows, the numbers killer studies her carefully for a moment. The numbers killer lunges forward and drives the blade into the girl's abdomen 6 times. On the last thrust, he retracts the blade with a slash to the left. The girl's insides spill out onto the floor. Without hesitation, the numbers killer turns back and returns to the table. The numbers killer looks up and opens his arms towards the window to the gathering storm overhead. EXT, alleyway. Downtown Ashboro, day. We see 6 teenagers, dressed in matching high school leather jackets, walking down the street. They are Claire, Bruce, Judith, Robert, Casey, and Ricky. They walk into the comic conspiracy bookstore and quickly re-emerge. A man follows them outside the store. It is Jimmy Crutchfield. He curses and shakes his fist in the air as the kids walk away. They are laughing and joking as they walk blissfully down the sidewalk. Ricky. Where the hell is Tommy? I thought he would be here by now. Bruce. If he doesn't hurry up, we'll miss the whole damn party. Ricky. Yeah, bro. We've got to get there before the kegs are empty. F.O. shizzle. Judith. You guys keep talking that shit, because that's all you're good for. Casey. Yeah. You guys will all be drunk before you can even drink through the foam on the beer. Claire. For real. You boys couldn't drink a whole keg if it was coming out of Pamela Anderson's nipples. Ricky. I could if it was coming out of your nips, babe. Ricky purses his lips and makes a sucking noise towards Claire and Judith. Claire. She slaps at Ricky's chest. You're a pig. Casey. I hope that bitch, Stacy doesn't show up again. Bruce. Where the fuck is Tommy? Judith. You were so drunk last weekend you didn't even know she was there. She could have put her hands down your pants for all you know. Casey. I know she didn't do that. Robert. She must have been the only person at that party who didn't. Casey. I was so drunk. Robert. We need some wheels so we can get this party started. Claire. You barely touched your sixth beer before you were passed out with your shirt pulled over your head. Ricky. Did Tommy say his brother would pick us up? Claire. You guys are so lame. Tommy said he would pick us up in his brother's van. His brother lives just down the road from here. Ricky. Then what's taking him so long? Claire. Shut up, you losers. We can walk to his place from here. Ricky. Then why didn't we meet him there? Bruce. Hey, I just realized where we are. Do you all remember the booger of Sunset Avenue? Claire. Don't start with that shit, Bruce. Ricky. I say we walk down to his brother's place and get a ride from there, with or without Tommy. Judith. What is the booger of Sunset whatever? Ricky. It's a 50-foot wad of snot in some redneck's backyard. Bruce. To the group. It's called the booger of Sunset Avenue. My uncle was dating this chick that used to go out with this dude that knew one of its victims' family members. Ricky. Victims. What kind of bullshit are you selling now, Bruce? Claire. It's not bullshit, it really happened. Bruce. It was 20 or 30 years ago, there was this widowed old man that ran a bookstore downtown. Ricky. Yeah, it was that lame-ass comic store we just left. Judith. Will you shut up? Robert. Come on, let's go find Tommy's punk ass. Bruce. The old man's wife died years earlier. The couple never had kids, but late at night you could hear the old man in his attic, talking to someone. Claire. Something. Ricky. To the empty street. Come on, Tommy. Bruce. Every night, the old man could be heard in the attic over the store saying the same thing over and over as if he were reading. Robert. Holmes was rocking the ganja. He was getting so stoned, he was talking to himself. Bruce. At night people starting seeing strange shapes moving around alleyways and shadows. Dogs barked at empty fields and deserted buildings. The group's mood has changed dramatically as they begin to feel nervous. Claire. Bruce, that's enough. Let's just get moving. Bruce. People used the booger of Sunset Avenue to scare the kids into behaving. Folks mostly stayed indoors at night until pets started vanishing. By the time the Lamons kid disappeared, the whole town had organized into an old-school lynch mob complete with pitchforks, shotguns, and torches. Robert. Yeah, that's what I like, a little gangsta action. Bruce. The mob descended on the bookstore and in scene straight out of a Frankenstein video burned that motherfucker to ashes. The booger was never seen again, but no bodies were ever found. Legend has it, that the old man used his book to lead the booger away before the mob attacked. He led it to a safe place on the river, 2 full counties away. Judith. To Booger Holler. Oh snap. Booger Holler. I never knew why it was called that. Bruce. That's right. They say if you listen just after midnight, you can hear the booger down in the holler. You can hear him wailing. Crying out to the old man to take him back. Casey. That's all bullshit. You're just trying to fuck with us. Ricky. That's just an urban legend. I heard the same story except it happened over 100 years ago. Robert. To Bruce. You're so full of shit, man. Claire. She points to the apartment across the street. Hey guys, check it out. It's Tommy's brother's place. The group moves in unison across the street. They clutter around the front door and peer in the window. Robert. There's nobody home. Judith. Tommy, where are you? We'll never make it to the party on time. Bruce moves from the window to turn the doorknob. Bruce. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. This bitch is open. Judith. What the hell are we supposed to do now? Robert. I ain't sitting around some white dude's house waiting for someone who may or may not show up. I know who will show. That's the motherfucking police. Casey. What are we going to do, guys? Claire. She pulls a bottle of tequila out of her jacket. I'm sure we can find a way to kill some time. Int, Bobby Keldron's apartment, night. We see the teenagers scattered about the apartment drinking and making out. Bruce and Claire are sitting on the couch drinking. Judith and Ricky are dry humping in the love seat. Casey and Robert stand in the corner kissing on each other. Claire drinks from the bottle and coughs briefly, spitting drink everywhere. Bruce takes the bottle from her. Claire pauses momentarily and stares at her hands folded across her lap. Claire. To Bruce. Do you believe that stuff you said earlier? Bruce. Of course I do, baby. Claire. Really? Bruce. He reaches to embrace her. Yes. You know I love you more than life itself. Claire. She slaps at his arms. Not that, you retard. I'm talking about the legend of Booger Holler. Bruce. What? That? I don't know. That stuff's just made up to scare teenagers. They don't want us going off to secluded places at night to fuck like wild animals. Claire. She smiles invitingly. Well, they'll have to try harder than that. Claire and Bruce fall into an embrace. The numbers killer explodes into the room through the back door. His hands are filled with jagged blades that glint menacingly in the light. The numbers killer darts about the room like the shadow of death itself. Casey and Robert are dead before Judith and Ricky look up to scream. Claire and Bruce fall into a heap on the floor, terrified by the numbers killer. He hacks at Ricky and cripples Judith with laser-like surgical strokes. Judith flops onto the floor like a fish gasping for the water. We see Bruce gutted as Judith's breath spurts out in bubbles of blood. Claire screams and claws at the floor as she tries to free herself from the weight of Bruce's body. The numbers killer moves over and seizes Claire by the hair. Claire kicks and screams violently. The numbers killer silences Claire with a knee to the face. He drags her over to lean against the wall. The numbers killer floats over to Judith. She lays helpless, whimpering in a collecting pool of her friend's blood. Title card, 6. Monday. Int, television studio, day. We join the local morning news show already in progress. Newscaster. Good morning, Piedmont. This is WCRV Curve News. Top story today is the continuing search for 17-year-old Claire King. King has been missing since Saturday night when she last seen with a group of her friends shopping in the downtown Andersonville area. The bodies of teenagers Ricky Clark, Bruce Williams, Chris Baxter, Judith Lane, and Casey Hamilton were discovered Sunday. The teens were apparently stabbed to death by an unknown assailant that known only as the numbers killer due to the marking and numbering of the bodies. The teens were discovered by neighbors who reported the interior of the home had been painted in blood apparently from the victims. More on this as the story develops. Kia looks down to shift her papers. She looks back up into the camera with a disingenuous smile. Newscaster. In other news, It's time to get out your gloves and get ready to count those cow patties. That's right, it's time for the Andersonville County Cow Patty Bingo Fair. Cut to Int, Art's bedroom. Morning. TV set playing WCRV news show. Arthur's feet protrude from a thick cocoon of blankets and quilts on his bed. There is a knock at the bedroom door. Mom, OS. Gently singing. Arthur, it's time to get up. The mass of blankets and pillows shifts slightly. Mom. Arthur. An alarm clock rings out suddenly. Arthur's arm shoots out from under the covers and snatches the clock. Mom. Art. Are you up, yet? Arthur flings the clock into the door with a bang. We hear Art's mom as she leaves out the front door. Silence returns to the dark bedroom. Arthur lays silent. Int, comic conspiracy. Day. We see a sign inside the store that says, signings today. Superstar and local artist of the #1 selling book today, Avatar Dreams. Appearing Monday, Saturday, and Sunday only, Koi Turnbull. Bring your camera. The store is buzzing with people from wall to wall. We see Jimmy and Kilroy standing by the register. Lucas talks to Koi at the table to the rear of the store. Farrell and Paula stand giggling in the corner. Trey, Emma, and Bianca stand behind Lucas. There are a few other shoppers milling about the store. Koi is sketching a picture of Avatar of Archtopia at Lucas' request. Lucas. I hear the Avatar is going into outer space or somewhere next year. Who came up with a lame-ass story like that? He can't just up and abandon Archtopia and Trade City. What's he going to do about Dr. Prophet in the meantime? There's no way Elysium Asylum can hold him for long. Koi. That's a common misconception, little brother. The Avatar is going on a journey to the 7 heavens of the outer planes. He is not going into outer space, but to inner space. The Avatar will make a Moses-like pilgrimage to the origin place of all things. That is some pretty deep subject matter for a comic book. You should think about what all those things mean, young grasshopper. Lucas. Does anyone die in the story? Are you going to release multiple alternative covers for the launch? We cut to Kilroy and Jimmy involved in a deep discussion at the front of the store. Kilroy wears camouflage pants and a well-worn t-shirt bearing a lone pyramid with an eye in the center and on the back a logo stating, "Wear ISJFK Sprain." His wrists are wrapped with a variety of bracelets, each bearing a logo or name to a heavy metal bands like Metallica, Megadeth, and Iron Maiden. A pair of heavy army boots gives the impression Kilroy is preparing for war. Jimmy's sense of style is worse than Kilroy's. He wears a tattered gray t-shirt with a garishly four-colored logo of Nosferatu. A pair of tan shorts that were too short 20 years ago exposes his knobby white knees. A mismatched pair of tube socks hang limp around his ankles, one red stripes, one green stripes. A brutalized pair of checkered Chuck Taylor Converses covers Jimmy's feet. Jimmy. Check this out. I bought this off some greenhorn on eBay last week. Jimmy holds out a smooth, shiny red stone in his hand. He holds it up for Kilroy to evaluate. An amber-colored scarab-shaped marking glints in the light. Jimmy.
We need to go.
A guy with the username The Mad Arab auctioned it.
Have the magistrate on comm street.
I got it for a song.
Child's open.
Kilroy.
Attention.
Get that piece of horseshit out of my face, you morbidly obese bastard. Jimmy. This isn't a turd. It is from outer space, you humanoid. The Mad Arab claims this fragment came from a meteorite that crash-landed in Russia way back in 1908. Kilroy. What? Get the fuck out of here. That's not from outer space. You probably dug it out of the space up your ass last night. Jimmy. Laugh it up, fuzzball. You won't be laughing when I sell this baby to the Wicker Man for a tidy profit. When the Wicker Man gets wind that an authentic extraterrestrial artifact is up for grabs, he'll make me so rich, I'll be paying servants to help me wipe my ass with Franklin's. Kilroy. First of all, $100 bills are not Franklin's, they are referred to as Benjamins. Second, anyone that has the misfortune to encounter you can smell that you don't know how to wipe your ass properly. Lastly, the occurrence you are referring to is the commonly known as the Tunguska incident. Jimmy. This is all just semantics. Your player hating on me. Kilroy. You don't have any game to hate, bitch. Now check the facts. On the morning of June 30, 1908, something happened in the Tungus area of Siberia. Locals heard deafening explosions and all trees within a 20-mile radius were knocked down. Theories that a meteor landed never stand intense scrutinizing because an impact crater was never found. Some theorize that what came to Earth was not physical matter as we know it, but was in fact antimatter or possibly even the collapsing heart of a black hole. It didn't crash into the Earth, but passed through it. Now run and tell that to the mad Arab. Jimmy. It was a meteor. I have the proof. Kilroy. If you go up to the Wicker Man with your bullshit story, he'll piss on your shoes. Wicker Man doesn't play pickup sticks with amateurs. That player is a straight-up high roller and heavy baller. Chuck. Jimmy. You're such a wigger, Kilroy. You don't even know the Wicker Man. He never deals in person. He never goes to cons. He never goes to other stores and he never goes to in-store signings. You don't know the Wicker Man from Adam's House Cat. He's a real dealer, he'll cream over this rock like a hirsute antisocial teenager with a stack of Wonder Woman books. Kilroy. Your mouth is worse than a bitch's. You need to quit flapping your trap. Rick said to keep this Wicker Man business on the down low. It's strictly need to know. So you need to know to shut your mouth. Jimmy. Jimmy looks around to see if anyone is listening to their conversation. Hey man, I'm cool. I won't mess things up for Rick. What do you think Rick is meeting him for? Is he selling the store? Maybe he's buying a new collection. I think he found something very rare. I've never seen him so keyed up. Kilroy. I don't know what Rick is doing. I just know what Kilroy is doing. Kilroy needs to score a few Silver Age books for his collection. Once the Wicker Man arrives, I'll rap at him for a bit. Int, back room of comic shop, day. Arthur sits alone in the back room sketching. He seems to be working on a design for a superhero. He stabs the page in frustration. He rises and walks back towards the front of the store. We cut over to see Emma and Bianca as they move up to the table to talk to Koi. Emma is dressed sexy and smartly in a form-fitting pair of black hip huggers with a flowing white blouse and her hair pulled back in a ponytail. Bianca is considerably more provocative with hip huggers and a short belly shirt. Bianca highlights her face with flaming red lipstick and plays innocent by twirling her braids with her finger constantly. Trey looks around the room impatiently. Emma and Bianca move up alongside Lucas at Koi's table. They have waited patiently behind Lucas for several minutes and are ready to move him out of the way. Lucas. Are you ever going to do a story where the Avatar gets sick of Dr. Prophet killing people and stuff? He can just go up to him and shove his finger into the back of Dr. Prophet's skull. It would kill him quick with no mess. Trey. I've got to run, babe. I'll come back for you later. Trey kisses Bianca's forehead and heads off to leave the store. Emma. Hi Koi, it's a pleasure to meet you. We're both big fans of your work on Avatar Dreams. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Bianca Wells. We love the way you draw Avatar's ass. Koi. Hello. Thank you. I'm very flattered. Feel free to ask me anything. Emma. What do you think about the comic industry's current trend of using lesploitation to sell books? Koi. Did you just set me up? Now what was the question again? Using lesploy what? Bianca Wells. I love those sheer angles on Avatar's skirt. I wish I had a short little cape with a matching schoolgirl pleated miniskirt like that. It makes me want to just reach onto the page and peek underneath there. Koi. I mean, yes. I know how you feel. Lucas. Why don't superheroes ever do things like that? How many times are they going to let these villains get away with murder? I mean, give me a break. Emma. Don't you think less skilled storytellers will continue to use simple sapphic imagery as a substitute for storytelling? Bianca Wells. Have you ever thought about what the average superheroine wears for underwear? I don't think Avatara wears cotton granny panties when she's fighting crime. Maybe she likes to misbehave and wear a silk thong when she flies over the city. If it were me, I'd wear the same thing I always do. Nothing. Emma. B. Will you quit misbehaving? You're acting like you're in heat. Listen, Koi. If this self-destructive trend continues, the whole industry will implode into poor man's porno. Bianca Wells. I do it so well. Don't be so jealous, kitty cat. Lucas. It wouldn't take 1 month if all the superheroes decided to take out the supervillains once and for all. Bam. Whack. Pow. All done. No more bad guys. The world would be a better place because of it. Koi. I've never really thought about what she is wearing underneath. Her, I mean. I'm talking about Avatara, of course. Emma. I don't mind this tatasexually mentality as long as it serves the narrative of the story. Bianca Wells. To Emma. Do you mean to tell me that if you had a body that won't quit, like Avatara's, and you could fly in space unhindered, that while you're circling the globe at supersonic speeds, you wouldn't let your flower pot soak in the sunlight? Koi's pencil lead snaps on the paper. Emma. She leans over the table closer to Koi. I find it exciting when a good story maintains that essential mystery of women and expounds upon the inscrutable nature of womanly beauty. Lucas. Why doesn't that ever happen? Are you listening to me? Koi. Your sketch is done, kid. Lucas. So what about Dr. Prophet? When is the Avatar going to smarten up and put 2 bullets in the back of his skull? Arthur, OS. Don't be so concerned with death and destruction, Lucas. You'll get into puberty soon enough. Art walks up to the table from the rear of the store. He is wearing his semi-professional look with black long-sleeve dress shirt and matching slacks. Dark sunglasses cover his eyes and his hair is slightly disheveled. Art and Koi clasp hands and embrace one another using their free arms in a bouncer's greeting. Lucas. Shut up, Art. You don't know what you're talking about. Arthur. To Lucas. What did I tell you about acting like a fanboy, Lucas? Grab your books and beat it before I clean your braces with my sneaker. You're holding up the line. Lucas collects his sketch and heads off to look through the back issue bins. Arthur. To Emma and Bianca. Good morning, ladies. You both seem as radiant as always. Emma. Hi, Art. How are you? You were mean to chase Lucas away like that. Arthur. I'm trying to make a man out of him. I need to find him a girl before the fanboy mentality sets in too deep. You've got to take control of these fanboys before they get excited and become unruly. Don't worry, I'll have Koi autograph some books for him. He'll be alright. Bianca Wells. Art, we were just having an in-depth discussion about superheroes and underwear. Do you have anything to add? We see Paula talking on a cell phone while Farrell searches through the boxes. Farrell looks like a clean-cut all-American boy. He sports the latest Nikes with matching Jordan jersey all in Carolina blue. Paula wears the latest from the Fall Hilfiger collection with khakis and a fuzzy yellow sweater. Farrell stops looking through the back issue boxes when he notices Art enter. He shuffles his way through the shoppers with Paula in tow to the table where the others are gathered. Farrell. He reaches out to slap hands with Art. Art. What's up, player? Arthur. Slaps hands with Farrell. Farrell. What's up, big money? Good morning, Paula. May I say you look as endearing as always today? Farrell. Slaps hands with Coy. Congratulations, bro. You made the come up. You're large now, like Scarface. Coy. To Farrell. Thanks, man. Emma and Bianca turn and wave hello to Paula. Their eyes burn icy holes into Farrell. Emma. Hey, Paula. Bianca Wells. To Paula. Hey, girlfriend. Farrell. He glares intensely at Paula. Hey girl, don't behave discourteously. People are talking to you. Paula. To her phone. Hold on for a second, will you? Farrell. Where are your manners? Paula. She turns from her phone just long enough to reply. Good afternoon. You do realize it is almost 1 o'clock already? Arthur. Time is relative and you're just in time. We were talking about superhero underwear habits. Personally, I prefer anything in patent unstable molecules. What can I say? Superheroes were the first fetish visionaries. It just took the rest of the world 60 years to catch up. Coy. I'll settle for plastic, leather, or spandex. Bianca Wells. So do you cover your superhero with boxers or briefs? Arthur. Thong, baby. All the way. Coy. Boxers. Farrell. Briefs. There is no substitute. Bianca Wells. M. Sexy. What about you, Paula? Emma. B. You're so bad. Arthur. As fascinating as all this is, I do have one question. What, may I ask, is tatasexually? Lucas. It is a youthful flirtation with sexual boundaries. The group turns as one and looks at Lucas in surprise. Emma and Bianca exchange quick looks with a giggle. Lucas. To Art. What? I saw it on TV. Arthur. Art directs Lucas to the front of the store. Lucas, grown folks are talking. You need to go up front and pay for your books. Now. Lucas grudgingly heads to the front of the store. Coy. Still laughing. Art, you're tripping. Where have you been all morning? Arthur. Where have you been, Mr. Superstar? I've been looking for you in daylight with a flashlight. You know what I'm saying? Coy. Well, if you would move out to LA, you wouldn't have any trouble finding me. Arthur. Thanks for the offer, cuz. The smog is just too thick for me out there. The forest air here is good for my arthritis. Coy. I have plenty of unused space in the studio. You could even stay in the extra room until you found an apartment. Farrell. To Coy. Damn, bro. I'm sold. Hook me up. We can go today. California is my roots. They have the best tracks in the whole of the good old U.S. Yippee-ki-yay. Can you feel me, player? Arthur. Yeah, but where can you find good old Carolina barbecue in LA? Emma. You shouldn't be so modest, Art. The pictures you've shown me were as good as anything else out there. Present company excluded, of course. Coy. Thank you. Arthur. To Emma. Speaking of pictures, I see you have your portfolio with you. Why don't you show your work to Coy? Emma's disposition changes as soon as Art shifts the focus onto her. She clutches her portfolio to her breast and lowers her head to avoid eye contact. She blushes noticeably. Emma. I don't know. Arthur. This is a great opportunity to get some advice from a real professional. Emma. I'm not comfortable showing my work, yet. They're just sketches. Bianca removes the lollipop from her mouth with a slurp. She leans over Koi's sketchpad. Bianca Wells. Mr. Turnbull, is your hand tired yet? I need you to do something for me. Farrell. Laughing. Oh shit, she said Mr. Turnbull. Arthur. Laughs. Mr. Turnbull, the godfather of comic book soul. Koi. Please, just call me Koi. Bianca Wells. Koi, will you sketch Avatara for me? I could pose for you. Koi. Koi. What kind of pose do you want? Bianca Wells. You know, one with that short skirt. Maybe she could be flying overhead. Do you know what I mean? Koi. His mouth is dry and makes a smacking noise. Yes. Arthur. To Emma. Come on, let's see what you've got. Bianca Wells. To Emma. Yeah, baby. Show us everything. Farrell. Hold on, let's get back to the posing and the mini skirts. I was waiting for the hot pants to come out next. Emma. Well, I guess it's alright. Emma opens her portfolio and lays it out for Koi and Art to see. Jimmy, OS. Art. Yo, Art. Art looks up to see Jimmy waving frantically at him. Arthur. I'm sorry, would you all please excuse me for a moment? Art leaves his friends looking through Emma's portfolio and makes his way over to Jimmy. Jimmy rushes over to Art. Jimmy. Art, hurry up. All hands on deck. Arthur. Is it time? Did he make it? Jimmy. What? I don't know. You have to come check this out. We have a major red alert in progress. Arthur. Then what is so hellfire important that you had to call me over for this? The pair continues toward the front of the store. Jimmy. This guy comes in wanting to trade for some books. He says he doesn't have any money. Kilroy and I tried to help him, but then he went clinging on us. Kilroy started getting smart with him and now they're out back in the alley. Arthur. I hope you realize that you pulled me away from two delicate little flowers. Jimmy. They're fighting. Arthur. What the hell are you talking about? Art slings the door wide and sprints outside with Jimmy on his heels. EXT, back alley, day. Art and Jimmy sprint their way around the building to the back alley. They walk up to see the back of a large well-dressed man facing Kilroy. 2 feet of air separate the two. The man is wearing pressed golden slacks and a nice black turtleneck sweater. He carries an innocuous thin walking stick. A pair of thin oval, purple-tinted shades covers his eyes. He is Jacob Johnson. Kilroy lashes out with a wide arcing punch. Jacob leans to the side allowing Kilroy to fling himself past. Kilroy recovers his balance. Jacob turns in place to face Kilroy. We see Jacob's sunglasses and walking cane now. Kilroy. Panting to catch his breath. You are one slick motherfucker. I'll give you that. Kilroy lunges wildly at Jacob again. Jacob weaves his head around the punch, avoiding contact. Jacob shifts his stance to reap Kilroy's legs out from under him as he overextends himself with his punch. Art rushes in, wedging the two apart. Jimmy follows close, mimicking Art's movements. Arthur. To Jacob. I'm terribly sorry, sir. There's been a terrible misunderstanding. We are willing to work together, come to an agreement amicable to both parties here. Jacob. Laughs gently to himself. The gentleman and I have a business transaction to conclude. Kilroy. Dusting himself off. Nobody ducks my Yancey Street Sunday punch. I don't know how you pulled off that parlor trick. Jacob. I call it voodoo sensory perception. Arthur. Please come back inside the store, sir. I'll take a look at your collection. Kilroy reveals a wad of cash from his sock. He peels off several layers and extends them to Jacob. Jacob makes no movement to accept the bills. Jacob. As you can see, I never use money. Kilroy. That was 5 swings. At 5 a pop that comes out to 25 scratch. What? Do you want me to put it in a can for you? What kind of line is that? I never use money. This bet was your idea, now take the damn money. Jacob. You do have a certain book in your store that interests me greatly. Arthur. Speaks through a gritted teeth to Kilroy. Give me a friggin' break, Kilroy. Haven't you ever heard that the customer is always right? You can't start fights with the customers. Let's pick up the pieces and try to avoid a full-blown lawsuit here. Kilroy. Complains to the group. Oh come on, Captain Save-A-Ho. This guy plays the worst blind man I've ever seen. He's trying to mac on us. I ain't playing that. Arthur. Blind man. What are you talking about? Art looks back to Jacob and studies his walking stick and eyeglasses for a moment. Art takes off his own sunglasses for the first time. He looks apologetically at Jacob. Jacob. He smiles wryly. I love comics so much that I can't see straight. Int, comic conspiracy. Dusk. We see Art, Kilroy, Jimmy, and Jacob in a semicircle at the register. Art opens the register and slips a 20 into the drawer. Art puts a comic in Jacob's hand. It is a copy of Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns #1. Arthur. Here you go, sir. Thank you for your understanding. Jacob. Smiles genuinely. Thank you for your kindness, sir. I hope you are not simply giving me a discount because of my physical handicap. Arthur. Don't be absurd. We're making a business exchange. We agreed I'd take this book in trade. Jacob. Which one did you pick? Arthur. It is an old pulp novel, The Hidden Mask. It looks like episode 23, The Invisible Contract. Jacob. Interesting. Jacob holds out his comics to Jimmy. Jacob. Would you be so kind as to remove these from the bags, please? I never use boards and bags. Jimmy. Begins fumbling with the tape on the bag. What? How do you take care of your comics? They can suffer innumerable physical damages. I board and bag everything. In fact, I double bag some books. Arthur. Come on, Jimmy. Don't bore the guy with the pathetic facts of your anal retentive fanboy existence. Kilroy. Yeah, the poor man will wish he was born deaf as well as blind. Arthur. Kilroy, cool it, man. Why don't you go see if Coy needs anything? I'll handle the register. Kilroy. You were supposed to handle it at 10 o'clock this morning. That is morning, as in the AM. So don't go off preaching on me. Kilroy handles things. Arthur. All right, I'm sorry. Jimmy opens the bags and extricates the books from within. He hands the books to Jacob. Jacob smiles and places the books in the large pack dangling at his side. Arthur. To Jacob. Never let it be said that the comic conspiracy doesn't aim to please. Jacob. Thank you for your kindness, sir. Do you mind if I look around your store? Jimmy. Yeah, help yourself. Haha. Arthur. Perhaps you will allow me to be of assistance. Jacob. You are too kind. Art shoos Jimmy away and moves over to Jacob. Art places Jacob's empty hand on his shoulder, and leads him to the shelves. Arthur. What kind of books are you interested in? Jacob. I just love anything with good story or good tea and a... Arthur. You know, I've seen Kilroy in more than one knuckle duster and he knows how to knock a guy in the jaw. How did you pull off that little trick out back? Jacob. That was nothing. I worked in the boxing booth at Gibson Reeves' Otherworlds Fair as a child. I've spent my whole life dodging punches. Arthur. I'm sorry. I realize I haven't properly introduced myself. My name is Arthur Kurtzberg. Everyone calls me Art. Jacob. It is a pleasure to meet you, Art. I am called Jacob Johnson. You may call me Jacob. Arthur. Is that a biblical name? Ha. I'm just joking. Jacob. Art, is your store always this busy on a Monday afternoon? Comics must be quite popular in this town. Arthur. Yeah, I wish. I'm afraid Ashboro is as unenlightened as the rest of America when it comes to sequentially illustrated literature. Everyone has come out today to see one of our own. Coy is a local boy made good. He went off to California and got a job penciling for one of the big three. He's gone and Art trails off mid-sentence. His eyes are fixed on the front door of the store. The door swings open and Bella enters. Dressed in her regular business suit, she looks like she is on her way to a meeting or to church. She has a nice red dress jacket and matching skirt. She is talking on a cell phone. Jacob. Do you see something interesting? Jimmy, Kilroy, and Lucas notice Bella enter and turn to greet her. Emma notices Bella walk in. She quickly returns her attention to the table with Coy and Bianca. Farrell and Paula have isolated themselves in the far corner of the store. Bella walks directly past Jimmy and stops in front of Art and Jacob. Bella. She finishes her phone conversation. So I'll have the shipment in within a week. Okay, I'll call you then. Happy holidays. Bye. Bella folds her phone and places it in her pocketbook. Jacob tilts his head slightly. Hoo-ha. Arthur. Jacob, this is Isabella Augustine. Bella, this is Mr. Jacob Johnson. Bella, it's good to see you. Jacob. Madam, the pleasure is all mine. Bella. Hello, charmed I'm sure. I was in the area for a rep lunch so I thought I would swing by. Arthur. Bella, how are you? I was just about to call you. Bella. I'm fine, Arthur. Thank you for asking. Since I'm in the area, I thought I could save you a trip across town. I guess I just saved you a phone call too. I have your things in the car. Arthur. Bella, it's so good to see you. I've been thinking about you all weekend. Bella. I have your things in the car. Where do you want me to put them? Arthur. That stuff doesn't matter, babe. We need to talk. I'm ready to talk. We don't want to do this here. Let's go next door. We can get milkshakes. Art moves to take Bella about the arms when he stops. He remembers Jacob standing behind him. He turns to address Jacob. Arthur. Jacob, will you excuse us for a minute? I'll be right back. Art signals for Kilroy to come over and attend Jacob. Bella. Arthur, don't get sappy on me. I don't have time for reminiscing. I have to make it offices lined up from Raleigh to Lexington today. Kilroy and Jimmy start over toward Art and Jacob. Arthur. Hey, come on. Don't act that way. It's me. Bella. Arthur, we already played the make-up break-up game. It's time to move on. Arthur. I'm ready to move on. I'm ready for us to move forward, together. Bella. Well, since we are in agreement to move on, then that makes this real simple. Bella turns and heads back out the front door. Jimmy and Kilroy walk up as Bella turns away. Kilroy. What's up, bossman? Jimmy. Where's Bella going? Paula starts pushing Farrell in the chest. The guys all turn toward Farrell and Paula when the commotion breaks out. Paula. You think you're slick. I'm here to tell you that you're not. I'm tired of your bullshit. I'll call the bitch up, right now. Feral. Would you please conduct yourself in a manner more conducive to our public surroundings? Paula. Oh no you don't. You don't tell me to do shit. Who do you think you are? I'll tell you what you are. You ain't nothing but a little bitch. Arthur. Feral, hey man, be cool. Kilroy. Yeah bro, you need to check your bitch. This is a place of business. Paula. She spins to face Kilroy. Who do you think you're talking to? Your mama is a bitch. You better be careful. I'll cut your punk ass. Feral seizes Paula by the arm and turns her around to face him. Feral. Don't you ever turn away from me when I'm talking to you, girl. Emma. Watch those gorilla pimp strong arm tactics in here, Feral. You don't want to start something you can't finish. Feral. He glances at Emma out of the corners of his eyes. You need to wait your turn. This is my pussy. I'll deal with you in a minute. The phone starts ringing. No one pays attention to it with all of the commotion going on. Bella returns with a box filling her arms. She stops in the center of the store and faces Art. Arthur. Yo, Feral. You and I go way back like rocking chairs, but I need you to be cool. Please, bro. Bella. She extends the box to Art. Here, Arthur. Let's try to make this as painless as possible. Arthur. Bella, can we please not do this here? Hey guys, can one of you answer the phone please? The phone continues ringing. Bianca moves in to confront Feral. Feral maintains his grip on Paula's arm. Bianca wells. She points at Feral. I don't know whom you think you're dealing with. You're looking at some crazy ass Amazon bitches. We'll cut your dick off and throw it out of an airplane. Feral. He looks at Bianca. You girls better chill. I'm asking you nicely. Paula. What are you doing talking to them? They're not like the rest of your hoochie mamas. Emma starts lacing keys through her fingers, making a makeshift set of brass knuckles. Bella taps her foot impatiently. The phone continues ringing. Bella. Have it your way, then. Bella unceremoniously throws the box and its content onto the floor. We see an eclectic mixture of comics, DVDs, videos, and action figures spill onto the floor. Bella wipes her hands and storms out of the store. Arthur. Art reaches out to Bella. Bella, wait. Paula slaps Feral. Everyone turns back to Paula and Feral. Feral watches in stunned silence as Paula walks away. The door swings open and we see a man in a navy pinstripe three-piece suit. It is M.R. Smith. His hair is slicked to the side and he chews on a toothpick. He steps to the side and holds the door open as Paula rushes past. Paula storms out. Feral. To the crowd. You give her another Quaalude and she's going to love me again in the morning. Arthur. He gestures Feral to the door. Feral, go apologize to her, man. Feral takes off walking quickly to catch up to Paula. The phone continues ringing. Mr. Smith strolls over to the counter and looks around for an attendant. He flips a large silver dollar with his right hand. Art pulls Kilroy over and moves Jacob's hand to Kilroy's shoulder. Arthur. Jimmy here will take care of you for a minute, Jacob. Kilroy. I'm Kilroy, jackass. Arthur. Kilroy, if I don't get some help around here real soon, I'm going to go buku dinky do. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you feel me, now? Jimmy. She was wrong to throw your books on the floor like that. Jacob. That's crossing the line. The groups try to resume their conversations. They try to pick up to where they were before the commotion started. Art walks over to the pile of his belongings in the floor. Arthur. What is happening today? The whole world has gone crazy. Mr. Smith studies the chessboard momentarily. Mr. Smith reaches down and moves pawn 3 to king's bishop 1. Arthur. To himself. Look at this joker touching my game. What the? Arthur moves over behind the counter to speak to Mr. Smith. Arthur. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. How may I help you, sir? Mr. Smith. He flashes a cheese-eating grin. I don't mind waiting. Perhaps I am mistaken, but I think your phone is ringing. Mr. Smith flips his coin into the air directly in front of Art. He lays his palm open and the coin lands flatly in the center of it. Arthur. Trying to maintain a professional demeanor, he smiles. Of course, would you please excuse me for a moment? Art quickly sorts through the stacks on the counter to uncover the phone. Finding the phone, Art puts it up to his ear. Arthur. Comic conspiracy, this is Art speaking. How may I help you? There is only a dial tone on the other end of the phone. Art quickly slams the phone down. The door opens again. Art looks over, half expecting to see Bella walk in. He is quickly disappointed when Miss Smith strolls through. Miss Smith is wrapped tightly in leather jacket and pants. Her every curve is accented by the shine of her outfit. Her hair is pulled back in a ponytail and the ice in her soul is hidden behind mirrored sunglasses. Miss Smith glances at Mr. Smith as she moves to the glass cases. She studies the books enclosed within. Mr. Smith. Still smiling. No one there? Maybe, next time, huh? Allow me to introduce myself, friend. Mr. John Smith, pleased to make your acquaintance. Here's my card. So who is the chess player? Mr. Smith extracts a card from his sleeve and extends it out with a snap. Art makes no move toward the card. Arthur. No, thank you. Whatever it is that you're selling, we're not interested. Mr. Smith. Okay, I'll just leave it here in case you change your mind. It looks like you guys are having a heck of a day so far. There's so much electricity you can feel it. It's making me shake worse than a whore in church. Mr. Smith places his card on the edge of the counter. Mr. Smith. I'm with Pyramid Publishing and Productions. I'd like to ask you few questions if I may. Mr. Smith offers his hand to Art. Art continues sorting the books on the counter. Mr. Smith flips his coin and catches it once more. Jimmy walks over to shake hands with Mr. Smith. Jimmy shakes Mr. Smith's hand vigorously. Jimmy. Hello, sir. Welcome to the comic conspiracy. We've been expecting you. Mr. Smith. Howdy, partner. Mr. John Smith, pleased to meet you. What is your protocol for seeing distributor representatives? This is my first time in the area. I'm as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Jimmy leads Mr. Smith to the side. Shaking his head, Art moves around the counter to survey his belongings on the floor. Art notices Ms. Smith looking at him. Arthur. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Ms. Smith smiles seductively and turns back to the books in the glass case. Ms. Smith. Art bends down and starts scooping up his things. He quietly gathers his things until he picks up a small stack of comics. Arthur. Speaking under his breath. That fucking bitch. Rick Davis, owner and proprietor of the Comic Conspiracy, emerges from the rear office. He signals to Art through the crowd. Art quickly gathers his memorabilia and places the box behind the counter. Art moves to the center of the store. He points to Mr. Smith with a nod to Rick. Rick shakes his head no. Art scans about the room for a moment until spotting Jacob. Mr. Smith flips his coin and catches it once more. Mr. Smith watches Rick out of the corner of his eye. He begins maneuvering Jimmy around to the rear of the store. Jimmy moves alongside Mr. Smith. He cradles his red rock in his hand for Mr. Smith to inspect. Jimmy. If you look at it on this side, in just the right light, you might see something. There. What does this look like? M.R. Smith. Feigning interest in the rock. Yes, I see what you mean. Art walks over to Jacob and Kilroy. They are deeply involved in an in-depth discussion about boxing. Kilroy. You're fucking crazy. Sugar Ray Robinson would wipe the floor with Roy Jones, Jr. Robinson had 100 more knockouts than Jones has had fights. Jacob. At what weight class do they fight? Middleweight? Light heavyweight? Heavyweight? Kilroy. Robinson never fought at heavyweight. Arthur. He takes Jacob by the elbow. Jacob, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Rick is in the back office. I'll take you to him. Jacob. I must have forgotten that. Art leads Jacob to the rear of the store, where Rick awaits them. Kilroy follows Art and Jacob. Wait a damn minute. I'm not finished yet. Jones couldn't beat Robinson on his best night, at middleweight even. Sugar Ray had to fight light heavyweights at middleweight because all of the real middleweights avoided him. Jacob. Art, there is no need to hurry. I am still studying your bookshelves. Arthur. Art notices Mr. Smith moving towards them. They'll be here when you get back. You've been on your feet for a while, you can have a seat in the back with Rick. Mr. Smith flips his coin and catches it once more. Art quickens his pace without realizing it. A sense of impending urgency weighs down on him. Mr. Smith steadily moves in on the pair from behind. Jacob. Speaking calmly to Art. Do not allow him to follow us back. M.R. Smith. Reaches out towards Art and Jacob. Excuse me, sir. May I have a moment of your time? Jimmy. Still holding his rock. It looks like a scarab. A scarab. The probability of this happening naturally is 700,023 to 1. Art seizes Kilroy by the shoulder and pulls him in front of Mr. Smith, blocking his way. Art gently guides Jacob through the group gathered at Coy's table. With a one last nudge, he directs Jacob to the back of the store. Mr. Smith works through the group attempting to follow Jacob. Art takes a long step around and blocks Mr. Smith's way to the back. Arthur. May I help you, sir? M.R. Smith. Pointing to the rear of the store. Yes, I believe I just saw a good friend of mine. I was going over to say hello to him. Art continues to bar his way. Arthur. I'm sorry, sir. The back room is off limits to customers. M.R. Smith. But my friend just went back there. Arthur. Yes, there's a private party going on. M.R. Smith. It is very important that I speak to him. Arthur. He was invited to the party. M.R. Smith. Well, I've heard stories of comic store elitists, but this is the first time I've ever seen it. Jimmy. What's going on? I thought Rick was meeting with Mr. Smith. Why did the blind dude go back with him? Kilroy. They're having a party, dumbass. Weren't you at the meeting? Jimmy. I've attended all 15 meetings this year and I never heard anything about a party today. Kilroy. That's because you weren't invited, cabbage head. Ms. Smith walks up to silently join the rest of the group. Emma, Bianca, and Coy carry on with their conversations about artwork. Mr. Smith flips his coin and catches it once more. M.R. Smith notices Coy behind the table. Well, I'll be double-dipped in dog shit. Is that who I think it is? Mr. Smith walks over to Coy and opens his arms as though to embrace him. M.R. Smith. Hey, hey. Mr. Turnbull, long time no see. Coy looks up from his sketchpad. Emma and Bianca move to the side as Mr. Smith pushes his way through. Coy stands to greet Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, what are you doing here? I can't believe you're all the way out here in North Carolina. M.R. Smith. I saw the sign when I came in, but I didn't realize you were here today. It's Monday. What kind of backwater town has signings on Mondays? I'm just out here checking on a few potential investments for the company. Pyramid Publishing still has an opening for an artist with your talent and professionalism. I could use you right now on the Stripe and Stipple anthology. I know you'd be perfect for it. Koi. My schedule is too full to add another monthly book to my plate. I can only do 3 pages a day. I had to force my publicist to make time for me to come out to visit my people here in Ashboro. These are my peeps. Speaking of which, I am remiss to not introduce you to my friends here. Please allow me to introduce Emma and Bianca. Ladies, this is Mr. Smith. He is the esteemed publisher for Pyramid Publishing out of Dallas. Emma and Bianca nod hello to Mr. Smith. Emma. It's nice to meet you. Bianca Wells. Takes her lollipop out of her mouth. Hiya. M.R. Smith. Ladies, it is an absolute pleasure to make your acquaintance. Don't worry about your schedule, I need 8 pages by Monday to go straight to the printers. Koi. I saw you talking to Art, but I didn't realize it was you. Are you working on a deal with him? Art, you didn't tell me you were sending out samples again. Arthur. I don't do samples anymore. M.R. Smith. Turns to Art with a smile. Do you mean to tell me that you're a prestidigitator of the pencil as well? I've tried for months to get Koi to come work for me. Why didn't you say so? You should show me some of your work. Pyramid Publishing is looking for fresh new talent to take the comics industry by storm. Arthur. Hey, Koi. Aren't you hungry yet? How about we go grab a bite to eat? Jimmy. Pizza. It's been 5 hours, 6 minutes, and 25 seconds since I've had anything to eat. Let's go. Kilroy. You're such a disgusting slob. How can anyone attempt to eat around you? Bianca Wells. Oh, yeah. I'm definitely in the mood to get a bite of something. Emma. I'm hungry, but I can wait. Koi. Let's go. Mr. Smith, why don't you join us? M.R. Smith. Still smiling. I don't want to hold you up. You all go have a good time. Why don't you all have a blast, courtesy of Pyramid Publishing? We're working harder for you, so you don't have to. Ms. Smith extends a credit card out to Koi. Koi. Wow, Mr. Smith. Thank you so much. Bianca Wells. To Ms. Smith. Hey, big spender. Arthur. Thank you, but Koi is our guest. We'll take care of his amenities today. M.R. Smith. To Art. Give me a call if you decide to show your samples. I'm only in town for a few more days, but I'd love to look through your portfolio. You have my card. Mr. Smith flips his coin and catches it once more. The store is quiet and deserted. There are a few people using the back rooms for drawing. We see Art and Kilroy facing each other across the counter. Art has the phone up to his ear. He stares down at the chessboard in front of him. Arthur. Hey, Bella. It's me, Art. I just called to say I need to talk to you. I've been thinking about what you said over the weekend. I know, oh, I hate talking to these things. Call me when you get in. I'm at the store, but I'm going home soon. Call me, bye. Art hangs up the phone and looks at it with disgust. Arthur. What is going on today? This has started out as one of the worst weeks in the history of civilization. Kilroy. You're fucking pathetic. Quit whining. You need to stop calling that bitch, too. You should have blown her hair back as soon as she threw your shit on the floor. You're slipping, dog. You're almost as bad as feral now. You boys need to learn to keep your bitches in check. Take it from me, I keep my bitches under house arrest. Can you feel me? Arthur. Remind me to shoot myself if I ever start taking relationship advice from an antisocial misogynistic wannabe pimp fanboy who hasn't had a date since the senior prom. Bella likes to do this all the time. She loves to play games. I'm going to show her I can beat her at her own game. This is just a challenge. I welcome it. Life gets boring if things are going too well. I'd rather be dead than boring. Believe that, player. Kilroy starts shadowboxing. He throws punches in the air. Kilroy. Can you believe that shit with Jacob earlier? I almost punched out the Wicker Man. That shit was whack. Arthur. I'm real impressed. It's amazing that you couldn't even hit a blind guy when he's standing right in front of you. I suggest you stay away from the sides of barns next. Kilroy. Oh, forget that bullshit. He was playing some old carny trick on me. I was just about to figure him out when you saved his ass. Arthur. Whatever you say, Kilroy. Kilroy. Never mind that. That's all child's play anyway. What about this numbers killer shit? This is the coolest thing to ever happen. Arthur. What is the numbers killer? Is it some new villain? Kilroy. Where the fuck have you been? That bitch fucked your head up, but good. The city of Ashboro has its first ever contemporary mass murder and you don't hear about it? Arthur. Kilroy, I can't believe a word you say even if your tongue was notarized. Kilroy. My, how the mighty have fallen. There once was a time when a man couldn't fart in a bathtub without you hearing it. Now we have a fucking ritualistic mass slaughter and you're as clueless as a little Dutch schoolgirl. Jimmy, OS. Hey, guys. Get over here. Art and Kilroy look over to see Jimmy at the back of the store. He is peeking through the crack in the door to the office. Kilroy. To Jimmy. What the fuck are you doing? Jimmy. In a loud whisper. This is so freaking hot, you have got to see this. Arthur. Get away from there, you cyberfaggot. Leave the ladies alone. Kilroy. Are they still back there? I thought they left already. Kilroy rushes over to join Jimmy. The pair crouches down to peek through the opening into the office. We see Bianca on the stand wearing a bikini. She poses cat-like for Emma and Coy. Emma sketches on a standing easel. Coy walks around her studying Bianca and the drawing. Coy. You have to capture the flow of the figure with the very first line. That first mark contains the essence of the entire drawing. The very first line determines the destiny of your entire picture. Emma. Can't you just erase the line and start over? Coy. No, you can never start over. That first line is always on the page. The front door to the store swings open and we see a well-dressed young man enter. He is dressed like a Gap mannequin come to life. Nice khaki pants and gold golf shirt. His neck and fingers are liberally sprinkled with gold. It is Trey. He nods at Art as he enters. Trey. Good afternoon, Art. Where are B and M? Arthur. They're just finishing up now. Trey. He spies Jimmy and Kilroy. What's going on back there? Arthur. To Jimmy and Kilroy. Yo, guys. The numbers killer is here. He wants to talk to you. Trey walks to the rear of the store to where Jimmy and Kilroy are standing. Kilroy pulls the door closed just as Trey makes it up to their position. Jimmy and Kilroy stand upright to face Trey. Kilroy wipes his hands. Kilroy. To Jimmy. That takes care of that. Trey. What's up, guys? Have you seen Bianca and Emma? Jimmy. Boy, have we ever. Kilroy. We just killed a spider. Big, hairy one. Lots of legs. Trey. Okay, guys. I'm cool. I'm just looking for the girls. Trey moves past the pair and knocks on the office door. Kilroy. Hey, babe. Are you ready to go? Arthur calls out to Jimmy and Kilroy. When you two quit playing with each other back there, you still have plenty of cleaning to do up front. Kilroy. To Jimmy. He's talking to you, bitch. Art leans in closer to his chessboard. He studies the pieces pensively. Kilroy walks over and retrieves the broom. Jimmy stoops and gathers a stack of books from under the table. The office door bursts open and Bianca bounces into the room. She is still wearing her bikini. Bianca flings her arms around Trey's neck. Bianca Wells. Hey, sugar daddy. We were waiting for you. Jimmy and Kilroy exchange glances at the sight of Bianca. They both grin and watch silently. Trey hugs Bianca and kisses her neck. I missed you, babe. Let's get home. I want to get you out of those clothes and into something more comfortable. Emma walks into view. Like what? The bed. Can't you be more original than that, Trey? Bianca Wells. Hey, Trey. What's that spot? Trey. What? Bianca Wells. It's there on your arm. Did you get a tattoo? Trey. To Emma. I don't know, maybe it's grease. Hey, Em. Bianca Wells. To Emma. You better stop being so jealous today, or I won't feed you strawberries and cream tonight. Emma shakes her head and walks off toward the front of the store. Emma leads the trio to the front. She stops and leans in to speak to Art. Bianca skips along behind with Trey in tow. Jimmy and Kilroy turn and watch as Bianca walks by them. Trey. To Bianca. You can't go outside dressed like that. It's the middle of the winter. Bianca Wells. She touches Trey on the chin. It's North Carolina's excuse for a winter. Hot one day, cold the next. You can dress however you want to. It's not like we're in New York City. Trey holds the front door open. Bianca pirouettes through the doorway. Emma. To Art. Thanks for your encouragement earlier. Arthur. Of course, you're welcome. I still want to take a look at your portfolio. Bianca leans back inside holding onto the door frame. Emma. To Art. That would be great. Bianca Wells. Last call for Gotham City, baby. If you don't hurry up, we might not have any cream left for you. Emma. I've got to go. I hope things work out between you and Isabella. Good night. Arthur. Waves to Emma. Good night, Emma. Be seeing you. Emma waves gently as she makes it to the door. Bianca envelopes her and pulls her outside. The door swings closed behind them. Art looks at the door for a moment. Kilroy goes back to sweeping the floor. Jimmy stands dumbfounded. Kilroy. That girl is some hot piece of ass. She's a worker. She's a grade A worker. Arthur. Show some class, Kilroy. Jimmy. With a starry look in his eyes. Wow, she was like an angel. Arthur. To Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy. Are you alright? Don't go falling into love, fanboy. That's the last thing we need around this store. It takes a miracle to get chicks to come into this place. We don't need you chasing them off with your Hunchback of Notre Dame lovesick fanboy routine. Jimmy puts the books down and walks over to Art. Jimmy. What was that stuff you were saying earlier, about the numbers killer? Arthur. I didn't say anything. That was some shit. Kilroy was talking. Kilroy. Jimmy, for once you are not the biggest loser in the world. Art hasn't heard about the numbers killer, yet. Jimmy. Smiles widely. No way, is that true, Art? Arthur. I had a busy weekend, guys. Just give me a fucking clue. Jimmy. Some psycho butchered 4 kids Saturday night. He chopped them up good. It was like something out of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Some old lady found body parts strewn about everywhere. Kilroy. It was 5 kids, test tube boy. This is a real nut job we're talking about here, Art. One chick was all marked up and had her organs surgically removed. This is like black level ultra top secret psychobiological experimentation going on here. Kilroy mimes cutting and hacking motions with the broomstick. Jimmy. The 5th girl was killed Sunday night. There was easily 11 hours and 23 minutes between the murders. Kilroy. This guy has to a mind-controlled assassin. It's just like Son of Sam. They did it with Sirhan. They experimented with Reverend Jim Jones at Jonestown, Guyana. The list is longer than John Holmes' baby arm. The whole thing is pissing me off because the police barricades are fucking up our paintball wars. Jimmy. Forget your stupid paintball games. This is happening for real. Arthur. This all sounds like a setup, guys. Why is he called the numbers killer? Does he have a number fetish? Kilroy. It's just a catchy name. You have to have something that hooks people's attention. Take the Boston Strangler, for example. That has pop. What about the Son of Sam? It sizzles. How else do you work the concept into the public's consciousness? That makes it easier to spin the facts in the media. We can't have the country's dirty laundry hanging out for all to see. Arthur. Kilroy, you are a perfect example of what sniffing glue does to the mind of an obsessive-compulsive schizoaffective. You have too much free time on your hands. Kilroy. That time is only free because of people like me. We are freedom fighters. We are engaged in a war for the minds of free-thinking citizens across the country. Who watches The Watchmen, Art? Don't let this numbers killer nonsense fool you. It is only a cover story. There is something much more sinister at work. Arthur. Kilroy, I think you forgot your afternoon dose of Ritalin. Calm the fuck down. Jimmy walks over to the others. He passes half into the shadows as he begins talking. He sounds uncharacteristically sincere and serious. Jimmy. There are, forgive the pun, a number of reasons why the media refers to the numbers killer as such. His victims were said to have suffered a combined 1,005 stab wounds. The last girl was found with several markings drawn on her body. These could be interpreted as counters. Police have not yet released an official count. I found it on the internet this afternoon. Unofficial count is 105. That's enough numerological evidence without going into the numerological significance of yesterday. It's less than a week until the new year. Kilroy. That's not even the whole story, young blood. There's still one girl missing. That's your magic bullet right there. Any normal psychotic killer would have killed this bitch already. He would have gutted her with the rest of them. Why would he break pattern and keep one alive? This is a highly trained biochemical engineered and enhanced assassin. It was made to kill and not be seen. Jimmy. Tell me this, Mr. Conspiracy Theorist, why would a military agent be killing harmless teenagers in a small southern city? Now run and tell that. Arthur. You guys are giving me a headache. You assholes sound like you've seen one too many ABC after-school specials. Kilroy. This is probably just another media smokescreen. It's designed to monopolize media attention. It distracts everyone away from some other insidious event. That, or else we have a rogue. It is like a malfunctioning program, a killer run amok. Jimmy. There are already 5 websites devoted to the exploits and investigation into the numbers killer. Arthur. Are you fucking kidding me, or what? Kilroy. The best thing about it is this is all local. It is happening right here in good old Ashboro. Arthur. I find all of this bullshit more than a little difficult to swallow. Do you have any proof this happened? Jimmy turns and grabs a newspaper from behind the glass cases. He slings the paper to Art. Jimmy. Check it out, front page. Art turns the papers over, revealing the splash on the front page. It is Monday's copy of the Charlotte Observer. It reads "Numbers Killer at Large." Art studies the paper for a moment. Art springs to his feet. New life surges into him as he bounces around the counter. Arthur. To Kilroy. This is unfucking believable. The address to the crime scene is just down the fucking street. We've got to check this out. There's something rotten in Denmark, boys, round up the posse. Art shoves the paper into Jimmy's chest as he moves for the door. Koi, OS. Yo, Art. Wait up. Koi walks up to the guys from the rear of the store. Arthur. Koi, come with us. We've got an adventure. It'll be just like old times. Koi. That sounds cool, fellas. I've got to get home and hit the sack. I've got an early flight tomorrow. Art, Rick says he needs to talk to you before you leave. Art stops himself at the door. He turns back slightly. Arthur. Rick wants to talk to me. Cut to. Arthur enters the dark storeroom. He walks up the stairs to Rick's office. He knocks on the door several times. Arthur. Rick. Hey, Rick. Arthur picks up a black bag from the top of the steps. He carries it down and examines the note attached to the handle. It reads, Art, keep this safe. Trust no one. Rick. Int, the condemned metal shop, night. We see the unholy numbers killer preparing his tools. He lays the blades and hooks on the table. He lovingly cleans and inspects a blade in his hand. He holds the blade up to his face. He lovingly rubs the flat of the blade across his face. The numbers killer finishes readying his instruments of sacrifice. He opens his arms as though he were praying. He leans back and screams to the ceiling. It is a dark guttural screech that sounds inhuman and evil. Int, Arthur's studio, night. Arthur washes up over the bathroom sink. He walks through the living room. He spies the paperback book, The Hidden Mask, on the coffee table near Rick's bag. He picks the book up and studies the cover for a moment. He peels the pages back and reads inside. Arthur sits and reads. A field of stars rushes by, swirling and merging into one another and back out again. Narrator, VO. I've heard the stories before. Most people concern themselves with their origins. Not me. I've heard the hushed whispers of the Masons. I've read the forbidden parchments of enlightenment. I've sipped from the cup of Christ himself, but all I know about them is that they scare me. We jump back in time to San Francisco in 1938. The images are now in grainy black and white, invoking the feel of movies and newsreels from that time period. The Twin Waters Saloon seems to exist in a moment frozen in time. The very air and dust in the bar seem to recall memories of the Old West. The bar clings tenaciously to the past while the modern world continues advancing outside its doors. Angle, close, playing cards arranged on a table. We see a hand snap another card down on the table. It is the one-eyed jack of diamonds. The camera pulls back to reveal a man playing solitaire in a dark smoke-filled room. He is Gibson Reeves, a young card-sharp, stage magician, and carnival boxer. A thin scar runs down his cheek as evidence of experiences beyond his years. His eyes burn with a seeker's intensity as they scan the room. Gibson is seated at the lone table in the back room. A small ring of 5 candles burns in the center of his table. Goat, the bartender enters the room carrying a towel and a half-empty bottle of whiskey. Gibson lifts a large tomahawk-shaped pipe from the table and calmly inhales. Goat. Excited. First round knockout. Gibson exhales a thick plume of smoke through gritted teeth. Gibson. Goat, I thought I told you to stay out of here tonight. Goat. Smiling. The brown bomber flattened that damn crowd? Gibson. Oh, right. Of course he did. Lewis always does better in rematches. Goat. Great fight. Hate you missed it? Gibson. I'll catch the radio replay later. Goat. I brought the last of the whiskey so you and your pals could celebrate, boss. Angle, empty chair. Gibson places the pipe on the table. He draws another card from the deck. Gibson. I'm not here to drink tonight. Goat. What kind of man doesn't have a harmless little drink or two to get himself going? Angle, close, Gibson's face. Gibson. Grimly. This man is no man. Angle, Gibson and Goat. Goat refills a cup nearby with whiskey. Goat. Smiling. Stop pulling my leg, Mr. Gibson. You're winding me up for one of your carnival shows. Gibson. Matter-of-factly. If you value your sanity, you should leave before he arrives. Goat. Grinning. Now, Mr. Gibson, if you keep reading those pulp comics, you'll start thinking you can jump over buildings like that fellow with the red cape. Gibson seizes Goat by the wrist. Gibson. Goat, stop working. Lock up the bar and go home for the night. Goat. You're too tense. That's why I cooked up a batch of Papa Goat's finest blackened brew for you. Goat tries to pull free, but Gibson's grip holds strong. Gibson. Accusing. What else did you cook up for me? Angle, close, Goat. Goat swallows heavily. He is trying to poison Reeves and Reeves knows it. Goat. Giddily. WH. What do you mean? Gibson pours the contents of the bottle onto the floor. The liquid sears into the floor, sending a thin wisp of smoke into the air. Angle, Goat and Gibson. Gibson. Just make sure you have more than your own best interests at heart. Goat. Begging. Please. I didn't. Goat whimpers as he tries to pull free. An evil wind passes into the room, chilling Gibson and Goat. Gibson draws another card with his free hand. He snaps it onto the table. Angle, close, the ace of spades. Angle, candles. The flames flicker in the unnatural breeze and threaten to blow out. Angle, Gibson and Goat. Without leaving his seat, Gibson adjusts his grip on Goat's wrist. He spins Goat around and sends him flying into the corner with a loud crash. Angle, the dark corner. Goat is knocked back into the light violently. Clutching his chest and gasping for breath, Goat turns to implore Gibson. Goat. Pleading. Mr. Gibson, I didn't mean to do it. They threatened my little girl. Two assassins in black masks enter through the smoke. They hold naked blades that glint in the dim light. Goat seizes Gibson's hand in desperation. Gibson remains calm and takes another puff from his pipe. Goat. Please, Mr. Gibson. Gibson. When you eat with the devil, be sure to use a long spoon, Goat. There is a quick blur of motion from one of the assassins. Without thinking, Gibson turns his pipe in his hand, using the flat side to protect his face. There is a spark as a small blade flies into it from across the room. Angle, close, Goat. Goat. Yerg. Goat screeches in agony. He turns to the camera and we see a small blade will embedded in his eye. Blood streams down his face. Goat stops screaming and moves his hands to his throat. His fingers fumble as he attempts to loosen his collar. Foam drips from Goat's mouth. He stands still for a moment as his expression goes blank. He slumps forward onto the table, dead. The assassins approach the table slowly like tigers poised to pounce. Cut to Int, Emma and Bianca's apartment. Night. We see Emma seated at the kitchen table. She is wearing her casual evening wear of mismatched sweatpants and UNC sweatshirt. She has her glasses on with her head buried in a chulbook. She is working on her teaching goals for the next semester. We hear the shower running in the background. Bianca comes bouncing in from the bedroom. She is draped in a loose-fitting bathrobe. She has a bowl of strawberries in her hand. Bianca Wells. Hey, bookworm. School is out this week. Emma. Yes, it is. However, school resumes in a matter of weeks. I plan on being prepared. Bianca Wells. You're no fun tonight. You better be nice to me or I'll spend the night with Trey. Emma. From the way you two were going at it, I'll be surprised if you have anything left to spend with anyone. Bianca Wells. Oh, Miss Kitty has her claws out. Do I detect a hint of jealousy? Do you want to have a catfight? Bianca leans over Emma, hugging on her as she works. Emma. No thank you, B. I just need to work on my lesson plans for a little while. Bianca pulls out the chair next to Emma and plops down into it. She pouts and pokes her bottom lip out. Bianca Wells. She smiles suddenly. I know. We can play a game. Bianca takes a strawberry from her bowl and sucks on the bottom of it. Emma. With a touch of jealousy in her voice. I thought you were playing games with Trey tonight. Bianca Wells. He can wait. Let's play truth or dare. Every time you get a question wrong, you have to take off your clothes. Emma. You don't get questions wrong in truth or dare. Bianca Wells. We're playing the version where you do. Give it a rest, I just want to get you out of your clothes. Trey calls out from the bathroom. He is in the shower. Trey, OS. Hey, babe. The water's getting cold without you. Bianca Wells. Do something to warm it up. I'm busy trying to get Emma to take a bath with us. Bianca reaches out with a strawberry and teases Emma's lips with it. Trey, OS. No, shit. Well, try hard. Emma pushes Bianca's hand away reluctantly. Emma. Give me a break. Bianca moves the strawberry back toward Emma's mouth. She stops and pops the strawberry into her own mouth. Bianca Wells. Let's start, shall we? Truth or dare? Bianca takes another strawberry from the bowl. She climbs onto the table and props her head up in front of Emma with her feet hanging off the opposite end. She holds the strawberry up to Emma's mouth. Emma. You're not going to let me work until I go through with this, are you? Bianca smiles at her seductively. She continues holding the strawberry up for Emma. Emma. I'll take truth. Emma bites the strawberry in half. Bianca Wells. Do you ever daydream about sexual fantasies with someone other than your partner? Who do you fantasize about? What do you do in those dreams? Emma. I fantasize all the time about you. Bianca Wells. I know that, sweetie. Isn't there anyone else you think about, even just a little? Emma. I don't know. Maybe, I think about art sometimes. Bianca clutches her hand to her breast in mock surprise. Bianca Wells. You act like that's such a big secret. You were practically unzipping his pants with your eyes today. Emma picks up a strawberry and stares at it distantly in the light. Emma. Sometimes I think about being at the store late one night. You and I have just finished a lesson. He is there closing the store. Bianca Wells. Come on, get to the fantasy sex part. I want to hear some moaning and heavy breathing. We see the bedroom window slowly slide up. Emma. You leave in a hurry with Trey. Art offers to give me a ride home. He agrees to look at my drawings before we go. Bianca Wells. Come on, hurry up. We see the bedroom window and gloved black hands glide into view and caress the window sill. Emma. He takes my hand and guides my pencil across the paper. He leans in close. We share a long look into each other's eyes. Bianca Wells. I can see where this is going. I want something more dangerous. We see a shadowy figure move past the bedroom door to the shared bathroom door. The numbers killer is in the apartment. Emma. We kiss passionately. We tear each other's clothes and he carries me up to the table with the back issue bins. Bianca Wells. That's kinky. Fucking on the comic books. I could get into that. Emma closes her eyes and tilts her head back. She runs the strawberry down the line of her cheek and neck. She stops over her breast. Emma. Slowly he massages my body all over. He sucks my toes gently. My breathing becomes shallow. We see Trey's silhouette through the shower door. The large shadow of the numbers killer fills the bathroom as he enters. Bianca rolls over on her back. She hangs her head off the table edge. Her robe falls open gently as she mimics Emma's movements. She runs her hands slowly along her chest and thighs. Bianca Wells. Your heart starts racing uncontrollably. Emma. He starts kissing my legs. Moving slowly up. Closer. Hotter. We see Trey singing in the shower. Trey. Singing. Fly me to the moon. From Trey's vantage point, we see the menacing shadow of the numbers killer through the shower door. Bianca takes a strawberry and begins sucking the end of it. Bianca Wells. Don't stop. Emma. When I'm so hot that the sweat glistens across my exposed body, he takes me. Emma keeps her eyes closed and clutches the strawberry tightly. We see Trey washing his hair. Through soapy eyes, he notices the silhouette of the numbers killer in the bathroom with him. Trey. Hey babe, what took you so long? I'm all shriveled up. What are you waiting for? Get in here. The hand of the numbers killer bursts through the door, seizing Trey about the throat. Trey struggles to scream. The numbers killer lifts Trey by the throat. We watch as the numbers killer wields a small malefic blade and tears into Trey's flesh. Bianca rolls off the table and moves around behind Emma. Bianca Wells. I can't take it anymore, you tease. I need satisfaction. Bianca mockingly bites at Emma's neck with bared teeth. Emma. Emma opens her eyes. So now you know. Bianca bounces off toward the bedroom. Bianca Wells. We need candles. Bianca stops at the bedroom doorway. She leans against the frame. She exposes her leg and seductively extends it out and back like a stage dancer. Bianca Wells. I'm giving you 5 minutes to get naked. If you need to do your work or make some tea, then do it now. Don't make me come after you. I'll get Trey to help me. Bianca disappears into the bedroom and the door closes behind her. Emma rises and makes her way to the cabinets. Emma. What makes you think you're getting out of this game so easily? We see Bianca as she leaves her robe in a pile on the bedroom floor. She notices the open window. Emma fetches 2 coffee mugs and fills them with tap water. Emma. You may have figured out that you can flash your boobs and get whatever you want, but that doesn't work on me. Bianca moves over and closes the window. We watch as a large shadow enters from the bathroom. He stands unnoticed as Bianca's attention is focused on the window. Emma puts a tea bag in each cup. Emma. What about your truth? Emma puts the cups in the microwave and punches the buttons. The microwave hums to life. Emma. What would you do if you had one lover you adored and one soulmate you can talk to about anything? Bianca stands shivering for a moment. The silhouette moves closer. He assumes a menacing stance with arms outstretched over Bianca's head. The microwave beeps. Emma. You are trapped on a deserted island. Emma removes the cups from the microwave. In the bedroom, Bianca turns to face the shadow behind her. There is nothing there. Emma. You are allowed to have one other person there with you. Emma gently stirs both cups with a spoon. Emma. You have to choose between the two. Bianca smiles to herself reassuringly. She grabs a candle off the dresser. Bianca lights the candle as she moves to the bathroom door. The candle casts light on the large shadowy figure behind her. Bianca slowly turns to face it. The shadow swoops in and envelopes her suddenly. Emma carries the cups to the bedroom door. Emma. Do you choose the lover and passionate, unbridled sex? Emma bumps into the bedroom door, but it does not budge. Emma. Speaking to the door. Or do you go with the soulmate and go with the spiritual and intellectual stimulation? We see the large shadow figure as it grasps Bianca. We see the shadows of the facial features revealed. It is the vampire. Its ears are pointed. The face is narrowed and rodent-like. Its skin is pale and pasty. Bianca struggles with the shadowy figure, but she is helpless in its grip. Her breath escapes in small bloody spatters. Emma moves over to the bathroom door. She taps at the door with her foot. Emma. I con what you guys are trying to do. It's not going to work. Open the door, B. I hear you guys in there. Emma steps back and eyes the door. Emma. Speaking to herself. You think I'm a tease, huh? You guys can't play jokes on me. We see Bianca as she struggles and reaches out to the bedroom door in desperation. The vampire maintains its iron grasp. Emma sets the cups on the nightstand by the door. In 2 swift movements, Emma pulls her top over her head and kicks her sweatpants over to the side. Emma lets her hair down and removes her glasses. We see Bianca go limp and the vampire rears his head back in ecstasy. We see its blood-drenched fangs glint in the candlelight. Emma. I'll show you what a real tease is, baby. Emma picks up the cups and pushes the bathroom door open. Emma. Surprise. The door swings open, bumping into a heavy object behind it. We see Bianca's naked body sprawled out behind the door. Blood seeps from a wound at her neck. Trey is pinned to the wall. Sharp blades pin his wrists directly into the shower wall. His body is covered with strange markings and his heart has been cut out of his body. Emma drops the cups and screams. Title card, 5. Tuesday. Int, TV studio, day. We join the local morning news show already in progress. Newscaster. Breaking news, this morning WCRV News received a letter addressed to the station manager, allegedly from the numbers killer. The message reads, quote, 7 down and 5 more to go. Do you want to know where to find the 7 seals? Now is your chance to lay down your life with dignity. You cannot stop this. Count the hours until they return. Claire King is alive, but that too will change, end quote. The letter goes on to describe in precise detail the positions and markings of the bodies from the King murders. Police have declined from releasing further comments, stating the search for Claire King will continue to grow with the cooperation of law enforcement officials from across the state. Please call the Crime Catchers hotline if you have any information at 1-800-CRM-CATCH. In other news, Herbie the world's fattest hog is coming back to the Carolina Fairgrounds this week. You can see the record-holding swine at the Agriculture Center on the Carolina Fairgrounds. All proceeds go to the Carolina League for Morbidly Obese Citizens Fund. Int, Arthur's bedroom. Morning. The TV clicks off. Arthur's hand pokes from the folds of the blankets with the TV remote. We hear the door open and Mom enters. Mom. What did you turn that off for? I love that show. Arthur stirs uncomfortably under the covers. Arthur moans. Mom goes to the dresser drawers and rifles through the clothes. Mom. You could learn a lot by paying attention to the news, young man. Arthur. Good morning, Mom. Mom. Good morning, Arthur. Don't you have a single pair of matching socks? Arthur. Nice to see you too. Mom holds up several mismatched socks, black, gray, brown, navy blues. Mom. Well, you need at least one matching pair of socks if you're going to look good and impress people. Arthur. Mom, when are you going to stop coming into my house to wake me up in the morning? Mom. As soon as you start getting up for work on time. Now do you have a single matching pair of socks? Is the dryer overheating? Are they catching fire again? Arthur. There is a pocket dimension at the back of my dryer. My socks have been sucked into oblivion. Mom. Well, you can make fun of it if you like, Arthur, but you've got to look like a professional if you're going to meet somebody. Now come on, it's time to get up. Put your feet on the floor. Arthur. Ma. Mom reaches over and grabs a water glass from the nightstand. She holds it over Arthur's head and swishes it back and forth until a small drop of water spills over and hits Arthur in the face. Arthur throws the covers back and sits up straight in bed. Mom. That's better. Now. Where are your socks? She turns and opens the next set of drawers. Arthur stands up and puts on his robe. He reaches and hugs her from behind. She gently laughs and pats his hand. He holds her gently for a moment. Mom. Oh, Arthur. I'm sorry. Bella called me Sunday night. Arthur moves back from his mother. He sits back on the bed and hangs his head. Mom. I'm sorry, baby. I know it's hard. I know it hurts right now. It seems like nothing makes sense. But you have to keep faith and believe. Believe that there's a reason for everything. She stands quietly and rubs his head softly. Mom. Now I have to go to school. Make sure you don't stay in bed all day. She leans in and kisses his forehead. She walks out, leaving Arthur seated at the edge of his bed, hanging his head in his hands. Arthur's living room. Morning. Arthur walks through the living room gathering his drawing materials. He finds his sketchpad underneath the Rick's bag. His arms full of his materials, Arthur fumbles the front door open. He starts to leave and pauses to look back on Rick's bag. He stares silently for a second. He moves back in and swings the door shut. He stacks his books on the table and moves to examine the bag. He reads Rick's note again. He stares at the bag. He opens the bag and looks inside. Street, morning. The street of Sunset Avenue is fairly deserted on this late morning. The sky is overcast with heavy clouds. We see Arthur walking down the sidewalk of Sunset Ave. He is wearing his sunglasses and his leather jacket. He is making his way to the comic conspiracy just a block away. We see a beggar on the corner. It is Napoleon. He is wearing a tattered olive army coat. He appears to be a middle-aged white man with an extremely overgrown beard and unkempt, matted hair. He carries a sign in his hands. It reads Vet, homeless. Art walks past Napoleon without looking at him. Art stops just as he reaches the store. He turns and walks back to the beggar. Art reaches in his pocket and pulls out a handful of change which he quickly deposits into the man's can at his feet. Napoleon smiles a black-toothed smile. A thin stream of blood escapes from the man's nostril and races downward over greasy lips and dirt-smeared chin. The man's greasy face seems frozen in a smiling rictus of dementia. Art turns to walk back to the store. The beggar lunges out suddenly and seizes Arthur by the shoulder. Napoleon. Stay away from Booger Holler. Art watches in stunned silence and pushes his way out of the man's grip. The homeless man stays on the corner, but continues to screech at Arthur as he walks away from him. Napoleon. Dream for the thing that never sleeps. Dream. For it is coming. Arthur moves quickly to get to the store. All the while, he keeps his eyes on the madman. Napoleon. Screeches. Tequila-lee. Tequila-lee. Art can't stop himself from watching the suddenly animated man as he follows Art to the door of the comic conspiracy. Napoleon stumbles forward, knocking over the can at his feet. A dirty assortment of coins and crumpled dollar bills spill into the street. Napoleon falls to his knees and vomits in the middle of the street. Art hurriedly enters the store. Int, comic shop, morning. Int comic shop, morning. Jimmy gingerly applies glue to his Diodan Robot Warrior model kit. Kilroy leans over the gaming table trying too hard to mimic a general in a war room. Jimmy's tongue pokes out of his mouth as he touches the glue to the model's arm. His gut hangs out the bottom of his gray Halloween/serial killer t-shirt. Art slings the door open. He quickly passes Jimmy and moves around behind the counter. Jimmy. Called sharpersword.com. Kilroy. Yeah, whatever. Jimmy. Deviant sex and political intrigue. You would love it? Kilroy. I would love it if you would shut the fuck up for 5 damn minutes. Jimmy. They do columns about Onan, freedom fighters for the future. Kilroy. Art, it's about fucking time you got here. Now will you tell this bitch to shut the fuck up? Art searches through the books and magazines scattered near the register. He is trying to find the phone hidden under the mess. Jimmy. Art knows what I'm talking about. Kilroy. Then I feel sorry for him. Art locates the phone and quickly turns it on. He punches in 911. Jimmy. Onan says there's a socio-political zeitgeist happening called the Grand Harrymageddon. Arthur. In case you're curious, I'm calling 911. Jimmy stops working and looks up towards Art. Jimmy. Why? What's happening, Art? Art places the phone to his ear as he hurriedly walks out the front door. Arthur. There's some old guy out front that looks like he needs medical attention. Jimmy. Are you for real? Kilroy. That's just old Nene fucking around. Arthur. Who? Kilroy. Nene. Jimmy. Oh, him. Kilroy. Don't pay that bastard any attention. Exterior sidewalk. Art walks out to the sidewalk and looks down the street. Operator. Over the line. How may I help you? Arthur. Yes. I'm calling from. Overhead angle, empty street. It is completely empty. There is no sign of Napoleon. Operator. Sir. Where is your location? CU angle, Arthur. Art studies the eerie emptiness of the road. Arthur. I'm sorry. I dialed the wrong number. He turns the phone off. Wide angle, Arthur outside store. Art slowly turns and re-enters the store. Interior comic shop. Kilroy. You didn't give that fucker any money, did you? Jimmy. Looks at Art. What happened? Kilroy. To Art. Next time you go out, kick that drunken fucker in the teeth. Jimmy. Is he okay? Arthur. He's gone. Kilroy. Good. I keep telling him not to come around here with his begging ass. Art places the phone back behind the register. Kilroy. I've been waiting all day for that bastard to stop shouting. Kilroy returns to studying the map spread out on the tabletops in front of him. It is a map of the city of Andersonville and the surrounding county of Vanderman. A varied assortment of miniature figurines are scattered across the map. Art walks behind the glass cases lining the left side of the room. Arthur. You know that guy? Kilroy. Impatiently. I just told you, that's Napoleon. Arthur. Napoleon. Kilroy. That fucking fool is probably so drunk that he couldn't piss straight enough to hit his own shoes right now. Arthur. Are you fucking kidding me or what? Jimmy. We call him Nene. He's harmless. Kilroy. Don't give that fucker any money. He'll follow you everywhere you go. Arthur. He scared the shit out of me. Jimmy. Yeah, he scared me too. I almost crapped my pants when he came up behind me this morning. Kilroy. So. You probably crapped your pants last night. Jimmy. Vehemently. I did not. Arthur. I guess he's not hurting too bad since he ran off like that. Art retrieves his portfolio from behind the counter. Worm's eye angle, M.R. Smith's card and Arthur. Art pauses for a moment when he sees Mr. Smith's card still on the counter. Wide angle, Art at the register. Leaving his eyes on the card as he turns, Art makes his way to the glass counter at the opposite side of the room. Angle, drawing materials. Jimmy. Art, tell Kilroy about how cool Onan is. Arthur arranges his drafting tools and materials across the glass counter. Arthur. Ona what? Kilroy. Laughing. Do you see, Jimmy? Not even Art gives a shit about what you're talking about. Jimmy. Frustrated. Onan. That website. You know. The one I showed to you last week. Arthur places a large pristine sheet of white paper on the counter in front of him. Arthur. Half-heartedly. Yeah, okay. Jimmy. Tell him about those wicked S&M parties. Remember the pictures of the initiates jabbing needles into their eyeballs? What about when they were shoving razors under their skin? Kilroy. Jimmy, we've determined that no one gives a shit. So shut the fuck up. Angle, Jimmy as he frowns sourly. Jimmy turns his attention back to his robot model. Angle, Kilroy at the gaming table. Kilroy takes several of the figurines and carefully positions them on the map. Kilroy. Now forget all his bullshit. I have something important to say. Angle, Art. Arthur. Sounds exhausted. Oh, man. Angle, Kilroy. Kilroy. Listen to this. The general that knows the terrain has the advantage. Pretty cool, huh? Jimmy. What does that mean? Angle, Art. Jimmy and Kilroy's voices are drowned out by the rising buzz of white noise as Art focuses on the blank paper in front of him. See you Angle, the blank sheet of paper. See you Angle, Arthur. Mid-angle, Art as he begins drawing. Art moves his hand swiftly across the paper. He lightly marks the paper with swift broad strokes. Wide angle, Jimmy and Arthur reigned Kilroy. Jimmy. Did you eat a box of fortune cookies this weekend? Kilroy. Sun Tzu, biatch. Jimmy. Sun Tzu? What's that? Arthur. Still drawing. He was a general in feudal Japan. Kilroy is paraphrasing from Sun Tzu's book, The Art of War. Kilroy. Damn straight. Now, if you have any more questions you can shove them up your ass. I'm strategizing over here. Jimmy. Why do you take everything so seriously? It's just paintball. Kilroy. Tell me you didn't just say it's just paintball. Jimmy. It is just paintball. Kilroy. Explodes angrily. That fucking attitude is the reason your sorry ass let those motherfucking Trekkies sneak up on us. Those pointy-eared wimps lit us up last week. Jimmy. You're just mad because you've got a case of the blue balls. Kilroy. At least I have balls and I know I can call your mom if I want to use them. Jimmy. Hey, mister. That's not cool. Kilroy. Then shut the fuck up. The Don Mecha is addressing the troops. I am the motherfucking godfather of paintball. Art stops drawing. He looks up toward Kilroy and Jimmy. Arthur. Guys, give it a rest today. Kilroy. Right now, I have a vendetta with a hard-on. I want to see paintballs and blood in the streets. Arthur. How can you guys talk about all this trifling bullshit? Jimmy. Geez, who peed in your corny puffs this morning, mister? Arthur. The whole world is going fucking insane. All you can talk about are websites and war games. Kilroy. Listen up and listen good. Urban paintball is the civilians' last free training ground for urban warfare. Arthur. Give me a fucking break. Kilroy. It is our patriotic duty as God-fearing Americans to be prepared to defend our streets. Arthur. Please just give my ears a rest this morning. Kilroy. It doesn't matter if it's the armies of those cocksucking commies or the New World Order. It'll still be our dicks in the dirt when the big black boot comes down. Jimmy. I think Kilroy's been sniffing glue again. Art places the pencil down and crumbles his drawing in frustration. Kilroy walks to Jimmy and snatches a bottle from his model kit. He shoves the bottle under Jimmy's nose. Kilroy. You better start sniffing glue if that's what it takes to wake you up to reality. Jimmy jerks his head back from Kilroy. Jimmy. Quit farting around. You almost killed me. Kilroy. I'll try harder next time. Jimmy snatches the bottle from Kilroy. Jimmy. This isn't glue, fart breath. It's hydrochloric acid, you maniac. Jimmy tightens the bottle top before returning the acid to its place in his kit. Art opens a drawer at the foot of the case and lifts a chessboard out. He places the board on the case in front of him. Kilroy turns and walks back to the gaming table. Kilroy. Pay attention. Jimmy. We're in the same room with you, you know. You don't have to shout all the freaking time. Art focuses on the chessboard. He tries his best to block out Jimmy and Kilroy. Kilroy reaches into his pocket and retrieves a collapsible pointer. He extends the pointer with a snap. Kilroy waves the pointer around the map as he begins speaking. Kilroy. You guys think you're so smart. Jimmy. Happily agrees. Yeah. Kilroy. Well, what do you little schoolgirl bitches know about the science of sacred geometry? Jimmy. Sacred what? Kilroy. Perhaps you would like me to elucidate the subject for you. Arthur. Kilroy, shit, or get off the pot. This is weak. Kilroy. I'll break it down simply, so your little minds can understand. Arthur. Kilroy, what does this have to do with the price of rice in China? Kilroy. Sacred geometry is the science of understanding the electromagnetic building blocks of the known universe through numbers and measurement. Arthur. Don't you care that there's a fucking sociopathic mass murderer running loose in Andersonville? Kilroy. Who gives a fuck that a couple syphilitic teenagers got slashed while making the beast with two backs? This is more important. Arthur. I give up. Kilroy. Government buildings all across the world are being built according to occult geometric specifications. Arthur. Here we go again. Jimmy. Kilroy, you think everything is a conspiracy. The world's more complex than that. Kilroy. You sheep stay in the darkness and keep ignoring the truth of what is happening in the world you live in. Jimmy. That's crazy talk, dude. Kilroy. Next time you go to Washington, D.C. to see the woolly bald mammoth, take time to ask some questions. See what people say when you ask about the satanic patterns displayed throughout the city. Jimmy. They would say you're a friggin' nut job. Kilroy. Ask about the pyramid on the top of the Washington Monument. Ask about the design of the very streets around Capitol Hill. Arthur. I wish you would ask someone about a Valium. Kilroy. It's all occult symbols. What about the fucking Pentagon? Give me a fucking break. It's a pentagram. That's as plain as the dick in your mouth. This isn't science fiction, bitch. This is science reality. Jimmy. What does this have to do with paintball games in Andersonville? Kilroy. I have discovered the occult geometry of Andersonville. There is a positive ley line flowing underneath these streets. Art stops arranging the chess pieces and looks up to Jimmy and Kilroy. Arthur. A ley line? Are you sure? Jimmy. Laid lines. That sounds like fun. Kilroy swings his pointer in a wide arc and points at Jimmy. Art reaches down and picks up the white queen. He suddenly thinks about Bella. He holds it above the board for a moment, but then places it back. Kilroy points to the map with his pointer. Kilroy. As I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. By using the science of sacred geometry, I have determined this ley line runs directly under 5th Street, straight through the city. Jimmy. What is a laid line? Arthur. Ley line. It is the theory that lines of natural occult energy run over the surface of the planet. The Chinese call it dragon lines. Art picks up the telephone. Jimmy. You mean, like power lines? Kilroy. No. Power lines and telephone poles were erected to manipulate the flow of ley lines, but that goes all the way back to Nikola Tesla and the unified field theory of electromagnetic resonance. Jimmy. Haha. He said erected. Arthur. Can you two chill for a minute while I make a call? Art punches Bella's telephone number into the phone and places it to his ear. Kilroy. What your unevolved mind fails to grasp is that we have an unlimited occult power source at our disposal. Jimmy. So. Big frigging hoop-tee-woo to you. Kilroy. Free mystic energy is running underneath our feet. Jimmy. This has nothing to do with paintball. Arthur. Into the phone. Hey, Bella. Art takes the phone away from his ear and turns it off in disgust. Arthur. Fucking answering machine. Kilroy. At next week's war game, we'll use the ley line. It runs parallel to 14th Street. The ley line will build up our willpower better than psychic Viagra. Jimmy. Okay. Does this mean it'll make my Captain Howdy stand at attention? Kilroy. When those fucking Trekkies walk past us, we'll blast on them from behind the Circle Stop gas station. We'll be so jacked on psychic PCP that those fags won't stand a chance. Jimmy. Hey, that's not such a bad idea. Kilroy. We'll teach them. You fuck with the soldiers of the Sith. Kilroy makes the sign of rock and roll with his fingers and reaches out to Art. Jimmy. Yeah, you get your ass punked. Rock and roll, dude. Arthur. Laughing. You guys are pathetic. You keep right on talking all that gangsta wanksta crap. That's the best you can come up with? An ambush? Kilroy. Shit, that wasn't anything. Arthur. Correct me if I misunderstood. Your master plan is to hide, then jump out and shoot them? Jimmy. Yeah, it's great. Arthur. Did you spend all morning studying cartoons to come up with that one? Why don't you just paint a tunnel entrance on the side of a building and then trick them into walking into it? Great plan, numbnuts. Kilroy. Playa hating on me won't solve your fucked up life, cuz. Art looks down to the phone in his hand. He closes his eyes as he remembers the pain he is feeling over Bella. Jimmy stops working on his model and looks up at the clock. Jimmy. Hey, it's after 12 already. Jimmy moves over to the counter where the laptop is folded. Jimmy. I need to check my email. Jimmy opens the laptop and turns it on. Jimmy smoothly and quickly types passwords and commands into the computer. Kilroy. See if there are any updates on the numbers killer. Jimmy. Yeah, I want to see if anyone has checked out the website yet. Art hits the redial and returns the phone to his ear. Jimmy clicks the computer mouse and scoots it around the pad. Arthur. Website? What are you talking about? Jimmy. Numberskiller.com when we found out the domain was still available. Angle, computer screen. Jimmy. We built the site as soon as we could. Angle. Kilroy. People are downloading this serial killer shit faster than a priest goes through altar boys. After several rings, Arthur hears a click over the phone line when someone picks it up. Arthur moves across the room to the register so he can get away from Jimmy and Kilroy. Arthur. Bella. Man. A deeply voiced man speaks over the phone line. Hello. No, this isn't Isabel. Who's this? Arthur. Well, who the fuck is this? Bella. We hear her speaking in the background. I told you not to do that. May I please have the phone? Arthur listens in stunned silence. Bella. Hello, this is Isabella speaking. Arthur. Bella, who the hell was that? Bella. That's just Tomash. You are well aware that I've been tutoring him for the past 3 months, Arthur. Arthur. I'll bet you're tutoring him. What is he doing answering your phone? Bella. Well, I appreciate the concern, Arthur. But it's too little, too late. Arthur. Look, Bella. I didn't call you start an argument. I've been trying to call you for days, but I keep getting your machine. Bella. I've been very busy, Arthur. Arthur. Bella, we need to talk. We can't end it this way. I know I've been a self-absorbed, egocentric prick. Bella. Right so far. Arthur. I don't have a good excuse, I'm an artist. Bella. Arthur, I don't have time for your introspective psychoanalytical sessions right now. Arthur. Pleading. Bella. Bella. You always talk about making changes and behaving more responsibly, but that's all it ever amounts to. Talk. Arthur. Bella, don't. Bella. You and I had fun while it lasted, but it's time to move on. Arthur. I am making changes. That's why I called you. Arthur stops for a moment. He takes a deep breath to compose himself. Bella. Arthur, you haven't changed anything since you started working at that comic book store. The Peter Pan complex was fun for the first few dates, but that routine got old quick. Arthur. Though this be madness, yet there is method in it. Bella. Lay off the Shakespeare, Arthur. It's tried. Arthur. At least I aim to entertain. Bella. Let's see if I can predict your entertainment for today. You're tired because you stayed up too late last night. Arthur. You know I go a little crazy when I'm writing. Bella. You finally rolled out of bed around 12. Then you choked down a substantial breakfast of toaster pastries while speeding to work. Arthur places his hand on the counter as he leans on it. He places his hand directly on top of Mr. Smith's card without realizing it. Arthur. I wish my life were that simple. Arthur backs away from the register. He brings his hand back and feels something stuck to it. Bella. Now you're ready for your first major decision of the day. Do you read comics or just play video games for 6 hours? Did I leave anything out? Arthur. All of this is taken out of context. I have to stay up late because I'm researching several projects at once. Arthur turns his hand over and sees Mr. Smith's business card stuck to his palm. Bella. Through the phone. I've heard this all before, Arthur. What have you done today to make a true attempt at change? Arthur. Well, that's really part of why I called you. Art looks down at Mr. Smith's card for a moment. His mind races madly trying to think of what to say next. Arthur. I called you because I need your help. Bella. Oh really? Arthur. I have an interview to go to. Bella. You need my help because you have an interview? Arthur. That's right. I haven't been to an interview in years. I need help seeming professional. Bella. Arthur, this is the stupidest line I've ever heard. I told you that I'm not playing games with you anymore. Arthur. I'm not playing games this time. I just don't have anyone else to ask for advice. Bella. Now you'll have to excuse me. I have people waiting on me. Arthur. I mean, come on. I work with a guy that calls himself Kilroy. Bella. Arthur, I need to go. Tomash is waiting on me. Can we talk about this later? Arthur. Please, Bella. I just need a little help. There is a long moment of silence from the other end of the phone line. Bella. What company is your interview with? Arthur pumps his arm in a victory celebration. Arthur. Smiling. Pyramid Publishing, they're out of Dallas. Their head publisher is in town for a few days and he wants to meet with me. There is a silence on the other end of the phone line. Bella. I'll do this only if you say that by my doing so, it will give you a sense of closure. Arthur. I appreciate it, babe. You won't regret this. Bella. Arthur, why don't you call me tomorrow morning and give me the details? I really must excuse myself, I have people waiting. Arthur. Okay, I'll call you. Bella. Goodbye, Arthur. Arthur. It was good to talk to you, Bella. I missed you. Click. Bella hangs up. Arthur takes the phone away from his ear and then holds it up in front of his face. Arthur. Yelling at the phone. Tell Tomash to learn how to pronounce his fucking name right. He's in America now. Art turns to see Kilroy and Jimmy staring blankly at him. Arthur. What? Jimmy returns his attention to his computer screen. Angle, Art. Art turns the card over. He studies the words on the back. See you, Angle, Mr. Smith's card. Whoever flees at the sound of terror will fall into a pit. Isaiah 24:18. Angle, Art, Kilroy, and Jimmy. Kilroy. You fucking spineless jellyfish piece of shit. Arthur. Shut the fuck up. Kilroy. Your bitch ass rolled over without even being kissed. Trick ass motherfucker. Arthur. Kilroy, you haven't had pussy since pussy had you. Kilroy. At least I don't beg for it, you begging ass bitch. Arthur. Shut up, sit down, and take notes. Kilroy. Whatever. Arthur. I'll teach you boys a thing or two about running a game. Arthur snatches Mr. Smith's card from the garbage. Arthur walks back to the chessboard. He quickly dials the number into the phone. Arthur. Hello, Mr. Smith. This is Arthur Kurtzberg. We spoke at the Comic Conspiracy yesterday. Art nods to Kilroy and Jimmy and flashes a thumbs up sign. Arthur. You said to give you a call. My number is 555-5309. Thank you. Arthur hangs up. Angle, Arthu Rand chessboard. Arthur studies the pieces on the board. Angle, Arthur, Kilroy, and Jimmy. Kilroy. You denounced this guy yesterday. Now you're begging him to. Nice one. Bitch. Jimmy. Hey dude, check this out. Kilroy. What now? Jimmy. The number's killer, dude. Kilroy. It's about damn time. Arthur. What does it say? Jimmy. Let's see. Blah, 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 found brutally murdered. Blah, 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 Kilroy. Save the drama, you fat bastard. What does it say? Jimmy. It says one of the victims' bodies was exsanguinated. Kilroy. So. What's the big fucking deal about that? Arthur. That means it didn't have any blood. Kilroy. I fucking know what exsanguinated means, Art. Jimmy. Blah, blah. Dismembered state. Blah, 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 strange marks on the body. Blah, blah, uh-oh. Kilroy. What oh? Out with it, bitch. Jimmy. Identified as Trey Cunningham and Bianca. Arthur. Bianca Wells. What the hell are you talking about? Jimmy. That's what it says right here. Honest Injun. Kilroy. That is fucking insane, man. Angle, Art and chessboard. Arthur. What does it say about? Arthur. Emma. Angle, Arthur, Kilroy, and Jimmy. Arthur rushes out the front door. Int, Andersonville Police Station, Day. Andersonville's police station is quite small. We see officers walking through the small hallway. We hear phones ringing intermingled with the buzz of daily activity. Nay nay, OS. For the heart is deceitful above all things, and desperately wicked. We see an officer struggling with a wild-eyed preacher in handcuffs as he escorts him down the hall. Officer. Come on, nay nay. That's enough hellfire and brimstone for today. Nay nay. The sinners in Zion are afraid. Fearfulness hath surprised the hypocrites. Officer. Are you getting an early start on your weekend, nay nay? The officer drags nay nay around the corner. Art walks into view with another officer. Officer Hayes, a handsome young officer that looks like he came straight from a recruiting poster. He also buys his comics at the Comic Conspiracy. Nay nay, OS. Who among us shall dwell with the devouring fire? Hayes. The phones have been going off the hook this week. Arthur. They're going apeshit just in time for Halloween. Hayes. Everyone is seeing the numbers killers standing outside their window. Arthur. It's like some lame slasher movie cliché. Hayes. If it ain't the boogeyman, then it's grandma naked up the tree with an 18 black dildo. Arthur. Yeah, gotta love grandma. They stop in front of LT Duval's office door. Hayes looks around to see if anyone is paying attention to him. Hayes. She's been in here all day with the doctor and that detective, Lieutenant Duval. Arthur reaches to open the door. Officer Hayes stops Arthur with a hand on his shoulder. Hayes. Aren't you forgetting something? Arthur reaches under his shirt. He retrieves a bagged comic from underneath. He holds the book out to Officer Hayes. Arthur. Advance Ashcan copy of Avatar and the Grail of Infinity Issue 1. Hayes carefully takes the book with both hands. He stares in wonder at the cover. Hayes. Bagged. Boarded. And signed by the artist, Coy Turnbull. Arthur. Not yet available in stores. Hayes. Smiling. Sweet. Arthur. I was just waiting for the right time, Pete. Hayes. Don't tell anyone about this. It's my ass that will end up in the sling. Arthur. Don't sweat it. I'll make it quick. Hayes. Just hurry before Lieutenant Polly gets back. Int, office. LT Duval's office is indicative of small-town police stations. Small. Cluttered with boxes and files burying the desk. Angle, Art's POV, on Emma. Emma sits with her back to the camera in a chair. Angle, XCU, Emma's hands. Emma's fingers roll rosary beads back and forth as she prays nervously. Angle, close, Emma's face. Tears stream from beneath her black sunglasses. Her hair is unkempt and falls in her face. Emma whispers in Spanish. Forgive us our trespasses. We see Arthur enter behind Emma. Emma quickly blots her tears with a tissue. She sits up straight in the chair trying to hide her vulnerability from Arthur. Angle, Emma and Arthur. Emma mistakenly believes Arthurus LT Duval returning. Emma. Have you been able to get in touch with my mother, yet? Arthur. Emma. Emma turns slowly. Emma. Disbelieving. Art. She stands and collapses into Arthur's arms. Arthur. Emma, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Are you hurt? She hides her face in his chest. Emma. I can't believe it. Arthur. I'm sorry. We're all in shock over this. Emma. We were just talking. I was. Emma sobs involuntarily while choking back tears. Emma. She was. Emma pulls back and turns away from Arthur. Emma momentarily bursts into tears. Arthur. SHHH. It's okay. You don't have to talk about it now. Arthur. I wanted to let you know that I'm here for you. If you need anything. She dries her tears to regain her composure. Emma. Thank you. No. I'm fine. Arthur. I'm sorry, Emma. This is all so crazy. Emma. I feel like I'm dreaming. Arthur. It's like a nightmare. Emma faces Arthur. Emma. Art. They fall silent as they look at one another. Angle, door. The door swings open behind the pair. Lieutenant Solly Duvall enters, good old Southern boy turned lawman. Dedicated and trustworthy. He is wearing down due to too much overtime as of late. LT. Duvall wears a short-sleeve dress shirt with suspenders and a shoulder holster. His bushy mustache is stained brown from excessive amounts of coffee. His attention is focused on an overly full cup of coffee in his hand. LT Duvall. Sorry that took so long. We had to find the interpreter. LT Duvall stops and looks up at Arthur. LT Duvall. Now what in the hell? LT Duvall slowly places his cup on the desk. His eyes never leave Arthur. Arthur. I'm here to. LT Duvall. Interrupts. I'm about to bust your ass so hard, you'll feel like you got fucked by a bull with both horns. Arthur. I'm just a friend. I came to check on Emma. LT Duvall. Who are you? Let me see your ID. Arthur. Yes, sir. Arthur extends his license to LT Duvall. LT Duvall reaches out and with an expected movement seizes Arthurby the wrist. He leverages Arthur's arm around behind his back and forces him against the wall. Arthur. What the fuck? Emma. It's okay, Lieutenant. Art is my friend. LT Duvall. Smiles to Emma. Don't you worry your pretty little head now, sugar plum. Duvall opens the door and forces Arthur into the hall. Hint, hallway. Duvall pins Arthur face first to the wall. Arthur. I'm just here to help, sir. LT Duvall. You let me be the judge of that, shitface. Arthur. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come back here. LT Duvall. Judge. Jury. An executioner. That's what I am around here. Arthur. Excuse me, sir, but I really just came to check on Emma. LT Duvall. I know a group of good old boys that would love to hog slap a pretty little thing like you, boy. Arthur. Yes, sir. With all due respect, sir, but I think you're getting a little weird. LT Duvall spins Arthur around to face him. LT Duvall. Keep mouthing off. Either you're the dumbest shitheel on the planet, or you're the smartest. Arthur. Yes, sir. LT Duvall. You better start talking before I hit you with a phone book full of charges. What is your relation to Wells and Cunningham? Duvall reaches into Arthur's pocket, taking his wallet. He flips through the cards in Arthur's wallet. Arthur. We're just friends. Sir, I honestly don't know what is happening. Duval stops searching. He extracts a card from the comic shop. Lt. Duval. The Comic Conspiracy. What's this for? Arthur. I work there. Or I did work there, that is. Lt. Duval. So you're some kind of comic book freak. How long have they been coming to your store? Arthur. A few years. I wouldn't quite say I'm a comic book freak, I'm an artist. Lt. Duval. An artist, huh? Well, I can connect the dots on the corn in my shit, so does that make me an artist? 132 Sunset Street? Lt. Duval realizes the store is located close to the scene of the weekend's murders. Arthur. I feel better knowing Emma is safe. I'll just be going now, sir. Duval pushes Arthur into the wall. Lt. Duval. You better make love to that wall, punk. Duval eyes Arthur and down suspiciously. Lt. Duval. Are you comic geeks trying to play games out there? Getting tired of graffiti and paintballs? Arthur. Sir. Lt. Duval. You believe you're some kind of hero? Got superpowers? Believe in vampires? Arthur. Vampires. Lt. Duval. I'm coming down to that store to look around. You better hope I don't find out anything funny is going on. Arthur. Yes, sir. Lt. Duval. I've got a 357 Magnum that'll take care of faggot-sucking vampires quicker than a stake through the heart. Arthur. Whatever you say, sir. Lt. Duval turns to yell toward the bullpen. Lt. Duval. Hayes, get your ass out here. Officer Hayes peeks out through the bullpen doorway. Hayes. Yes, Lieutenant. Lt. Duval. Comic book boy needs a place to stay tonight. Arthur. Wait a second. Lt. Duval. I need to make sure little Dracula doesn't grow legs until I get out to that comic store. Hayes. Yes, sir. Hayes grabs Arthur by the arm. Arthur. I didn't do anything wrong. Lt. Duval. Try trespassing, obstruction of justice, accessory to murder, and anything else I can think of to keep from getting bored tonight. Hayes. Come on, scumbag. Hayes pulls Arthur around the corner, out of Duval's sight. Angle, Art and Hayes. Hayes stops. He looks back to make sure Duval isn't following. Hayes. Art, you dumbass. I told you. Arthur. I'm sorry, Pete. I had to see Emma. Hayes. You better get out of here now. Arthur. I owe you big for this. I'll make sure you get that last copy of Bad Girls USA #1. The pair continues down the hall, running into the flailing Nene. Angle, mid-3-shot Nene's back, Art and Hayes. Hayes. Surprised. Holy shit. Angle, X-close, preacher. Nene. It is appointed unto men once to die, but after this, the judgment. Teak Lily. Teak Lily. Int, office. Angle, wide, Emma. Emma dries her eyes with a tissue. She removes her sunglasses and pats at them gently. Angle, XCU, Emma. Emma looks up and stares blankly out the window for a moment. Emma screams suddenly. Camera pans over to the window and we see fresh dripping blood smeared outside the window, apparently spelling a word. Angle, CU, window. Emma. Int, art studio, night. We see Arthur sitting at his drafting table. He stares quietly at a drawing as the camera moves in. He feels extreme frustration at his lack of productivity. He spins away from the table and drops his hands into his hands. Angle, book. Arthur glances over to the book given to him by Jacob, The Hidden Mask. He picks it up and begins flipping through the pages. Arthur. Whispering. This palace of charred bone had once been a domain of a beast older than the universe and wider than good and evil. The chaos beasts were from a pit of anguish and agony beyond human perceptions. These omnidimensional creatures were a homicidal race whose vile credo would infect time and the universe itself, affecting all of humanity with their sadistic machinations. Angle, illustration of Tentacle King. The camera moves in close to the illustration of the grotesque Tentacle King of the Whispering Realm. We see a large smooth-headed beast with soulless black eyes and many tentacles flapping from where its face should have opened into a mouth. The camera moves in close to the illustration of the grotesque Tentacle King of the Whispering Realm. We see a large smooth-headed beast with soulless black eyes and many tentacles flapping from where its face should have opened into a mouth. Slime oozes from every pore in its skin. Gibson calmly inhales from his pipe and resumes his game of cards. Gibson. Gentlemen, you're early. The assassins flank Gibson. Gibson. Why don't you join me in a game while we wait for my guest? Glowing eyes assassin. The saints of the sharper sword are not interested in games, Reeves. Octopus head assassin. Return the revelation sigil. Gibson. Laughing. Calling you the saints now? Don't you think that's a bit pretentious for a group of elitist Anglo-Saxon Protestant bastards? Glowing eyes assassin. Give us the manuscript. Octopus head assassin. The Grand Whisperer soon returns. We must prepare the way for Harrymageddon. Gibson. Sorry, boys. I can't help you there. The world's not ready for it yet. Glowing eyes assassin. Return to the fold and we may spare you. Octopus head assassin. We could show you mercy and not devour your soul. Gibson. We all must come to terms with our own mortality eventually. Even your little cult will come to an end one day. Glowing eyes assassin. The sharper sword cuts through the illusion of mortality. Octopus head assassin. The sharper sword cuts through your soul. Gibson draws a card and slaps it on the table. Angle, close, the Joker. Angle, Gibson and the assassins. The assassins raise their blades and move towards Gibson. Angle, close. The candles. The candles blow out suddenly. Gibson seizes the tomahawk pipe and stands to meet their attack. Silence. Angle, the assassins. The assassins seem frozen in stasis. Their arms are raised to attack, yet they do not move. The unmoving assassins are pulled back from the camera by an unseen force. They melt into the shadows beyond the table. Smoke billows up from the floor and surrounds Gibson at the table. Dream sequence video montage. In bedroom, night. We hear a rustling in the dark. Arthur rises from bed and turns on the bedroom lights. Arthur walks through the living room and out the front door. He appears to be walking through an endless white room. He walks past a chessboard. He walks past Emma and Bella lying inverted side by side on a giant bed with white silk sheets. Peacock phoenix feathers blow across the sleeping women. Arthur runs through the endless white room. He runs outside and stares at his hands, they are covered in blood. Arthur starts screaming. He suddenly finds himself looking at Booger Holler. And the shape in the darkness looks back at him. Arthur snaps awake with a shout. He wipes the sweat from his brow and breathes heavily as he sits at the edge of his bed. He rises and goes into the living room. He positions himself on the couch in front of the coffee table. He glances around the quiet house, scanning for observers. He leans in and opens the top of Rick's bag and looks inside. Cut to. Int, bedroom. Night. Emma kneels in prayer at the foot of her bed. She holds her rosary beads to her lips. She makes the sign of the cross across her forehead and breast. She starts suddenly as though hearing something behind her. She turns and looks into camera. She sees the open window. Emma walks over and looks out into the darkness outside. Beyond the window there is only night. A cacophony of birds explodes above the trees, creating a roar with the beating of their wings. Emma closes the window and snaps the drapes shut. Hint: abandoned metal shop, night. We see Claire, bound and gagged. She lies in a dark room crying. She has been trapped here without food or water for several days. Claire crawls to the door. She bangs and scratches futilely against the metal door. The door creaks open. Claire crawls into the hallway. She looks down the hall for sign of the numbers killer. Nothing. She notices a shaft of light coming through a cracked window. She makes her way painfully towards the window. She claws up to the window. She strains to push it open and begins squeezing through the opening. She barely fits through the opening. We see the numbers killer appear from the darkness. The numbers killer silently glides over to Claire. She continues squeezing through the window. She reaches the ground with her hands and begins sliding her legs through the opening. She feels hope well up inside her. The numbers killer seizes Claire by the ankles. Claire screeches in despair through her gag. He drags her back through the window. The numbers killer brandishes a blade at Claire. He slowly carves a small figure into her forearm, prompting more screams from his victim. Claire holds her hands up to protect herself. He grabs her hand, turning her palm up. He slashes the knife across her palm, leaving an odd angular marking. The numbers killer steps back from Claire, allowing her to crawl away. She leaves a trail of blood. He follows behind her as she makes her way to the wall. Trapped in the corner, she turns in fear. The numbers killer taunts her by slashing the knife in front of her. The numbers killer grasps his mask at the edge. He begins peeling it away to reveal his face to Claire. Camera cuts away before he lifts mask. Claire's eyes widen in unspeakable terror at the horror she beholds. Claire screeches in horror as she sees his face. Tears pour from her eyes. She turns and almost comically tries to climb up the sheer wall of the metal shop. He reaches in to grasp Claire as she continues screaming. Title card, 4. Wednesday. Hint: TV studio, day. We join the local morning news show already in progress as the graphics package flashes WCRV news across the screen. Newscaster. Breaking news just in. At approximately 5:55 a.m., a call was put into 911 stating there had been a murder. The caller specified an abandoned building on the corner of North and Cooper in downtown Andersonville and a name, Claire King. Law enforcement authorities report they found an unidentified body on the roof of the building. Police state the search for King will continue as the body was decidedly mutilated and at this time remains unidentified. More on the story as it develops. Be sure to stay tuned to WCRV News for your Carolinas news curve. Hint: Arthur's bedroom. Morning. The news plays through the TV on the dresser. We are in Arthur's room again. Mom slowly pushes the door to Arthur's bedroom open. She strides across the room to hit the power button on the TV. Mom. Oh, Arthur, you really shouldn't leave the TV running all night. You shouldn't be watching television in the dark anyway. You know that's bad for your eyes. Arthur. She pauses and looks at the bed. Mom. Arthur. She pulls the covers back, revealing an empty bed. Hint: comic conspiracy. Day. The front door to the comic shop swings open and Jimmy strolls in wearing a heavy black jacket. His hand extends out holding his space rock aloft, admiring it in the sunlight. He stops a few steps in and stares dumbfounded at the store. Everything has been rearranged. Jimmy. Arthur, holy fried bantha poo. You, friggin'. Jimmy staggers another step. He seems speechless. Jimmy. You changed the whole store around. Arthur stands behind the register, now on the opposite side of the room. He calmly opens this week's box of new arrivals. Arthur's pocket knife slices open several layers of tape on the box. Celtic knots run along the design of the handle. Arthur open this week's new arrivals. Arthur. Don't get your spandex in a wad. Jimmy. This is crazy. Arthur. A little change in point of view makes all the difference between sainthood and schizophrenia. Jimmy. What the heck did you do that for? Arthur. I had a little touch of insomnia last night, so I decided to implement a few of the changes Rick has been talking about. Arthur turns to the back of the store where Spike sits in front of an array of books and drafting materials. Arthur. Spike likes it? Spike. Yeah. It's cool. Arthur. See. Spike says it's cool. It's time to start taking action, Jimmy. Jimmy. A few changes. Arthur. No more hiding. Time to leave our safe little existential fog. Nice coat, by the way. Expecting a blizzard or something? Jimmy starts to explain but stops himself. He pulls a newspaper from within the folds of his coat. He holds the paper up and reads. Jimmy. Clears his throat. Ahem. Several residents reported sightings of a large man apparently wearing a long black trench coat and hat. If you have any information about the man in black or the numbers killer, please contact, blah blah, whatever. But anyway, check it out. Jimmy holds his arms out and turns in place with a big grin on his face. Arthur. Jimmy. It's hard enough getting new customers to come in here. Please don't scare them when they do. Jimmy. Look. I don't want to say anything in front of the kid, but I'm not the one you need to worry about. Jimmy leans over the counter. He looks around eyeing Spike nervously. He leans closer to Arthur. Jimmy. I've been wanting to talk to you. Have you noticed how Kilroy's been acting lately? Arthur continues working. Arthur. What? Kilroy is Kilroy. Jimmy. I'm serious. Watch him. Arthur. He's an insufferable son of a bitch at times, but he's harmless. Spike. Hey, Art. Jimmy. Spike. Why aren't you in school, you snot-nosed punk? Spike. School's cancelled, dork. Art, this is boring. Arthur steps in between the two. He pulls Spike to the side. Jimmy. Muttering. You're a dork. Arthur. Listen, Spike. Arthur walks around the counter and leads Spike back to the table. Arthur. You want to draw comics, right? Well, comics are more than just a bunch of sadomasochistic steroid-abusing spandex-wearing anal retentives. Arthur takes the book from Spike and flips it open to a random page. Arthur. It is myth and folk tales. A comic shop is a place outside of time. A sanctuary. You come here and you can be transported anywhere. It is like comics are more than what's just on the page. It's deeper than just words and pictures. It's words and pictures. You have to know it all. Learn something from every page. Spike. What do you expect me to learn from that? Arthur. See. Look at this Syrah for example. What can we learn from it? It's more than just a lot of dots on a canvas. This is pointillism at its finest. Look. We learn to pull back and look at things as a whole. It's a Syrah, George Syrah. He painted all these tiny color dots to show how it would merge into super solid forms. All of the little parts make up a different whole. Arthur's words trail off and he seems mesmerized by the painting for a moment. He experiences a moment of realization. Arthur. Mutters. Pull back and look. Spike. What the heck are you talking about? Arthur. Huh. Jimmy. Art is giving you one of his art lessons, you punk. Clean the crumbs out of your ears and pay attention, you poster child for attention deficit disorder. Spike. Shut up, Jimmy. Jimmy. Kiss my grits, punk. Spike. Thanks, Art. I got to go. Spike grabs his notebook and heads towards the door. Jimmy. I've been looking for you anyway. Spike. Time to eat. See you later. Jimmy. You still owe me for that Bulletproof Muse Special Edition number 5. Jimmy, shouldn't you be off somewhere smelling little girls' bike seats? Jimmy. Careful, Spike. The bogeyman is gonna get you. Spike. Shut up, punk. Jimmy. I'll give the numbers killer your address. 2525 Sylvan Lane. 2525 2525. Spike. Shut up. Jimmy. Taunting. The numbers killer's gonna get you. 2525. 2525. Spike. Shut up. Shut up. Jimmy. Your number's up. Your number's up. Arthur. Jimmy, would you cool it with that numbers killer crap? Spike hurries out the front door. Jimmy. What's the big deal? I'm just joking. Arthur. Come on, man. Some of your friends, people you know, have been killed, for real killed. Don't you think it's a tiny bit inappropriate to make jokes at the expense of your dead fucking friends? Jimmy. Man, why are you always so serious? It's such a buzzkill, Art. Arthur. Whispers. Your number's up. Cut to. Int, storeroom, day. Arthur carries another load of cardboard into the back. He moves a few fixtures to create room for the collapsed boxes. A gleam of light hits his eye as he scoots a tower to the wall. He leans in close to inspect a small metallic disc embedded in the wall. The talisman is covered with Celtic knots and markings. Something clinks into a metal fixture at the foot of the stairs. Arthur freezes, realizing there is someone else in the room with him. He slowly edges back toward the door. The old wooden steps creak as Arthur passes by. He freezes. Something stirs at the top of the steps. Arthur looks to the door and safety, but heads under the steps. He quietly picks up a ball-peen hammer off a nearby box. He creeps slowly to the steps. A shadow lunges down at him. Arthur. Wah. Kilroy. Yarg. Arthur. Kilroy, you damn. Kilroy. My old lady threw me out. Arthur. You almost gave me a heart attack. Kilroy. Mutters. I don't give a damn. Her kids never shut the fuck up, screaming, crying, he said, she said bullshit all day long. Arthur. What the hell were you doing up there? Kilroy. Breaking into Rick's office. Arthur. What the hell is this? Kilroy crouches on his knees at the top of the steps. His hand feverishly works a small metal widget in the doorknob. The box at Kilroy's feet. Metal clanks inside the cardboard box next to Kilroy. Kilroy. Don't touch that. It's a secret science project. I've had a few ideas. Like seeing what's behind this door. Arthur. What is going on? You and Jimmy are acting like idiots lately. Kilroy. What was that? What are you looking at me like that for? Arthur. What look? What do you mean? Kilroy. I saw that look and I don't fucking appreciate it. If there's anyone you need to watch, it's yourself. Kilroy puts a finger to his lips. He listens for a moment. He pulls Arthur in with a hand at his collar. Kilroy. Listen, no matter what happens, no matter what you think you know is true, never forget the golden rule of the conspiracy, every smoking gun has a magic bullet. Arthur. Kilroy, you're not making any sense. Arthur stops Kilroy as his hand grasps the doorknob. Cut to. Int, comic shop, day. Arthur sets Rick's bag on the counter in front of Jimmy and Kilroy. Arthur. I don't know why I'm showing this to you when my every instinct tells me not to. But we can't count on the police and I don't know who else to trust. Kilroy. Don't even say police. Jimmy. Don't you mean don't say parole? Ha. Kilroy. No, it's because I put in a call to my man in the company. He says we're in a red hot kill zone. Black Ops activity is up across the board. It's running all the way down the line on this one, from the FBI and the X-Files to the local cops. We're on our own. Jimmy. All we need now is a dog and a psychedelic van and we'll make a fine gang of pesky kids. Don't be in such a rush to play nosy teen, Kilroy. People are getting killed. Arthur. Rick left this for me on Monday. That's when all this weird shit started. Arthur opens the bag and lifts out a small package wrapped in bubble wrap. He sets the package on the table and carefully loosens the bubble wrap. He steps back revealing a small obsidian box carved with occult signs embossed in gold. Kilroy. What's in it? Arthur. Schrodinger's cat for all I know. Jimmy. There's not a cat in it. Is it dead? Kilroy. It's not a real cat, Bama boy. He talking about quantum mechanics. He means he hasn't opened the box yet. Jimmy. What's that supposed to mean? Kilroy. Forget it. You can't even work a rubber band. How could you possibly understand quantum theory? Let's just open the fucking box. Arthur. I don't know guys, Rick told me to keep it safe. Jimmy. Go ahead and open it. Arthur begins shifting nervously. He suddenly feels anxious watching Kilroy and Jimmy handle the box so carelessly. Arthur. Wait. Jimmy. What? Arthur. I don't know, I just, give it here. Arthur snatches the box from Kilroy. Arthur. You have to be careful. This is a valuable collectible. I'll open it. Arthur strains momentarily as he tries to pry the box open in vain. Arthur. Straining. Aaron. Arthur. It won't open. Jimmy. It must be rusted shut. Arthur. There's not a bit of rust on the hinges. No dust on the lacquered surface. It's immaculate. Kilroy. Give it here, son. Let a meat eater have a go at it. Kilroy strains fruitlessly to open the box. Jimmy. Ha, ha. Kilroy. Fucking Chinese torture box. It just needs a few taps to get it loose. Kilroy takes the box in both hands and moves to tap it against the edge of the table. Arthur lunges forward and grabs the box from him. Kilroy. Hey. Fucker. Jimmy. It's not Chinese. Arthur holds the box up and eyes it longingly. Arthur. It's different, older, ancient. Kilroy. Okay. So Rick nabbed an old Kleenex box from the Wickerman. Arthur. It's not a box, Kilroy. It's something else. Kilroy. Good luck selling that online. Arthur. Rick's not selling this one. Kilroy. Why are we even wasting our time on this anyway? There's a fucking assassin running amok outside. Jimmy. How many times do I have to tell you, Kilroy? It's not a government killer. Kilroy. It could be some sick demented fat video game playing greaseball that's taken his love of video games too far. Arthur. So enlighten us, Jimmy. Jimmy. Think about it. This man can walk through walls. He can kill at will and not be caught. This is a man. Emma, OS. Is not a man at all. Everyone turns to Emma. Emma. It is El Diablo Negro. The devil. Jimmy. Emma. Emma. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. Arthur. Emma. What? This is nothing. Arthur hurriedly returns the box to the safety of the black bag. Jimmy. We were just talking about the numbers kill. Kilroy bumps Jimmy in the stomach with his elbow. Jimmy. Er. Kilroy. Chill out, dickweed. Jimmy. I mean. I hit the numbers, and it was, killer. Arthur. How are you, Em? Are you okay? Emma. I'm fine, thank you. I'm just. Arthur. I know. It's been crazy around here too. Emma. I don't want to hold you up. I just wanted to make sure you knew about the funeral tomorrow. She fights back a sudden urge to burst into tears. Emma. 3 p.m. at the Booger Holler Cemetery. Jimmy. Funeral. Arthur. Thanks, Emma. We'll make sure, that is, we want to offer our condolences. Why don't you come in and sit on for a bit? Is there anything you need? Kilroy. Yo, Art. What time are you meeting Bella today? Arthur shoots a cold glance at Kilroy. Emma. Arthur, I wanted to. Arthur. Yes. Emma. I wanted to, thank you. Just, thank you. Arthur smiles slightly, offering a pitiful attempt at consolation. Emma. I better go. I still have to call a lot of people today. Emma turns and exits out the front door. Jimmy. Funeral. Well, are we going to let the cat out of the box or not? EXT, Andersonville Park, Day. Arthur walks through the park of downtown Andersonville. Arthur notices shadowy figures in the dark doorways of the downtown streets. Arthur meets Bella at the fountain in the center of the park. They shake hands. Cut to. Emma walks hurriedly down the street. She clutches her bag close to her chest. Cut to. Arthur and Bella laugh and talk in the park. Arthur notices shadowy figures in the shade. He turns back to Bella to see 3 black-robed figures standing directly behind her. Startled, he jumps involuntarily. Bella looks on quizzically. Arthur shakes his head to clear his mind and looks around puzzled. The dark figures are gone. Cut to. Emma walks into the park. Her head is lowered in grief. She breathes deeply and lifts her eyes, regaining strength. She stops suddenly. Frozen for a moment, she is unsure which way to turn. She quickly turns around and heads back in the opposite direction, away from Arthur and Bella sitting at the fountain. She walks quickly, darting through the pedestrians in the crowded street. She reaches the street corner and waits for the light to change. She notices 3 men in black robes standing against the nearby wall. She turns around, searching for a way to escape. She bumps into a figure and drops her bag, spilling the contents on the sidewalk. She turns to run and a large hand stops her. Jacob Johnson smiles and bows his head slightly. Embarrassed, Emma gathers her belongings. The light changes and Emma escorts Jacob across the road. Jacob bows with a smile as Emma leaves. She continues down the road. Jacob walks down the street and up the steps of the nearby church. Int. Mr. Smith's office. Day. Mr. Smith is pointing to a drawing on the desk between them. Mr. Smith. What's this squiggle thing on his chest? Arthur. His symbol. Every great superhero has an iconic symbol. It's supposed to represent his power. Mr. Smith. You're right about that. Symbols carry a lot of power. You could draw a pair of cartoon mouse ears on a horse turd and sell it to 3 million idiot kids. The marketing guys love that stuff. Arthur. Well, this one's not finished yet. I'm still searching for the right look. Something's just not there yet. Mr. Smith. Okay, okay. Explain the story. Arthur. Randall Reed lives in 2 realities. Lately he's been having trouble differentiating between the 2. He lives a normal everyday life in one where he works at the local post office. In the other world, he acts as a superheroic savior. Originally Randall Reed was like any other normal mailman. Until one day when he delivered a strange box of purest obsidian to an unfamiliar address. When he arrived, he discovered it was an empty lot. He was instantly sucked through an omnidimensional portal and into a timeless universe of pure emotional and psychic energy known as the Karma Well. It is believed to exist at the axis of the flow of karma for the entire multiverse. The Karma Well gives Reed the power to act in the other world. M.R. Smith. Otherworld. Arthur. There's more to our world than what we can see. There's also the other world. It's a combination of the spirit world, the collective unconsciousness, the astral plane, and what the Aborigines call the dream time. The two worlds coexist in the same space. There's a whole psychic universe living its life right next to us during every moment of our lives. Reed becomes King Karma and decides to use his newfound abilities to help both worlds. M.R. Smith. Is that it? Arthur. In the first issue he's walking along in the real world when the sun is blotted out by something large enough to cast a shadow over half a city. King Karma looks up to see a gigantic misshapen ogre like Goya Saturn standing over the city in the other world. He runs to M.R. Smith. What in the blue hell is a Goya Saturn? Is that some kind of designer automobile? Arthur. I thought you might say that. Arthur reaches into his bag and withdraws a book. We see the cover reads Goya. He flips the book open to a pre-marked page. We see the terrifying visage of Goya Saturn glaring out. M.R. Smith. Well. This is interesting. Arthur. The whole thing unfolds and grows from there. I have 350 issues planned. M.R. Smith. But this two worlds thing, I've already seen it. Shooter did Dark Dimension back in '94. What else have you got? Arthur. What else? M.R. Smith. Yeah, show it to me. Arthur. That's it? I mean, that's my story. I only have one. M.R. Smith. Just one story? Arthur. Yeah, I don't. M.R. Smith. Well, it certainly seems like a very interesting comic, kid. Very personalized and unique. Arthur. I know this story is a good one, Mr. Smith. If you'd just give it a chance. M.R. Smith. Well, I don't see any legs on this one, kid. Arthur. I've put everything I have into it for the last 5 years. M.R. Smith. I can tell you've put a lot of thought into it. I enjoy the juxtaposition of allegory and irony. And it's got great big hairy monsters to boot. Very original and inventive. But therein lies your problem. You see, no one wants new visions and personal stories. Arthur. What do you mean? M.R. Smith. No one wants enlightenment in their comics, kid. People don't need you to remind them of their problems. They don't want you to tell them their problems can be overcome. People hear that crap every day. Arthur. But what about my book? M.R. Smith. Pardon my French, but who gives a fuck about karma? It's a little too new age space hippie for today's audience. The public is not interested in exploring new territories. They like everything to stay the same. No changes. Keep it nice and even. They like to be comfortable, they don't want to face their fears. The best thing today's writers can do is feed the public the same thing over and over. Arthur. But that's what's wrong with the market today. They don't need the same shit to keep them pacified. Something needs to wake people up and make them think. Bella puts her hand on Arthur's knee to calm him down. Bella. Arthur. M.R. Smith. Look, son. Don't get upset. I think it's a great idea, but I hate to be the one to tell you, no one is interested. The public is not ready. Arthur. I don't think you understand. M.R. Smith. Don't take it too hard, kid. You've got real talent. I see great things in your future, Arthur. With a little refining you'll become an accomplished artist. In fact, I'm so confident in your abilities that I'll give you an opportunity. I've got an innocuous little book that's been comfortably on the comics shelves for 25 years now. It's got a well-established fan base. Arthur. What are you telling me? M.R. Smith. Well, let me tell you. I've got this book Stipe and Stipple. It's an anthology book about the wacky adventures of a little anthropomorphic guy and gal called, can you guess? Arthur. M.R. Smith. Stipe and Stipple, right. You're not as dumb as you look. Bella. Excited. Oh, I love Stipe and Stipple. Arthur. Sourly. I've seen it. M.R. Smith. We're launching another spin-off this month with 3 alternate covers. The first one is by Kirby and glows in the dark. The second one is a hologram by Ditko. And the third is a Ross painting in 3D. It'll sell 1 million copies at least. It's going to be great. Arthur. Yeah, it sounds cool, but you should look at my proposal again. Mr. Smith opens a drawer in his desk and withdraws a script. He tosses it on the desk in front of Arthur. M.R. Smith. I need 8 pages by Monday. Arthur. For 5 years I've put every thought, every moment, waking or sleeping into this story. And every day it gets better. I can't watch movies or read books for fun anymore. I only do research. Every word, every line that I draw on the page moves me closer. It's like I'm moving towards some hidden inexorable truth. Something primal, something from the furthest corner of the collective consciousness. I feel it's some esoteric truth that will enlighten the world and myself. Forgive me my pretensions, but I believe that's the purpose of true art. This is real art, Mr. Smith. This is C for chaos. M.R. Smith. I need 8 pages of real pencil art by Monday. I would like you to do it. Arthur quickly stands in frustration. Arthur. Angrily. Look. Bella interrupts Arthur. Bella. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Smith. It's very generous of you. Arthur won't let you down. Arthur. Bella. Bella. It was a pleasure. Arthur gathers his materials. She extends her hand to Mr. Smith. He accepts it warmly. M.R. Smith. Madam, the pleasure was all mine. Mr. Smith holds her hand for a moment too long. The air hangs uncomfortably as he grins at her. Bella smiles back, nervously. Mr. Smith releases her hand. Bella picks up the script and ushers Arthurto the door. Mr. Smith watches as the pair leaves. He flips his coin and smiles. EXT, Arthur's car. Night. Arthur silently holds the wheel. Bella turns her head to her window, her cell phone pressed tight to her ear. Cars whoosh past in the darkness. Bella lowers her phone, she stares at it for a long moment and shuts it off. Bella sleepily looks out the window. Bella. Do you see? Arthur. See. What? That car? Bella. Did you see? Arthur. See. Bella. Did you see in the park today? Arthur. The park? What? It's the middle of the night. Bella. Earlier when we were walking, in the park. I saw our special place. Under our special tree. You remember our tree, don't you? Our special knotted oak was a special place. I remember the purple waves drifting lazily across the orange sky. Indigo darkness blurring over the setting sun. As you read poetry to me. Gently reading poetry. I felt so calm, so safe. Safe in your arms. Like I didn't have a care in the world. You remember our tree? Arthur. Who do you think carved A.K plus IA4, ever on the trunk? I got black sap all over my jacket. But I didn't care. Bella. I saw a man under our tree today. And a woman. A small red-headed child in her arms. Under our tree. Our tree where you used to read poetry. Now it's like we were never there. And there's a family there in our place. Arthur. Lady, by yonder blessed moon I swear. That tips with silver all these fruit tree tops dash. Bella stares out into the darkness. Arthur. Come on, you know how this goes. Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon, that monthly changes her circled orb. Bella. Quietly. Lest that thy love prove likewise variable. Arthur. So what's the big deal about the park? Who needs trees when you have poetry? Bella. Warmly. The park. The park. The park is the past. Way in the past. Let's talk about something more contemporary. Let's not talk about our past lives. Let's talk about our new lives. Let's talk about today. Arthur. Okay. Let's talk about us today. Bella. I was thinking. What exactly was the whole point of my coming here? Arthur. Well. You're my good luck charm, I guess. You have a good head on your shoulders when it comes to social situations. My idea of behaving in a socially acceptable manner means not pissing on somebody's lawn. I have absolutely no idea how to behave in the civilized world. It doesn't help matters that the world has decided to go completely Ragnarok crazy right now. Everyone is psychotic. So I need all the luck I can get. That's where you come in. That's why you're here. Bella. I'm here to keep you from pissing on Mr. Smith's desk. Arthur. Exactly. Bella. Half joking. That better be the case, Mr. Arthur. Of course it is. Bella. Because if you're looking for some last-minute fling of make-up sex, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Arthur. Well, that would help give me a lot of closure. Bella. Alright. Arthur. Grinning. So if you're interested. Bella slaps him in the arm. Bella. Laughing. Knock it off. Goofball. Arthur. Okay, okay. I'm just kidding. You can't blame a guy for trying. Bella. Make sure you stay on your side of the car. Arthur. Can I at least stop short? Bella. Stop short. Arthur. Yeah. I slam on the brakes suddenly and reach over to keep you from hitting the dashboard. Bella. What's the point of that? Arthur. I get to cop a cheap feel of your breasts when I reach over. Bella. Let's not do that then, unless it's absolutely necessary. Arthur. As you wish, but you don't know what you're missing. Bella. I think the last 4 years give me a pretty good idea. I'm not missing much. Arthur grabs his chest in mock pain. Arthur. Ugh. Touch. I'm wounded. Yeah, got me, partner. Bella. Hold onto the wheel. Arthur resumes his grasp on the wheel and refocuses on the road. The pair sits quietly for a moment. Arthur. I'm just happy to get all of that get a job business behind me. Bella. Yeah, it wasn't as hard as you thought it would be. Arthur. Nope. Bella. Can you finish 8 pages in 5 days? Arthur. Yes. I mean fuck no. Bella. What are you saying? Arthur. I'm not drawing that mindless coffee table excrement. Bella. What are you talking about? That's a paying job. Arthur. I wouldn't take that job even if the benefits package let me have sex with Pamela Anderson. Bella. Arthur, you are going to take that job, aren't you? Arthur. What did I just say? Bella. That's the first paying offer you've had in 5 years. You get to draw a comic. I thought this was what you wanted to do. Arthur. I'm an artist, not a prostitute. Bella. What's so damn artistic about drawing something for 5 years that no one gets to see? Arthur. Look, there's already enough crap being published nowadays and I have no desire to add to their ranks. I'm creating something that's worthwhile, something about life, love, and philosophy. Bella. What's so damn philosophical about sitting at home with the bills piling up? Arthur. You don't understand. Bella. No, I don't understand. Nobody understands. The world doesn't understand you. You're an artist. I've heard that line 1,000 times too many. Come up with a new one. Arthur. You've never heard me say I'm an artist. And you freaking know it? That line is a shortcut to thinking. I'm an artist. Bah. People have no idea what sacrifices are necessary to create something worth a damn. I live as an artist, I live it, 24/7. Every single second is focused towards creating. Bella. I think you're just using that as an excuse to be lazy. Arthur. Give me a break. Bella. It doesn't matter if you spend 50 years working on your little funny book if no one ever gets to see it. Arthur. Whether I'm drawing or writing, I feel like I'm getting closer to the truth. Every line draws me closer. Everything I write pulls me closer. I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I'm finding the answer. A real revelation. Bella. Well, what if you never make that breakthrough? What if you never find your revelation? What then? Arthur. Give me a motherfucking break. Bella. It's time to grow up, Arthur. Arthur. Okay. Bella. The world's not going to wait 50 years for your so-called masterpiece. At some point you're going to have to decide whether or not to be a man. That's why I never pressed you about the engagement. Arthur slams his fist against the steering wheel. Arthur. Okay. I'll freaking take the fucking job. Bella. Sternly. I'll thank you not to curse at me like that, Arthur. Has your vocabulary been so stunted by that garbage you call comics that you can only muster up enough imagination to cuss like a poorly written cliché of an angry young man? Arthur. Sorry. Bella. I mean, it's only 8 pages. What harm could it do? Arthur. I don't know. Bella. Reassuring. I know you see yourself as a 21st century Faust, but it's really not like you're selling your soul to the devil. Arthur. Yes, it is. Bella touches her hand to her nose and a trickle of blood rolls out unexpectedly. Bella. Oh my God. Arthur. What the? Bella. I'm bleeding. Arthur. Don't worry, I'll pull over at this store. Bella reaches down and snatches several tissues from her pocketbook. She holds the tissues tied to her nose. Arthur turns the car into a nearby gas station. Bella. Just take me home. I need to go home, Arthur. Arthur. Okay. Okay. I'm going. Hint, Arthur's apartment. Evening. Arthur enters his apartment. Video montage begins as Arthur flashbacks to his evening with Bella. We see Arthur and Bella arguing in the car. Bella wields a bloodied tissue in the air between them. Bella, VO. You won't answer your phone, you isolate yourself for weeks on end. You stand me up for engagements when we plan it out weeks in advance. Is this what you want your life to be like? Look, Arthur. I like you, you're fun to spend time with. But I cannot deal with you. I cannot live like this. I thought that I could, but I was wrong. I was wrong, Arthur. And I'm leaving. I have to go. Goodbye. Flashback to Arthur as he crosses the room. He punches the button on his answering machine. There is a beep and the messages begin to play. Farrell. Through the machine. Yo. Holla, holla, playa playa. Feral here and I've got the cure for what ails you. The boys and me are meeting at the Dark Forest Gentlemen's Club, tonight. That's right, Dr. Love is prescribing a double D dose of titties to take the pain away. Midnight. Be there or forever be a fucking square. Peace. Arthur stands quiet for a moment. He turns on a lamp and sits with the hidden mask open in his lap. He begins reading. Int, dojo, afternoon. Emma opens the blinds of the dojo, letting in a flood of light. Emma participates in her daily workout at her martial arts school. Cut to EXT, street, evening. Emma begins the walk to her car. She hears someone behind her. She rushes to the car. The door won't open. She drops her keys as she fumbles to open the lock. The shadowy figure draws closer. The key catches in the lock and she flings the door open and dives inside. She quickly locks the door and works to get the door open. A large figure slams against the side of her car. It is her training partner. He holds a belt in his hands. Guy. Hey, did you forget your belt? Emma shakes her head no silently. She works a hard smile through her trembling lips. Guy nods and walks off. Emma leans back and exhales with relief. Smoke billows up from the floor and surrounds Gibson at the table. Angle, up, the table. A bright shape leaps high into the air and lands on the tabletop in front of Gibson. We see a man dressed in long flowing robes. He is Sun Hozi, the Monkey King, the immortal Chinese treader standing before Gibson. His smile seems playful and deceptive. The Monkey King spins a 6-foot staff around his head, creating a roar like a tornado. Angle, Gibson. The cards smack Gibson in the face as the wind carries them off the table. The wind pushes Gibson strongly. He leans forward, clutching the table for purchase. His pipe falls to the floor and bounces across the room. Angle, up, Monkey King. The Monkey King stops the staff, yet the sound of the tornado continues. Monkey King. Announcing. Bow down, pathetic humans. Your unworthy eyes look upon the grand visage of Sun Hozi. I am the White Monkey King of Heaven. Angle, Gibson and Monkey King. Gibson. Okay, okay. Save the bells and whistles for the Guelo. Monkey King. Do you not quake in fear at the very sight of me, puny mortal? Gibson. Yeah, I'm shaking. Just get down off my table, you're making a mess. Monkey King. Boasting. Do you not know whom you are addressing? I am the Monkey King who erased the names of all monkeys from the register of hell. I am the Monkey King who even the gods could not kill. I am the Monkey King who jumped from the palm of Buddha's hand. Gibson wipes the dirt off his suit. He brushes his hair back into place with his hand. Gibson. That's all fine and dandy, great Monkey King. If you don't come down off that table, then how can we conduct our business? Monkey King. You dare speak to an immortal with such impudence? Gibson reaches into his vest. He extracts a white handkerchief wrapped around a small piece of fruit. He holds the bundle out for the Monkey King to see. He unwraps the handkerchief to reveal a succulent peach underneath. Angle, X close, peach. Angle, X close, Monkey King's face. Monkey King. Threatening. How dare you befoul the sacred with your profane touch? Give it to me and I won't cast you off the edge of the world. Gibson. Let's not act too hastily. Cut to. Int, living room, night. Arthur lowers the book. He stares ahead blankly. Looking about the room, his gaze drifts across the bag containing the box. He looks back into the studio at the drafting materials spread across his desk. Breaking from his daze, he turns and grabs the phone from its cradle. He punches in a number. Arthur. Hello. Hi, this is Arthur Kurtzberg. May I please speak to Emma? Arthur. Emma. Hi, it's Art. I'm sorry to call you so late. And like this, but I know you've been. I mean, I just wanted to make sure you were dong okay. I want you to know if there's anything you need, or if you ever need to talk about anything. I'm sorry. It was rude of me to call you like this. I didn't mean to be so forward. I mean, we have to keep going, Emma. There's always hope. I'm sorry to have called so late. Let me know if I can help in any way. You have my number. I'm Autumn. Goodbye. Arthur slams the phone down in frustration. He slaps himself in the forehead. Arthur. Asshole. Why am I so stupid? Arthur hangs his head for a moment. He looks up and grabs the phone again. He punches in the number quickly. Arthur. Yo, Kilroy. There's been a change in plans tonight, let's go to the dark forest instead. I know this sounds like a joke, but I need to talk to the wolf man. Call me back when you get this. Arthur tosses the phone on the couch. He strides into the studio and slams into his seat. Arthur hangs his head in his hands. The black bag containing the box looms behind Arthur in the living room. He looks up, seizes the pencil from his desk and slides a fresh sheet of paper on the table in front of him. Int, the Dark Forest Gentlemen's Club. Night. We see Jimmy dressed in a large black trench coat standing with Kilroy. They are standing at the register at the entrance. They are talking to the man behind the counter. They are talking to Ray, the manager. He is behind the counter next to the register. He is just finishing a long story about his time in the Navy. Ray. Get it? Haha. Jimmy. Yeah. Yeah. I get it. That's a good one. The interior door swings open and Farrell bursts into the room. Farrell. Yo fellas. Jimmy. Farrell. What's going on, man? Farrell. What's up with the coat? Are you preparing for a blizzard or something? What the fuck, man? Kilroy. Hey man, I thought you said we were going to the fucking Pink Pony Club. Farrell. Art wanted to come here. I don't know why and I don't care. I've gotta bounce, fellas. Jimmy. Already? But I have 2 more hours before my curfew. Farrell. Sorry, but I've got places to see and people to do. Know what I'm saying? Kilroy. We may as well take a quick look at these pigs before we go. Farrell pulls a rolled wad of cash out of his pocket and slaps it into Kilroy's hand. Farrell. This is for Art. He needs to get his mind off that skank bitch, Bella. I tried to tell him she was all on my dick. Jimmy. What? No way. Farrell backs into the door. Farrell. Forget about it, fellas. The name of the game is Cop and Blow. Farrell exits out the front. Kilroy and Jimmy turn back to Ray. Kilroy. So what's up? Are we getting in or not? Ray. Smiling. Is your money as green as your dick? Int, main room of the Dark Forest Gentlemen's Club. Mirrors surround the main room and stage. A pair of large overly muscular bouncers stand by the door. Men of varying race and age drink and smoke at the tables. Lithe, young women weave in and out of the tables, searching for a place to perch. Kilroy and Jimmy enter. They stand just inside the door for a moment, unsure of where to go. Jimmy begins dancing in place. Jimmy. Come on, let's go to the stage. Kilroy. I don't care. I just don't want to go near the bar. The pair walks over to a table at the end of the stage. They pull out chairs and Kilroy sits at the table. Jimmy. Hey, check it out. Jimmy places his jacket across the back of his chair. It falls over, unable to support the weight. We see a leather bikini-clad woman with cat ears and a thin black tail talking to a white middle-aged businessman at a small round table next to the stage. Jimmy. Laughing. Haha. Look, my coat's too heavy for the chair. Jimmy uprights the chair and repositions it as it was. Then lays his jacket across the back. The chair tips over again, crashing into the floor. Jimmy. Haha. My coat's too heavy. It keeps falling over. Kilroy. You truly are a pathetic creature. If the numbers killer comes after you, it would be a mercy killing. Jimmy. Very funny, Pecker nose. We see a girl with a blue satin and lace basque top and matching red G-string with short red cape leaning on a pool table and talking to two Asian businessmen. Art enters through the outside door. Arthur. Hey, fellas. Kilroy. It's about time you showed up. It was your idea to come here, so the least you could do was be on time. Arthur. You guys are too fast for me. I'll try harder to keep up. Jimmy. Art's such a fence-sitter. Just have the courage to admit you're always late. Arthur. I'm on C.P. time, Jimmy. Check into it. Kilroy. Let's just take a quick peek and then get out of here before these fools start tripping. Arthur. Let's just take it easy for a while. I need to think. Jimmy. This place sucks. All these chicks are too scrawny. Kilroy. They're not too bad. Jimmy. It's like looking at a bunch of walking scarecrows. Let's go to Mr. Salty's instead. Arthur. Chill, fellas. Let's at least have a drink before we go. There is a 2-drink minimum. Arthur takes off his jacket. He lays it in a chair at the table. Arthur. First round of drinks is on me. Jimmy. Green super doozer for me. And water with a slice of lime. Kilroy. I want anything with alcohol in it, and lots of it. Arthur walks toward the bar. He stops as he sees it through the heavy perfumed smoke. He stands for a moment and looks at the bar. Heavy unnatural shadows hang around the length of the bar. Angle, darkness. Angle, CU, slow push in on Art. Angle, wide, Art and bar. Arthur walks to the bar and signals the bartender. Angle, twos, Jimmy and Kilroy. Jimmy. Why are you acting so queer tonight? Kilroy. Queer. Fuck you, who's queer? You better hope I'm not queer, because I would love to fucking poke the dead eyes out of your skull with the head of my dick. Jimmy. That was uncalled for, Kilroy. And it was a rather overly defensive, belligerent, and homoerotophobic statement, don't you think? Kilroy starts to respond, but is momentarily at a loss for words. Kilroy. Fuck you. Jimmy. Yeah, how do you like that? Jimmy slashes his finger through the air as though keeping score. Jimmy performs an end zone dance in his seat. He pumps his arms in the air in victory. Jimmy adopts a rather pathetic and barely recognizable Cockney accent. Jimmy. I got one over on bleedin' Mr. Kilroy, God save the Queen. Kilroy sits back quietly. He looks around as though slightly preoccupied. Jimmy resumes his normal speaking voice. He pokes at Kilroy playfully. Jimmy. Yeah. Take that, boy. Kilroy shifts nervously in his seat. Jimmy. Laughing. I can't believe you're going to sit there and take that. Kilroy. What? I'm not paying any attention to you. Jimmy. What's up with you? Kilroy. I'm checking out the livestock right now. Jimmy. You're still acting weird though. Have you been replaced by a pod person from another dimension? Kilroy. Look. Kilroy starts to answer Jimmy but stops himself. He leans back and looks around the room to see if anyone is listening. Jimmy. You're starting to freak me out, dude. He leans in close to Jimmy. Kilroy. Quietly. Do you know how many people have been killed here? Jimmy. Killed. Kilroy. Killed. Jimmy. What? No way. Kilroy leans closer. Kilroy. Quieter. This place is fucking haunted, cuz. Angle, see you, old man. We see a strange old man laughing at the pool table. Angle, see you, werewolf head on bar. Angle, wide shadows and corners. Angle, twos, Jimmy and Kilroy. Arthur walks back to Jimmy and Kilroy with drinks in his hands. Arthur. Drinks, gentlemen. Arthur passes out the drinks and sits in his chair. Arthur. What's everyone so quiet for all the sudden? Jimmy. Kilroy's doing his crazy talk again. Arthur. Drink up, Kilroy. Jimmy. I'm not falling for this, so you can say you tricked me. I'm not falling for it. Kilroy. You think I'm fucking around, Jimmy, but Art knows about this place. Arthur. He's talking about the ghost pimp of the dark forest. Jimmy. What? Ghost pimp? For real, Art? Kilroy suddenly becomes uncharacteristically serious for a moment. Kilroy. It's 1968. A crazy asshole called Star comes up behind her pimp, Ice King. Just like always, she leans in to give him money and a hug. Instead, she slices his fucking throat from ear to ear. Then she treats everyone to an encore when she fucking sucks on a steel-jacketed blow pop and splatters her brains on the mirrors with a 357 Magnum. Kilroy pantomimes the motions of cutting throats and shooting guns as he tells the story. Arthur sips his beer pensively. Jimmy looks at Kilroy in disbelief. Kilroy. 1 year later, almost to the minute, on what came to be known as the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, a crazy-ass gorilla pimp named Goldie Slim came in browned out to the fucking eyes on heroin and decides cut and gut 9 people. 6 girls, 2 patrons, and 1 cop. He thought they were turning into demons. The air at the table grows silent and still. Jimmy. Lay off the melodrama, dude. You're giving me gas. Kilroy. Best of all, check out what happened just last year. Arthur. Kilroy. Kilroy. What? Kilroy turns back to Jimmy. Kilroy. A jealous boyfriend comes in at closing time with a shotgun. He decides he's going to hold everyone hostage. And for good measure, he's going to torture them while he's at it. You see, his girlfriend was fucking the owner. Kilroy pauses for a moment and looks around to see who's listening. Kilroy. First he burns out their eyes with a coat hanger. Then he makes them shit all over each other. Kilroy shoots down another shot of tequila. Jimmy. Dude, that's being sick. Arthur. Tone it down, man. Kilroy. Then, this crazy fucker, he makes them fuck in front of everyone. I'm talking missionary, dog style, and the works. Then when they're about to blow their wad and cum, he fucking blasts them both through the guts with his shotgun. Of course this asshole blows his head off when the cops come to get him. The table grows silent once more. Jimmy. So which one is the ghost of the dark forest? Kilroy. Oh, I didn't even get to that. It all started with... Arthur interrupts. Arthur. Let's not talk about that in here. Jimmy. What's wrong with you? You're not acting right either. Kilroy. Forget it, let's just smell some titties. Arthur. Yeah, I need to think. Jimmy. You guys are fucking with me, I know it. Hey Art, want to see this trick I can do with my coat? Cut to. Arthur dreams. Video montage. We see a clean moving POV illuminated by headlights on a long stretch of road. We see a slowly turning star-filled night sky. We see a chessboard spinning around. The pieces fall in slow motion. We see a girl dancing on the stage, apparently headless. We see the laughing old man in the corner. We see an all-engulfing fire around Arthur. We see a glowing pair of eyes inside the silhouette of a wolf's head staring into the camera. Cut to. Catwoman dances across the stage spinning a whip in her hand. She cracks the whip over the audience. Art is startled into waking by the loud crack of the whip. Angle, Art, Jimmy, Kilroy. Jimmy. Hey. Watch what you're doing. Arthur. Groggily. What? Sorry. Jimmy. This is my best Night Killer t-shirt. It's a limited edition. Kilroy. This place starting to get to you. Arthur. No. No, I'm just thinking. Jimmy. The creator of Night Killer, Ron Barry, was supposed to have put drops of his blood in the dye for the cotton of these shirts. Arthur. Jimmy, save the Night Killer speech, fanboy. I said I was sorry. Jimmy. Only 501 of these were ever made. Arthur. Sorry, dude. I'm just preoccupied with this numbers killer mystery. Jimmy. What mystery, man? It's a cash-making phenomenon. Arthur. Cash-making. Jimmy. Kilroy hit upon the idea of charging for subscriptions to numberskiller.com. Arthur. Subscriptions. You guys are too much. Your friends are being slaughtered. Don't you even care? Arthur stands. Kilroy. Of course we care. Or we wouldn't have purchased the internet domains. Jimmy. Where are you going? Kilroy. Stay away from the bar. Arthur turns and head to the bar. Angle, MS, Arthur. Arthur makes his way through the throng of bodies around the bar. Angle, MS, shadows around bar. Angle, WS, Arthur reigned bar. Angle, XCU, Arthur. Arthur looks around nervously. He steps into the mass of bodies and pushes his way through. Angle, MS, Arthur. Arthur penetrates the outer ring of people. He notices something familiar out of the corner of his eye. He turns to look closer. Jacob Johnson sits at the bar, his back to Arthur. Head down as if in thought. A half-empty mug sits in front of him. Jacob dips his fingers into his water glass, then into the ashtray. Jacob smears the ashes across the surface of a cocktail napkin. Jacob pushes the napkin over to the edge of the bar. He rises and walks into the people around the bar. Arthur moves to follow Jacob and pushes into the mass of people again. Arthur pushes his way over to Jacob. Arthur emerges from the throng. He looks around for Jacob. He is gone. Arthur goes to stool where Jacob was seated. He sees the napkin Jacob was marking on. Art picks up the napkin and studies the mark. It is a perfect circle. He turns the napkin over to see the word written underneath. Angle, CU, napkin. We see a sigil apparently written in ashes and blood. It looks like a T with extra arms at odd angles. Angle, CS, old man. Angle, CU, shadows on wall. Angle, CU, werewolf head. Angle, CU, Arthur. A large hand comes around and quickly grabs Arthur on the shoulder. Big Larry. Excuse me, sir. Are those gentlemen with you? Larry motions towards Jimmy and Kilroy's table. Arthur. Maybe. Big Larry. I'll tell you this as delicately as I can. Will you please tell your friend to keep his hands off the dancers? Big Larry. We want you and your friends to have fun during your visit to the dark forest. We just have a few guidelines and not touching the girls is one of them. Little Larry uncrosses his arms trying to intimidate Arthur. Big Larry. Perhaps you think I'm misrepresenting the truth when I tell you I will not hesitate to drag all three of you out to the alley and commence to having an Auschwitz-style black boot stomp on your ass. Little Larry leans in close to Arthur. They turn and walk back to the front. Angle, MS, Arthur. Arthur steps over to the bar, keeping his eyes on the two Larrys. A hand reaches in and takes the napkin from him. Arthur turns to the bar. We see the bartender turn away from him. The bartender studiously works on something just hidden in shadows and out of sight. After a moment the bartender turns back to Arthur. She slams a mug and 3 golden coins on the counter. The mug seems full of a foul, bubbling, black liquid. Arthur looks at the objects quizzically. Arthur. What the heck is this? The bartender suddenly reaches over and grabs Arthur the collar. She pulls him close and whispers in his ear for a long moment. She pushes Arthur back and walks away to the other patrons. Arthur looks at the mug for a moment. Angle, CS, old man. Angle, CU, shadows on wall. Angle, CU, werewolf head. Angle, CU, Arthur. Arthur picks the mug up off the bar. Arthur grimaces as he drinks the black brew. We intercut between the montage images of the shadows, old man, werewolf, and lights as Arthur weaves through the people surrounding the bar to the far right end. He reaches the end of the bar and turns around. Arthur begins weaving his way back along the bar toward the opposite end. He reaches the opposite end of the bar and stops at the corner. Intercutting of montage ends. Arthur turns around and the camera pulls back, revealing a group of 3 attractive women suddenly standing behind him. They wear sunglasses. They are Hecate, Demeter, and Medea, the grey goth women of fate. Hecate, Demeter, and Medea. Thrice the brinded cat hath mewed. Thrice and once the hedge pig whined. Harpier cries, 'Tis time, 'tis time. Round about the cauldron go, in the poisoned entrails throw. Toad, that under cold stone days and nights has 31 sweltered venom sleeping got, boil thou first the charmed pot. Double, double toil and trouble, fire burn, and cauldron bubble. Arthur looks over to check on Jimmy and Kilroy. He has difficulty spotting them as an unnatural fog has settled over the room. Jimmy is getting a lap dance. Kilroy is drinking. He already has 3 mugs in front of him. Arthur turns back to the bar and the grey ladies. Hecate, Medea, and Demeter lean in surrounding Arthur. They open their mouths and hiss and chant as one. Hecate, Demeter, and Medea, canted. Fillet of a fenny snake, in the cauldron boil and bake, eye of newt and toe of frog, wool of bat and tongue of dog, adder's fork and blind worm's sting, lizard's leg and owlet's wing, for a charm of powerful trouble, like a hell broth boil and bubble. Double double toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble. Arthur places the mug of black liquid on the bar in front of the grey ladies. The 3 women snap and hiss in unison. Demeter leads the women in a sultry sway. Medea follows behind, waving hypnotically around Arthur. Hecate completes the trio as she summons Arthur with waving arms. Hecate, Medea, and Demeter reach forward, grabbing at Arthur with steely claws. Arthur pushes his way past the women and makes his way around the bar. The grey ladies stop and turn suddenly without warning. Angle, MS, Arthur, Medea, Demeter, and Hecate at bar. As the trio of women walk out of sight, we suddenly see a man seated at the bar behind them. He is the Wolfman. The Wolfman is an unholy prophet, yet appears to be a wizened middle-aged black man dressed very well and decadently extravagant. He is wrapped in a fur coat. His sunglass-covered eyes peer out from underneath the wide brim of a purple felt hat. Gold rings and bracelets envelope the Wolfman's hands. An implacable mask freezes his face into an emotionless mask. A cold fog seems to roll out from beneath his robe. Arthur seems frozen for a moment at the sight of the Wolfman. He feels the supernatural aura around the oracle. Arthur quickly slides the coins across the bar to the oracle. The Wolfman places the cards on the table. Arthur takes the top half of the deck and moves it to the side. The wolf man picks Arthur's cut up first and then the segment he removed from the top. The wolf man deals 3 cards onto the bar. Angle, CU, 3 cards on table. Arthur studies the cards for a moment. Angle, 2s, Arthur reigned wolfman. The 3 ladies of the Hecate return to the bar with a loud hiss startling Arthur. Arthur looks back to the wolfman. The wolfman has now uncovered his eyes. They glow with an eldritch and unholy light. The Hecate separate Arthu ran the wolfman again. They stop at the bar and face Arthur. The 3 women hiss at Arthu viciously. Arthur remains unmoved. The Hecate turn and walk away to the rear of the room and exit through a door. Angle, CU, shadows on wall. Arthur stands alone at the bar. He looks back down at the 3 cards. Angle, CS, old man. He reaches out and turns the first card over. Angle, CU, werewolf head. Angle, CU, Arthur. Angle, tarot card. It is the death card. Angle, CS, old man. Angle, CU, shadows on wall. Arthur turns over the second card. Angle, CU, werewolf head. Angle, CU, Arthur. It is the lovers reversed. Arthur turns and walks away from the last card. He is afraid to turn it over. Angle, CS, old man. He looks back up to Jimmy and Kilroy. Jimmy is talking to a stripper. Kilroy is in the middle of another drink. Angle, CU, shadows on wall. He starts walking to Jimmy and Kilroy. He stops mid-walk. Arthur turns back to the bar. He studies it for a moment. Angle, CU, shadows on wall. Arthur walks back to the card. Arthur studies the card for a moment. Angle, CS, old man. Angle, CU, card. Angle, up on Arthur. Arthur looks down at the card. Angle, CU, camera slowly pushes in on card. Angle, CU, werewolf head. Angle, CU, Arthur looking down. Angle, CU, card. Angle, CS, old man. Arthur reaches out toward the card. Medea, Demeter, and Hecate spring up behind Arthur squeaking in harmony. Hecate, Demeter, and Medea, conted. Oh, well done. I command your pains, and everyone shall share I the gains, and now about the cauldron sing, like elves and fairies in a ring. Enchanting all that you put in. By pricking of my thumbs, something wicked this way comes. Ignoring the women, he reaches for the card. His fingertips pause over the card. Angle, CU, shadows on wall. Angle, EX.cu, Arthur. Arthur looks down. Angle, CU, werewolf head. Angle, EX.cu, card. Camera cuts back to Arthur as he turns the card over. We see the momentary look of shock on Arthur's face. Angle, CS, old man. Cut to int, entrance. Big Larry carries Jimmy under his armpits and roughly escorts him out the door. Little Larry has Kilroy in a strong upper body lock as he pushes him through the door. Arthur follows several paces behind. Arthur pulls his coat on as he walks. The group files out past the register and straight out the door without pausing. The camera tracks over to the register and stops. The door swings shut again. Ray laughs in the middle of one of his stories. The man he is talking to turns around. We see it is Mr. Smith as he smiles into the camera and flips his coin. The angry mob has pinned the guys up against the alley wall behind the club. They're battering them with trash cans, kicking, punching, and laughing all the while. Arthur, Kilroy, and Jimmy fight back futilely. Amid the chaos, Big Larry signals to Little Larry, who promptly walks off into the light of the parking lot. He returns quickly carrying a gas can. He offers the can to Big Larry, who extends a lighter and laughs. The mob backs off as Big Larry douses the group with gasoline. A strange guttural growl erupts from the deep shadows at the far end of the alley. The mob turns at one and looks with trepidation into the darkness. They return to their group assault on our heroes. Big Larry flicks the lighter, extending a bright flame from his hand. A violent cacophony of preternatural growls bursts from the dark alley. Ray extends his hand, pushing against Big Larry's chest. Ray shakes his head no. Big Larry. Render unto the wolf what belongs to the wolf. They turn and walk back to the bar. Big Larry puts his lighter away with a look of disgust across his face. He dives in for a last kick at the fallen Kilroy. The mob turns away and heads back into the club. The guys lay in a broken and bloody heap against the garbage cans. Big Larry. Gentlemen, this was the nice way to do this. Next time we get into some gangster shit, don't come back. Kilroy. Gasping. Fuckers. Kilroy climbs up on unsteady drunken legs. He wipes his dirt-covered face. Blood smears across his cheek. The guys stagger back and forth for a minute trying to catch their breath. Arthur. You guys all right? Jimmy. Yeah. Kilroy. No thanks to you. Jimmy. What the hell is wrong with you? Arthur withdraws the tarot card from his pocket. It is the devil card. EXT, the crossroads, Farrell's car, night. Camera tracks down a long straight patch of moonlit road. Farrell's yellow Corvette parked alongside the road at the crossroads. WS, crossroads. Tracking across length of Farrell's car. We hear an indistinct moaning as we track closer to the front of the car. Cut to. Camera tracks down a long straight patch of moonlit road. We get the feeling that something is moving closer. Cut to. Farrell's head snaps up into the frame. He has a quizzical look on his face. Farrell. Panting. Did you hear that? POV, Farrell. The camera pans left and right, scanning the fields for activity. We see only deep shadows. See you, Farrell, as he hesitates before returning his attention to his companion. Farrell wipes sweat off his brow. Jackie, a half-naked, attractive young woman, leans back into frame. She quickly pulls her blouse closed. Farrell. Forget it, it's nothing. She quickly buttons her blouse. Farrell. What are you doing? Jackie tucks her blouse as she turns away from him. Farrell. It's nothing, don't worry. She hurries toward her car. Farrell. You're not still mad about that bullshit from earlier, are you? She throws her hand in front of Farrell's face. Farrell. I told you it's not you, it's me. WS, she continues, walking away from him. Farrell tries to follow behind her. His pants are still down around his ankles. A long jersey hangs almost to his knees. Farrell. Hey, come on, Jackie. Don't stay mad, baby. It's not her. I told you I dumped that bitch light years ago. She huffs impatiently and snubs her nose at Farrell. Farrell reaches out and seizes Jackie by the arm. She wriggles her arm free and continues walking to her car. He follows behind her. Farrell. Hold on, babe, you're not leaving me out here. Not like this. She opens her car door. Farrell. I'm not trying to get gangster on you or nothing, girl. I'm just saying without you, I'd die. The instant he says die, the camera cuts to POV, on Farrell. Camera tracks along the road, illuminated by headlights, right up to Farrell. He turns in shock and looks into the camera. Wide shot, Farrell and car. A car stops directly in front of Farrell. He stands frozen in the blaze of the car's headlights, pants still around his ankles. The car door opens and Paula jumps out. Paula. Angry. I knew you'd be out here. Farrell stands dumbfounded. Jackie slides into her car and slams the door. Paula. To Farrell. You better keep your mouth shut. Paula runs over to Jackie's car. Paula. I'm gonna cut that bitch first. Jackie starts the engine, and guns it. Paula. That's right. You better leave, bitch. Her car screeches off and heads down the road. Farrell watches in disbelief. She points angrily at the swiftly departing vehicle. Paula. That's right. Bitch. She turns back to face Farrell. They stare at one another in the light of her headlights. Farrell bends down and quickly pulls his pants up. He tucks in his shirt and zips up. He finishes and looks at Paula casually. Farrell. What? Paula. Who was she? Farrell. Don't start with me tonight. Paula. Who was she? Farrell. You're tripping. Paula. You no good trifling little bitch. Farrell. I'm leaving. Paula. Who was she? Farrell. I'm not talking to you while you're acting like this. Farrell jumps in the front seat of his car. Paula. I knew you were no damn good. No good. Farrell pulls the car forward. He stops by Paula and rolls his window down. Farrell. If you behave, I'll let you come over and cook my dinner tonight. He steps on the gas and speeds off. Paula. Fuck you, you bitch. She bends down and picks up a rock. She hurls it towards his car as hard as she can. We hear a crash and the sound of shattering glass. The car's brake lights flare up as it skids to a sudden halt. The Corvette backs down the highway, returning to Paula. The car stops and Farrell jumps out. His face is red with fury. Paula. You better not trip. I'm warning you. He walks over to Paula's car and reaches through the driver's side window. He leans back out and holds up Paula's car keys in the light. Paula. Hey. Farrell grins. He turns and throws Paula's keys into the nearby cow pasture. Farrell. How do you like me now? He waves his hands in dismissal toward Paula. He turns and jumps back in his car. Paula. You bitch. You better not do this. Paula runs over to his car as it begins pulling away. She frantically fumbles with the door handle. The Corvette pulls away, leaving her standing in the road. She shakes her fist in the air as the car speeds away. Paula. You bitch. She walks back and forth across the road. She kicks the dirt in frustration. Paula. Bitch. Int, Emma's bedroom, night. Emma, wearing pajamas, sits back in bed watching Zombie Hunter playing on TV. A pint of strawberries and cream-flavored ice cream sits on the nightstand nearby. She cradles a picture frame in her lap. It is Bianca. She takes another spoonful into her mouth. The lights go out and the TV flickers still. She rises and makes her way to the nearby dresser. She fumbles blindly in the darkness. She hears something in the house with her. She strikes a match, illuminating her face in the darkness. Quickly she lights a candle from the dresser. She holds the candle and scans the dark room. She walks slowly through the house, listening. She touches her cross around her neck. The candles blow out suddenly. She stands quietly in the darkness. Something stirs, breathing deeply. A low guttural growl rises from the shadows. Emma steps back slightly, listening to the metronome of garbled, beastly breathing. The floor creaks as something moves near her. She freezes. The breathing draws closer. Suddenly Here is a scratching as naked claws skitter to gain purchase on the floor and the creature rushes out of the room. The door flings wide as the inhuman shadow escapes into the darkness. Cut to. Camera tracks down the road. Cut to. Black clouds float across a full moon. Cut to. EXT, night, field. Paula walks through the tall grass. She is searching for her car keys. She holds her cell phone to her ear. The phone emits an electronic squeal. It seems inoperable at the moment. Paula. Damn it. Paula looks at the phone in disgust. She turns and pulls her arm back as if intending to throw the phone into the trees. She stops herself and tucks the phone into her pocket. Paula. Muttering to herself. No good trifling ass. We hear an evil howling in the distance. Paula looks up suddenly at the sound. She sees only darkness and long shadows behind tall patches of brown grass. See you, Paula. She looks around nervously. Paula. Hello. Her eyes scan the fields in a 360 asterisk circle. Darkness. Paula. If you want to play games, you're sneaking up on the wrong sista. Silence. Annoyed, she resumes her search for her keys. Camera pulls back from Paula, slowly widening the angle. The camera stops at the top of the hill, looking down wide on Paula. The large dark frame of the numbers killer steps into view at the top of the hill. MS, Paula, she looks up. She senses something watching her. Paula's POV, on the hill. She sees nothing but shadows, though they seem to move. MS, Paula. She hears some kind of sound. A low guttural moan. Garbled breathing. She looks to the fields around her and scans the woods nearby. Nothing. An unnatural wind slices through the trees and rattles the leaves. Paula. Calling into the darkness. Feral. Silence. Paula. You better not be playing, boy. Nothing. Paula. Anybody there? A twig snaps off screen. MS, Paula. Paula whips around in surprise. Angle, Paula's P.O.V. Darkness. MS, behind Paula. A large black silhouette passes in front of the camera and is gone before Paula turns to investigate. Nothing but shadows. A sharp breeze strokes the exposed skin of her face. She shudders uncontrollably. She turns back to searching the ground. Paula. Please, God, let me find my keys. All the while creeping closer to the edge of the woods. A flash of lightning explodes across the sky, illuminating the trees, making them seem like giant skeletons. Thunder rumbles overhead. WS, Paula. It's about to rain. Paula increases the tempo of her search through the grass. Left. Right. Left. She steps forward. Left. Right. Step forward. Into the shadows of the forest. A chill overtakes Paula as she realizes she's in the woods. Paula. Shit. Faint beams of moonlight stab in from the tree line behind her. Paula's eyes strain to see in the darkness around her. An unnatural fog rolls in from the tree line. She turns to head back to her car. And sees the large silhouette of the numbers killer against the fog. UA numbers killer. The numbers killer stands immobile like the cornerstone of the foundation to death itself. See you, Paula. Paula. Paula tenses up. Her instinct is to fight. She thinks of the razor in her pocket. But she quickly changes her mind, as the shadows seem to thicken around her. A chill overtakes her. She wants to run. Her way to the car is blocked. The only choice is to circle through the woods. She turns to cut through the woods. UA, numbers killer. The numbers killer lunges forward. WS, Paula. Paula breaks into a run. She disappears into the darkness. MS, Paula. Paula shields her face as she crashes through the limbs and bramble. Paula's POV. Limbs and leaves slap and crack into the camera as she runs through the darkness. Paula runs at full speed for 60 seconds, 2 minutes, it seems like an eternity. Deeper and deeper into the woods. WS, EXT, Woods. MS, int, Woods, Paula. Paula's pace slows noticeably, we hear her labored breathing over the musical score. Exhausted, Paula slows to a walk. She looks around unsure of her position in relation to her car. Silence. Only her heavy gasps for breath are audible over the faint sound of the wind. Lightning bursts overhead, followed closely by a crack of thunder through the woods. A garbled and labored sound of breathing rises and intermingles with the sound of her own breath. She looks around frantically in the darkness. The breathing fades out. Into silence. Paula's POV, darkness. She looks for sight of her pursuer. Nothing. She continues scanning, searching the darkness for the tree line. And spotting a shaft of moonlight illuminating a path out of the forest. Paula begins walking steadily towards the light. POV, UA/WS, behind Paula. Footsteps rise up in the darkness behind her. MS, Paula. Fighting against rising cramps, she quickens her pace as much as she can. POV, UA/WS, behind Paula, closer this time. The pursuing footfalls quicken to match her increasing pace. MS, Paula. She moves faster. So does her pursuer. POV, UA/WS, behind Paula. Paula's pursuer draws closer and closer until it is right on her heels, about to overtake her. EXT, night, WS, woods. Paula bursts out of the woods into the open field. And trips hard, falling on her face. WS, behind Paula, framed by woods. She quickly looks back towards the woods, expecting her pursuer to explode into the moonlight at any moment. Nothing. See you, Paula. Paula rolls on the ground. Bruised and exhausted, she fights back the tears. She breathes heavily in an attempt to regain her composure. Camera tracks toward the woods. Fog rolls along the moonlit path. See you, Paula. WS, tracking into the woods. A low rolling growl rises in the darkness of the trees. See you, Paula. Paula. Shocked. What the fuck? Paula's mind races, what could be chasing her? Is it a dog? What about the large man? Paula's POV, WS. WS, woods. Paula scans her surroundings. She lays on a length of quiet gravel road running through the woods. The road stretches into the darkness to her right. To her left the road runs up the hill to a secluded farmhouse. Sanctuary. She can use the phone there to get help. The growling from the woods rumbles to a stop. WS, Paula. And Paula leaps to her feet and breaks for the house. The house is dark and quiet. Everyone must be sleeping. She speeds up the hill to the house. She trips as she tries to take the steps in one leap. She scrambles to her feet and falls loudly against the front door. She bangs loudly on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Darkness. Bang, bang, bang. A light flicks on deep in the house. Hurried footsteps make their way towards the front door. Bang, bang, bang. Lights explode on the front porch, blinding Paula. Paula falls back, shielding her eyes. She shouts through her tears. Paula. Pleading. Help me. Help, please. MS, on door, a strong red oaken door. A horseshoe hangs over the door frame for a good luck charm. The front door cracks open. A shadowy figure peeks through from behind the door. Paula scrambles on all fours across the porch, almost like Wile E. Coyote running in the air as she attempts to regain her footing. Paula. Help me. The door cracks open wider. Man. What do you want? Paula. Help me, please. I need a phone. Man. Get the hell out of here. Paula. Help me. The long dull gray barrel of a shotgun extends through the opening. Man. Get the hell off my porch. Paula. There's something out here. Ka-chink. The man cocks the shotgun. The end of the barrel slides forward, pressing against Paula's head. Paula freezes. Keeping her hands up in plain sight, she slowly backs down the steps. The shotgun stays leveled on Paula as she retreats. She backs several feet away from the porch steps and stops. The shotgun shifts slightly to her right and blasts out a deafening burst of flame and buckshot. Paula takes off for the road. She runs to the road. She stops when almost out of the line of sight of the front door. She turns back towards the house. Paula. Fuck you. You mean old bastard. She extends her middle fingers. Paula. You better hope nothing happens to me. I won't sue you. But I will come back and set your house on fire. She turns and surveys her surroundings. Behind the house, a scattering of large pine trees that throw long white shadows across the yard. She makes out the silhouettes of what appears to be a collection of swings and play sets. The road seems to lead up to a barn secluded among the trees. It is a small brown barn with an open hayloft at the end. Maybe she can find a safe place there. She heads towards the barn. A dog barks viciously as she walks by. It explodes from the shadows towards Paula from inside a wire cage. Paula jumps with a screech, fleeing from the leaping canine. The dog's jaws snap futilely at the steel fence. Paula calms herself. She bites back the tears, regains composure. That man, creature, whatever it was, must be gone by now. She can rest in this barn. She hurriedly walks down the road. The barking ceases abruptly. Paula glances back, straining to see the dog in the darkness. W.S. Paula is framed mid-screen by the trees as she moves along the road. Foreground, a large dark shadow raises from the grass and bounds over Paula's head, landing high on a nearby tree. Paula turns at the sound. She sees only shadows. See you, Paula. Paula's pace quickens, her footsteps build momentum. See you, Paula's feet. Until she almost breaks into a full-out run. See you, Paula. A low growl erupts from the shadows of the tree line behind her. See you, shadows and trees. Hearing the sound, Paula runs as hard as she can. EXT, barn, night, W.S., Paula. Emboldened by the sight of the barn and the thought of the sanctuary, Paula runs faster. A large shadow drops down from the treetops directly in front of Paula. The large shadowy figure disappears instantly as it crouches into the shadows. Paula turns on a dime, and she bolts around the mysterious creature and circles toward the barn. All those years of volleyball paid off after all. See you, eyes in shadows. The creature seems to wait momentarily in the darkness. The golden glow of its eyes pierces the darkness. W.S., barn, steps. Paula grits her teeth as she bolts towards the front door of the barn. Almost there, she reaches out, everything she can do to bring her that much closer to the barn door. A large shadow wipes across the screen. And Paula is gone. Leaves blow gently across the empty front steps to the barn. Camera pans to the left and down to the ground. Paula writhes in pain in the dirt and grass. Blood flows freely from fresh wounds on her forearm and face. There is no sign of her attacker. Whatever it is playing games with her. POV, on Paula, tracking after Paula as she runs back toward the steps. Paula scrambles up the steps as quickly as she can, flinging herself into the door. Tracking behind Paula as she runs inside and slams the door into the camera. Int, night, barn, door. The door slams shut behind Paula. She braces her foot on the nearby table and pushes back against the door with all of her might. The creature smashes into the door on the other side. The door shudders and cracks with the force of the creature's onslaught. UA, MS, Paula and door. Inhuman growls intermingle with violent scratching, like someone dragging 9-inch nails across the door. Paula squeezes her eyes shut in silent prayer while pushing against the door. The assault stops as suddenly as it began. XCU, Paula. We hear only Paula's rapid breathing. She remains propped against the door while she scans the room. MS, Paula. This room seems to be a workshop that has fallen into disuse. There is an assortment of tools scattered about the tables. The pungent scent of decay hangs in the air around the many animal skins hanging in the room. Paula crinkles her nose in disgust. She scans over the contents of the room, hoping to find a weapon of some sort. Bleached bones and strange tools stained with blood clutter the corners of the room. Paula covers her nose and mouth to stop herself from gagging. Slowly, she makes her way to the door on the opposite side of the room. Carefully she turns the doorknob, and gently pulls it open. Int, night, barn, WS, Paula. MS, door, the door creeps open and Paula peeks into view. WS, Paula in barn. She freezes. Listening. There is only silence. She cautiously makes her way into the large open room. She nervously eyes the openings at the ends of the barn. She steps lightly and quietly as though in slow motion, trying not to attract the attention of her pursuer. She pauses again. She watches the darkness outside for any sign of her attacker. As Paula turns to look at the opposite end of the barn, a small black feather gently flutters down behind her. The camera pans up to the loft just above her head. To reveal the large shadowy beast, crouching at the edge of the loft, looking down over Paula. A large black bird dripping blood and feathers is gripped tightly in its inhuman grasp. MS, Paula. She moves to the ladder, all the while keeping her eye on the entrance. CU, Paula's hand. She grips the ladder. OA, POV, from top of ladder, Paula. And climbs furiously to the loft. MS, Paula. She moves around behind a stack of hay bales. WS, Paula and hay. Paula crouches and gently lowers herself to the ground. She scoots back to hide between two bales. She pulls her legs in tight as she sits. She leans back against the hay while eyeing the entranceway below her. Just wait until daylight. Stay warm. Wait. A shadow rises up behind her hiding place, it faces away from Paula. The shadow turns toward Paula, arms extending out. Its sharp claws glint in the moonlight. Paula sits exhausted, unaware of her predicament. We briefly make out the creature's cat-like features as it steps into the light. A coat of short black fur shimmers as it moves through the light. It is garbed in a hooded robe. A mouth bristling with gleaming teeth snaps open in anticipation. Zoom into shadows of the creature's chest. Screen fades to black. We hear a quick shuffle and then a sudden violent cacophony of screams that are quickly drowned out by the Leakin's vicious snarls and the sounds of bones snapping like wet twigs. Title card, 3. Thursday. Int, TV studio, day. We join the local morning news show already in progress. Newscaster. Good morning, Piedmont. This is your Carolina Curve news for this Thursday morning. Local authorities were called to Andersonville farmhouse early this morning. The body of 23-year-old hairdresser Paula Dumas was discovered in the loft of the barn this morning. Local authorities claim there are no links between this death and the Numbers killer slayings. Anderson County Animal Control was called in to aid in the investigation. At this time the reporting apparent cause of death has been attributed to an attack by rabid mountain lions from the nearby Uhori forest. Although the Numbers Killer Special Police Task Force was called in to investigate, authorities have declined to comment on any possible connections between this and the recent Numbers Killer slayings. Authorities continue to enforce the 11 p.m. curfew and encourage everyone to use caution when getting around during the Halloween weekend. Don't touch that dial. After the break, we've got your curve forecast for the Hallow and weekend, and Lam Alistair will share his secrets on how you can still view the upcoming lunar eclipse through the storm clouds this Halloween night. Hint: kitchen. Morning. Arthur wakes in a pool of blood in the kitchen. Blank pages of paper stick in brown patches to his bloody coating. Resting on his chest is the chaos box. The door swings open behind him. Mom steps inside and quietly closes the door behind her. She stops suddenly, flabbergasted at the sight of Arthur in the floor. Mom. Arthur. I don't know what to say. She rushes to the sink and fills a glass with water. She drinks it down and exhales strongly. Mom. Arthur, clean yourself up. Arthur sets the chaos box to the side and sits up dumbfounded. He rubs his head. Mom helps him to the nearby chair. She cleans the blood from his face with a washcloth. Mom. Arthur. I barely recognize you anymore. I don't understand what's happening to you. Have you been fighting? How did you get cut? Are you even bleeding? I don't see any wounds. Arthur, this isn't your blood. Arthur withdraws the tarot card from his pocket. It is the devil. Hint: comic shop, day. The door to the comic shop swings open and Arthur strides in. He pauses in front of the counter and looks silently at Jimmy and Kilroy as they sit commiserating near the counter. Kilroy leans over, grasping Jimmy's hand with his right and in the other presses an ice pack to his eye. Arthur walks over to the table and immediately sets out his drawing materials. Arthur sits quietly eyeing the pair suspiciously for what seems like several minutes. Kilroy. That's what I thought. You could be the werewolf. Jimmy. The numbers killer is a vampire, I'm telling you, ya freakin' Looney Tune. Kilroy. You've got hairy palms. That's one of the signs. Jimmy. Up yours, Kilroy. My palms aren't hairy. See. Jimmy thrusts his open palms into Kilroy's face. Kilroy. Of course they're not hairy now. They're rough because you've been shaving them. Rough palms, hairy palms, it's all the sign of the wolf. Jimmy. Screw you, Kilroy. You're such a big fat lying hypocrite. You're always talking smack about magic and monsters, but then you turn around and start talking about secret algebra and werewolves and Tesla's magic malarkey finder. Do you still shave that patch between your eyes? The unibrow look you tried to make so popular is the sign of the beast too, penis breath. Kilroy touches the spot between his eyes, then looks at Jimmy with disgust. He notices Arthur glaring at them and turns towards him. Kilroy. I don't have time for talking to monkeys. Especially someone that got rejected from the Village People fan club for being too gay. Jimmy. Hey. That's not why they threw me out. Kilroy. I'm not talking about superstitious nonsense and hocus pocus, Jimmy. This is science. Science. Can you dig it, sucker? How am I supposed to give you a crash course in superdimensionality and Tesla wave resonance when you wouldn't know a unified wave if it flew up your ass? Jimmy. Huh. Kilroy. That's what I thought. What traditional folk tales and the modern media have dubbed werewolves are in fact normal people suffering from hypertrichosis. Jimmy. Hyperhalitosis is more like it? Kilroy. Hypertrichosis is a very rare genetic disorder resulting in copious amounts of hair growth across the entire body. Jimmy. Whatever. I thought you said the numbers killer was a government-trained mind-controlled assassin? Kilroy. Exactly. What better cover for an assassin than to alter some mutant with this disorder and send them to take out the enemy? That way the local sheep, meaning the humanoids, like you and Art, think the killer is actually a werewolf and you never think to look at the real mastermind sitting fat and happy on Capitol Hill with their feet up celebrating the fact that they're fucking you in the ass with your gasoline and no Vaseline. And all the while you fucking humanoids take it like a prison bitch saying, "Thank you sir, may I have another?" Jimmy. Whatever, Kilroy. You've been watching JFK too many times. Kilroy. It's because of small-minded bitches like you that I have to pay 10 times what I used to for gasoline when oil is at the cheapest price per barrel in 20 fucking years. Explain that. Jimmy. Why are we even talking about this stuff? I want to know where Rick has been all week. Isn't anyone even curious that we haven't heard anything from him? What if the Wickerman killed Rick? What if the numbers killer got Rick? He could be hanging upside down somewhere with his guts hanging out. His intestines are scraping the bottom of some blue bucket full of maggots somewhere, he could be dead. Kilroy. You look a little lost, Art. Not paying attention to the news today? Jimmy. That hot little dish that Farrell was banging got shredded last night? The police are so fucking clueless that they called in animal control to investigate. Allegedly a rabid mountain lion ate her guts. We know what really happened. The numbers killer used that bitch's blood to repaint some cowfucker's barn. Arthur. What? Who? Paula Dumas. Kilroy. That's right. The news states she was killed by the numbers killer and then her body was mauled by a mountain lion. Word on the internet is that the numbers killer is really a werewolf. Jimmy. That depends on whose blog you believe. Mine explains this entire phenomenon as the actions of a nocturnal blood-sucking vampire. Arthur. Disbelieving. This is insane. Jimmy. It doesn't matter that she was mauled by an animal, Kilroy. It could still be a vampire. They can change shape too, you know. In China they had the Shang-Chi vampires that could turn into wolves and would rip people apart for stealing their sticky rice and stuff. Kilroy. Right, and someone that keeps giving tax cuts to the richest motherfuckers in the country has your best interests at heart. Right. Keep on telling yourself that while you're at the unemployment office, humanoid monkey boy. Jimmy grimaces and rubs his ribs gingerly. Kilroy moves to the table and inspects his city map. Jimmy rubs the small of his back and stretches in pain. Kilroy eyes Arthur suspiciously. Jimmy. Who cares? I need to see a doctor. I think my cervix got knocked loose last night. Kilroy. Hey, Art. I think an envelope came in for you this morning. Arthur. What are you talking about? Kilroy. I believe it's on the counter. Take a look for yourself. Jimmy. It came in by special delivery this morning. Arthur rises and moves to the counter, retrieving the oversized envelope from its place near the register. He tears the envelope open and quickly extricates the papers from within. He studies them quietly for a moment. His face suddenly sags with fatigue and his eyes seem to grow heavy. He slides the papers back into the envelope and returns it to the counter. Jimmy. Singing. I think it's from you-know-who. Arthur returns to his seat. Kilroy. Smirking. Something wrong in Pleasantville, Arthur. Jimmy. What's the matter? It's from Mr. Smith. I thought you would be happy. Arthur. You're right, Jimmy. It is from Mr. Smith. Jimmy. So. I thought you would be excited. What's the problem? Arthur. It's not addressed to me. Jimmy. Huh. Kilroy. Kilroy smirks at Arthur from behind his ice pack. Kilroy. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I accidentally leave the wrong envelope on the counter? Kilroy stops working with his figurines and retrieves the envelope from the counter. Kilroy. Sarcastically. Well, how do you like that? This is Coy's letter. Now how did this get here? Jimmy. What? It was your letter, Art. I swear it on my mother's grave. That wasn't supposed to be there. Kilroy. Why in the world would Pyramid Publishing send a letter to Coy here, at the comic shop? Don't you think that's strange? Kilroy walks around the counter and reaches behind the register. Arthur ignores Kilroy and returns to his seat at the table. Jimmy. Kilroy, why did you switch that? You're such a waste of DNA. You know Art and Coy are still. Kilroy. Mocking. Oh, I'm sorry, did Mr. Sensitive get his feelings hurt? Arthur resumes his drawing. Kilroy. Why, I must have forgot about the whole who created who conspiracy. Shit, and I thought I was the king of conspiracies. I must be slipping. Het. Arthur. Dejected. Forget about it, Kilroy. Don't hurt yourself. Arthur continues drawing. The outline of a black-robed figure begins taking shape on the page. Kilroy. Sarcastically. Aw. Did you hear that, Jimmy? I think we hurt his little feelings. Oh. Jimmy. Kilroy, you're such a tree-hugging teabagger. Arthur. Kilroy, the past is the past and it can stay in the past as far as I'm concerned. Kilroy. Is that right, Arthur? Or are you just on he rag this week because there's a real artist in town? Jimmy. Kilroy, shut up and give it to him. It could be important. Kilroy walks back to the table and flings the envelope across the table into Arthur's drawing pad. Jimmy. Well. Arthur. Well, what, Jimmy? Jimmy. Aren't you going to open it? Arthur. No. Jimmy. Why not? It could be important. Arthur. There's nothing that son of a bitch can send me that could be of any importance, Jimmy. Jimmy. What? What are you talking about? I bet he wants to offer you a job, in comics. Why don't you want to open it? You're acting nuttier than Kilroy lately. Arthur. I'm not interested in selling my ass like some penny anti-pussy pusher from across 110th Street. Kilroy slams the ice pack on the table and walks over to Arthur. He reaches down and in slow deliberate fashion, wipes his hand across the end of the table, knocking Arthur's materials on the floor. Kilroy turns and returns to his perch at the other end of the table. Arthur retrieves his drawing pad from the floor. He reaches to pick up the art history book and notices it is open to the page about Sarah that he had shown to Spike the day before. Arthur calmly collects his materials and resumes his work. Kilroy. To Jimmy. How's that for nutty, fan bitch? Arthur. Feeling a little tense today, Kilroy. Kilroy picks up the envelope and rips it open. We will print this page for Steve to read directly from. Kilroy. Well, since you're not going to open it, we may as well have a look. Right, Jimmy. Thank you for accepting the opportunity to create cartoon history as a member of the Pyramid team. At Pyramid Publishing, we all work together like the bricks of a pyramid to build a better culture in the Pyramid way. We are proud to announce the launch of our 6th spin-off series featuring the country's #1 teen duo, Stipe and Stipple. Come on, where's the good shit? Oh, snap. Check this out. Market research shows an increased number in sales of books featuring the color pink on the cover. The second highest increase in sales occurs on books featuring gorillas prominently displayed on the cover. In order to make one issue a landmark event, we want you to come up with an 8-page story featuring a new villain for the spotted duo to confront. The story should center around this new villain that happens to be a pink gorilla. You are free to come up with whatever story you want as long as you stay within the regulations and guidelines as outlined in the Comics Freedom Act. Can you believe this horseshit, Jimmy? Art is going to draw pink gorillas. Jimmy. Heh. Pink gorillas are gay. Kilroy. Yeah, pink gorillas. Pink is for pussies. I bet you wish that you hadn't let Koi have Avatara now. Hey, it's too bad they don't want Art to draw a pink pussy because he could do a self-portrait. My market research would buy that. Arthur lunges at Kilroy, seizing him roughly by the collar. Kilroy shoves him back against the table. Jimmy runs over to separate the two. Kilroy produces a field knife from his back pocket. He slices it in the air between them. Kilroy, if you ever put your hands on me again, you're going to find out how good you can draw when you're missing a pinky finger, bitch. Arthur. Kilroy. Jimmy pushes the pair apart in an attempt to play peacekeeper. Jimmy. Kilroy, are you on crack? Put that knife away, you crazy turkey. You antagonized Art on purpose, you gobsmacker. Arthur plops into his chair, dropping his head into his hands, through roughly exhausted. He looks up at his friends, his face heavy with dismay. Arthur. I don't. I mean. I can't. I just can't begin to describe what's been happening to me this week. Kilroy. Fuck with me, again, Mr. Comic Book, and I'll put you in the trunk of my car and fill it with sewer rats. You're lucky I don't gank you for that bullshit you pulled last night. Jimmy. Kilroy's right about that. You picked a fine time to pull one of your vanishing acts last night, jerky. Kilroy. I don't know what you're so pissed off at the world for when you need to take a look in the mirror. You are tripping, straight up tripping. You're bitching and moaning about working in comics when you've been working on that stupid King Karma comic of yours for 5 fucking years. You're polishing that piece of shit like it was made out of gold. Well, it isn't gold, it's just shit, and you need to go ahead and let it flow to the top so people can tell you to flush it. Jimmy. Hey, take it easy, Kilroy. I like King Karma. It's a good idea. And it's almost ready. Art just can't come up with a good superhero symbol for him yet. I still think you need to just use a lightning bolt and be done with it. Lightning bolts are the best superhero symbols, except for bats, spiders, a big red S, or a few others. Aside from that, lightning bolts are the best. Arthur. Listen guys, I'm sorry about, whatever. I just don't know what's going on. Everything seems like a dream. Kilroy. You're going to be dreaming when I stretch your ass out on a slab. I peed blood all night long. Arthur. Guys, I don't know what happened last night. I went to the bar to talk to Mr. Johnson. Jimmy. The Wickerman? He was at the club last night? Arthur. The next thing I know, I'm getting the wind knocked out of me because I tried to dissuade a drunken lynch mob from immolating my coworkers. Jimmy. It was all Kilroy's fault. He's the horny fanboy cockhound that got us thrown out of the club. Kilroy. Your slimy little hands all over that girl's ass are what got us evicted, ass master. You need to wait a minute, Jimmy, because I'm dealing with Art's punk ass right now. You mean to tell me that while those hillbillies were waxing my ass that you were off commiserating with that fake, lying ass blind dude? Jimmy. You're the one that stole $50 from that dancer's G-string, Kilroy. Kilroy. I did not. She was overcharging. I was merely reimbursing myself for my overpayment. Now shut up. I was asking our prima donna about his lying buddy. Jimmy. Careful, Kilroy. I hear stories about how the Wickerman used to hunt tigers in China with his bare hands. Kilroy. Without turning to Jimmy. Jimmy, if I tell you to shut up one more time, I'm pinning your fucking mouth closed. I've fucking had it up to here with your prima donna holier than thou attitude, Arthur. You come to work late and you leave early. Day in and day out, you walk in and out of here like you fucking own the place. Jimmy. Yeah, we've got a news flash for you, fanboy. Rick owns the comic shop, not Arthur the lovesick artist. Kilroy. Well, don't just sit there. Where is your witty repartee that you're so famous for? Arthur lifts his gaze from his drawing. Arthur. Do you believe in evil? Kilroy looks stunned for a moment. He opens his mouth to speak, but then stops, confused. Arthur. I've been having these strange dreams, nightmares. I don't know if it started because of these murders or because of this weird book that I'm reading, but it's happening. Jimmy. Dreams. What do you mean? Arthur resumes drawing as he speaks. This will be a one-shot monologue for Arthur. Arthur. Softy. I keep dreaming that I'm at the park. I'm there with Bella. She's there, but she's not there. It doesn't make any sense to explain it. I'm looking in the water and everything is calm. Then I hear a voice, but it's not a voice. It's a moaning, but it's like the sound the wind makes when it blows through dry leaves. It's the sound of something under the water. Something ancient that sleeps under the water. It's more than ancient, it's alien, older than the world. I know this because it tells me so. It tells me that it's watching, waiting, for something to call it back. It's calling out in alien tongues, calling my name. I keep looking at my reflection in the water and it looks back at me with alien eyes. I don't see or hear this in the conventional sense, and of this much I'm sure because there is a part of the dream where I suddenly know that I'm dreaming, and at that moment I'm fully aware of everything. I remember my life back through school, my childhood, all the way back to day 1, and I remember even in the safety and warmth of my mother's womb, it was watching, waiting, calling my name. Then there's something behind me and I turn to look, but I don't see it because it moves like the shadow in the corner of your eye. It's like a giant slug with a million eyes crawling at me from strange angles. I can't put it into words because it's beyond our ability to comprehend the vastness of this monstrosity. It crawls with tentacles dripping fluids that smell like sex and decaying flesh. It's as vast as the heart of the universe, and the width of a single eye spans the breadth of creation. It's reaching for me, with its 10,000 gibbering mouths filled with gnashing teeth and a maw that opens into madness. Arthur stops drawing and looks up. Kilroy and Jimmy stare at Arthur, mouths agape. Jimmy. Art, you're creeping me out, man. This is weird. Kilroy throws his hands up in exasperation. Jimmy. What is all this supposed to mean? Arthur. I don't know, Jimmy, but I know I'm scared. Kilroy. Scared, of what? Arthur. What if you were a killer, and you didn't know it? Camera pans down, revealing Arthur's drawing. It is a hooded figure in black with two great horns protruding from its face. Use numbers, killer drawing by Gene Colan. EXT, streets, day. Arthur wanders the streets of Andersonville looking for inspiration. He studies the array of Halloween decorations. EXT, Emma's house, day. Arthur drives up to Emma's house. He rings the doorbell. The door cracks open slyly and Emma peers out at Arthur. After a few moments she steps back, opening the door and ushers him in, quickly slamming the door closed behind them. Int, foyer, Emma's house, day. Arthur. I'm sorry to stop by unannounced like this, but I didn't see you at Bianca's wake. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Emma seats herself on the stairs and looks at the floor, seemingly afraid to look at Arthur in the eyes. Arthur. Emma. Are you okay? Emma. I don't know. I don't know what I'm feeling anymore. I can't explain it. It's like a combination of shock and disbelief. I feel like I've been sleeping soundly in my warm bed and someone just threw ice water in my face. It's kind of like an electric shock. It started at the base of my spine and flashed up to my skull. My head is buzzing like it's full of bees. That's all I can hear or think of, buzzing, it's like. I don't know. Arthur. Dreamily. Like you're in a dream you can't wake up from. Like you're walking around wide awake, but you're still dreaming, sound asleep. Emma. Every song on the radio is about death, now that you're gone, on the other side. I'm so scared I can't do anything but cry. I want to scream, but I can't find the strength. Arthur. Emma, it's all right. I understand. You don't have to feel alone. Your friends are here for you. Emma's eyes suddenly well with tears and she turns to hide from Arthur. Emma. Crying. I don't understand why this happened. Why did it have to happen to Bianca? She was such a good person. She was going to quit dancing in this winter and go back to school. It's not fair, it's just not fair. Arthur. Emma, don't do this to yourself. You can't give up. Emma. I just want to wake up. If this is a dream, I want to wake up. If I'm not dreaming, then I want to lie down and go to sleep, sleep and forget, and when I wake up, everything will be back to normal. Arthur. Emma, nothing can make things the way they were. But I'm going to do what I can to make sure that this madness comes to an end. I better go. I have work to do. Call me if you need anything. Arthur turns and exits out the door, leaving Emma weeping on the steps. EXT, Booger Holler Bridge, dusk. Arthur decides to drive to Booger Holler. He parks on the far side of the bridge and walks to the edge, where he sets up his canvas and begins drawing. He spots a dead and rotting deer floating by underneath the bridge. He watches in pensive horror as a crawfish rips and tears at the carcass. Int, comic conspiracy sales floor. Day. Int, back office. CU of Arthur's hands as he opens Mr. Smith's letter and reads the contents within. He studies OT for some time and then begins drawing. Angle, drawing. Camera pulls back and we see Arthur sketching on the paper. He feels confused by the events of the past week. Most of all, Arthur feels frustrated creatively. Angle, CU, Arthur. Arthur's mind moves away from the insane circumstances surrounding him. He feels everything drop away as he feels his way across the paper through the pencil. He feels the weights drop away from his mind as he moves away from it all. Then he remembers Bella. Arthur is suddenly thrown back into the harsh light of reality as the world and all of its problems crash back in on him. Angle, drawing. Arthur lays his head on the drafting table in defeat. Angle, door. We hear a knock on the door. Arthur sits up quickly just before the door drifts open and we see Koi lean in. Koi. I thought I'd find you back here. Arthur. Koi. Arthur forces his anguish back inside as he stands to greet Koi. He puts on his best happy face for his friend. Koi. I was on my way back from Norfolk, so I thought I'd swing by. Arthur. You weren't due back until Saturday. Koi. I can come back later if you're busy. Arthur. No, man, let's see what trouble we can get into. Koi. Smiles. Just like old times, huh? Arthur. Yeah man, I need to get away. Koi. So what's this numbers killer everyone is talking about? Arthur. I don't know where to begin, cuz. Arthur moves to the door. Koi spots Arthur's drawing and stops to inspect it. Koi. Hey, what are you working on? Arthur flips the paper over to hide it from Koi. He doesn't want Koi to know he is working on pages for Mr. Smith. Arthur. Don't worry about it. It's crap. Koi. Come on. Not afraid of a little constructive criticism, are you? Koi lifts the page and studies it momentarily. Arthur. It's real shit. I was just about to throw it out. Koi. No. You've got some strong compositions here. Your lines still have that elegant curvilinear quality. Arthur. Stop wasting your time. Let's go. Koi. Hey, I recognize these characters. This is Stipe and Stipple from Pyramid. Arthur realizes Koi knows what he is working on. Arthur. No, it's just. Koi. Smiles. You're doing something for Mr. Smith. Arthur feels like a hypocrite for always denouncing artists who do work for hire for the big companies. Arthur. No, I'm not. Coy. It's not bad. Arthur can no longer hide his frustration. Arthur. I said put it down. Arthur snatches the page from Coy. Coy. Surprised. Whoa. Where did that come from? Arthur's mind drowns in emotion. The negative feelings and frustrations from the last week suddenly spill out from inside him. Arthur. Angrily. You know where it came from, partner. Coy. Art, I thought you were. Arthur. You thought I was going to roll over like some trick-ass motherfucker for you and your corporate butt buddies. Coy. Art, if you're still upset about Avatara. Arthur angrily seizes Coy by the collar. Arthur. She was my character, you son of a bitch. Coy. We developed those ideas together. Arthur. Develop this, bitch. Arthur sucker punches Coy in the stomach. Coy falls back from Arthur gasping for breath. Arthur. You had no right to run off and sell her. Avatara was mine too. Coy gulps for air. Coy regains his breath and lashes out with a punch to Art's chin, knocking him to the ground. Coy. You sanctimonious fuck. Arthur rubs his jaw to ease the pain. Arthur. Fuck you, you corporate lackey. Coy. I just followed the rules. Coy. I showed you those samples. I showed you their contract. You're the one who didn't want to read it? You knew what I was doing before I did it? Arthur. Fuck you, you work for hire bitch. Coy. You sat back and said nothing. You didn't want to work inside the system. You had to play the role of the great American maverick and go your own way. Arthur. Damn right. Coy. Well, you did it your way, and where did it get you? You're still working in the same comic store you worked for in high school. Forgive me for trying to make a living with my skills. Arthur. You fucking. Coy. You did it your way. You did it? Not me. Arthur feels racked with guilt at the way he has treated his friend. Arthur. Coy, Coy. I'm out of here. Feel free to look me up if you ever make it past the city limits. Coy storms out. Arthur swings his arms through the air in anger. Arthur. Fuck. Arthur stands over the drafting table. He stares down at the page. Arthur suddenly tears and stabs the paper with his pencil. He drags the lead across it in violent frustration. Arthur seizes the paper, crumples it and fiercely throws it against the far wall. Arthur. Sell out, motherfucker. Arthur is unsure if he was yelling at Coy, or himself. Arthur stands limp in the center of the room, his mind reeling in defeat. Angle, crumbled paper. Int, Arthur's apartment. Day. We see Arthur walk inside with M.R. Smith's letter tucked under his arm. Arthur opens M.R. Smith's envelope and extricates the papers within. He walks into the studio and looks at the drafting table. He reaches to flick on the desk lamp, then hesitates for a moment before clicking the switch. Arthur seats himself at the table, positions Smith's letter next to a blank sheet of paper and begins drawing. Camera pans across the shelves in a complete 360 asterisk circle and back to Arthur, and we see that some time has passed as he has completed a page of drawings. He stretches for a moment and turns the desk lamp off. Rising from the drafting table, he makes his way into the kitchen and opens the refrigerator door. He drinks lazily from the milk carton. His eye catches the sight of Rick's bag resting on the coffee table nearby. Arthur retrieves the hidden mask and opens to the marked page. He begins reading. Cut to. The Monkey King extends his staff toward Gibson. Monkey King. I will drag you before the judges of hell, mortal. Gibson. Well, if you're not interested in doing business, I might as well have a bite to eat. Gibson holds the peach up to his open mouth as though he were about to take a bite. The 6-foot staff suddenly shrinks down to the size of a toothpick in his hand. The winds stop as unexpectedly as they began. The Monkey King backflips and lands next to Gibson. Monkey King. Calmly. As you wish, Gibson Reeves. Gibson. Thank you, sir. Gibson rewraps the peach and slips it back into his vest. Gibson. Now we can get down to business. Monkey King. Give me the peach. Gibson. Not just yet. Do you have something for me? Monkey King. Of course, Gibson Reeves. The Monkey King searches through his robes. Monkey King. I do believe I may have something of interest to you. He turns his back to Gibson as he continues searching his robe. Monkey King. Perhaps this is what you seek, Gibson Reeves? The Monkey King turns to face Gibson. His arms cradle a long polished wooden box. Angle, close, shiny wooden box. The polished pine box is emblazoned with the seal of the Jade Emperor of Heaven. It is an indestructible and impenetrable Chinese artifact. Angle, X close, Gibson. Gibson's face lights up. Gibson. Stunned. That's it? The seal. Arthur stops reading and looks over to Rick's bag. He places the book on the coffee table and reaches inside the bag. He finds only air. Arthur's eyes widen in horror as he dumps the contents of the bag but finds the box missing. Frenetically he leaps about the room, tossing pillows and papers against the wall in a vain search for the box. Arthur sits on the couch and drops his head in his hands in anguish. Arthur rises and walks to the bathroom sink. He splashes water on his face to wake himself. Arthur grabs the nearby towel from the rack and dries his face. He looks up from the towel to see his reflection grinning back at him. He drops the towel in surprise. Arthur. What the? His reflection in the mirror grins at him with evil in its eyes. Arthur's reflection. What's the matter, Mr. Goody Two-Shoes? Cat got your tongue? Arthur. Disbelieving. This isn't happening. Arthur's reflection. Pussy got your tongue is more like it? That bitch has had you turning in circles for 4 years. You've been chasing that tail for so long that you don't know whether you're supposed to stay, lay, come or pray anymore. Arthur. You're not real. Arthur's reflection. Wrong. You're not real, bitch. I'm the real one. You're just the shadow that's been wearing my skin. Well, guess what, faggot? I'm free and there's nothing you can do about it. Arthur. Dreaming. That's it, I'm dreaming. Arthur's reflection. You've been dreaming, punk. You're finally starting to wake up to reality. Learn to like it because it only gets better from here on out. Arthur. What are you talking about? Arthur's reflection. Oh, wait till you see the joys I have planned for you, the sweet twisted little pleasures we're going to explore together. Arthur. I don't. Arthur's reflection. Yes you do, bitch. And yes you will. You've wanted it for so long, well now is your chance. I'm giving you everything you've wanted, all the sex, the glory, the blood. It's all yours for the taking. You just have to man up to it, bitch. Arthur. This isn't happening. Arthur slams his fist into the mirror. Arthur's reflection grins. Arthur's reflection. Still doubt me? Do you need to put your hand into the wound in my side, Thomas? Arthur backs away from his reflection. He makes his way to his bedroom. Arthur stands over his bed for a moment. He reaches out and moves the pillow on the bed. Seeming mesmerized, he picks up something and looks at it. A wave of fear, repulsion, and confusion crosses Arthur's face. The camera pulls back to reveal a long black knife in Arthur's hand. Int, living room, night. Emma sits drawing studiously at the kitchen table. She looks up at the sound of a scratching at the door downstairs. Thinking it is her cat wanting to get in the house, she rises and makes her way down the steps. Halfway down the steps, she shudders, visible as a chill overtakes her. Cautiously she approaches the door. The scratching grows slightly more audible as she draws near. Undeterred by her fears, she grabs the nearest weapon she can find, the broom. She carefully opens the door and peers out. Silence. She steps back in surprise as her cat pounces into view. She bends down to comfort her furry friend. She cradles the cat in her arms with a little laugh, and steps back into the house. As she goes to close the door, it strikes an immobile object and stops. She slams against the door to keep the creature from entering further. She fumbles for the broom nearby. As her fingertips graze the handle, the broom falls over and out of reach. Still straining against the door, she thinks quickly about any weapons nearby and instinctively reaches in her pocket for the rosary inside. She pulls it out and clutches it against her breast, closing her eyes in prayer. The intruder slams against the door again, causing Emma to lose her footing. She shifts quickly to regain her purchase, letting her hand grab against the edge of the door, causing the rosary clenched within it to dangle on the other side of the door. There is an inhuman screech and the door slams shut. Emma leans against the door, locking it and clenching the rosary in silent prayer. Suddenly the violence resumes as the intruder returns, slamming into the door at full speed. Emma leans heavy on the door, keeping the prayer beads at her chest. A cacophony of roars, growls, and flapping wings rises up violently outside, rising, and the end suddenly, silence. The banging at the door stops as suddenly as it began. Emma keeps her eyes closed in silent prayer as the silence retakes the night. She jumps slightly as her cat drops into her lap with a purr. She laughs at herself and cradles the cat gently. Int, bedroom, night. Bella sleeps restlessly in her bed. She tosses and turns in fits. A strange fog and light billows up around her bed. She rolls back and forth, undulating on the bed in strange agonies. Suddenly she rolls and sits up, opening her eyes wide in horror as the mist and apparitions envelop her. Int, bedroom, night. Arthur sleeps fitfully. His eyes roll in deep REM sleep, nightmares clouding his mind. Video montage begins, intercutting of images in succession, beginning with Arthur in a white room of infinite dimensions staring at a chessboard. He reaches for his black queen and moves it towards the opposite king. Bella appears standing on the other side of the board, whispering seductively. Bella. Kiss me, Arthur. He looks up at her and leans over to kiss her and pulls back, suddenly realizing it isn't Bella, but Emma that he was kissing. Emma lunges across the board, plunging a knife into his chest. He looks down, seizing the knife, and pulls it free, realizing it is really a sheet of blank paper. 3 black-robed figures appear behind Arthur and he looks at the blank paper again as it has become the Devil Tarot card. He hears his heartbeat rising and rising to deafening proportions until it's so loud that he clambers his hands over his ears in an effort to block out the sound. He rises to his feet and begins running and running until he suddenly finds himself running through the darkened woods at night. He runs until he falls to his knees in exhaustion. The robed figures appear behind him and point overhead. Arthur suddenly rips and tears at his back, pulling the flesh free in big chunks until a pair of obsidian wings erupt from his shoulders and he flaps them rapidly, taking to the air in flight. He eats the upper clouds and smiles to himself in quiet pride. His wings wither and rot away and he plunges to the ground, screaming as he flails helplessly. Suddenly he finds himself inside a small cage. He grasps the bars but they refuse to budge. Mr. Smith walks up to the bars and looks in at him with an evil grin. Mr. Smith. You still don't understand, do you, son of Adam? The sound of giant flapping wings rises up to a deafening roar. Cut to EXT, Haunted Trail, Night. Begin intercutting of video montage with Lucas, Campbell, and Spike entering the haunted trail. They pass various and sundry monsters in turn. They move through the woods and small enclosed sets, passing many horrifying sights including chainsaw-wielding farmers, cackling witches, Frankenstein's monsters, ghouls, zombies, and hockey mask-wearing maniacs. A large dark-robed frame rises behind the three boys. The shadows conceal the features of the dark creature as it looms ominously over the unsuspecting teens. The numbers killer snatches Spike by the hair and whips the boy into the air by his hair. A blade flashes into the creature's hand and quickly slashes the boy's throat wide open, silencing his screams in his throat. The numbers killer turns and in one motion pins the boy through the shoulder with a long dark blade, pinning him to the post behind them. Title card, 2. Friday. Int, TV studio, day. We join the local morning news show already in progress. Newscaster. Top story today is another murder apparently linked to the numbers killer slayings. The body of 13-year-old Spike Graham was found stabbed to death at the local Camp Blood Haunted Trail. Graham had reportedly gone to the haunted trail late last night with a group of friends and was separated from the group. His body was discovered early this morning with the apparent death as the result of multiple stab wounds. The Numbers Killer Police Task Force has linked the death of Spike Graham to the recent series of ritualistic murders attributed to the Numbers Killer. More on that story as news develops. Coming up, we've got your Halloween survival tips as Irvin Freely joins us live from Wally's World and he'll show you which treats to buy and what tricks you'll need to survive the Halloween weekend. Stay with us, there's more when the Carolina Curve continues. Int, Arthur's bedroom. Morning. The bedroom hangs dark around the warm glow of the TV covered by a towel. The door to Arthur's bedroom cracks open and a slender hand seeks out the light switch, flicking it a few times. After a few useless flicks she realizes the light bulb is dead. Mom's head slowly peeks in. Conted. Softly. Arthur. It's time to wake up. She pushes the door open, spilling light into the room. She walks to the dresser and grabs an armload of shirts. She picks through the shirts in the light of the open door. Arthur rolls in bed and sits up at the side of the bed. The light falls across his face, throwing half his body into darkness. Mom holds a shirt out for him. Mom. Come on, Arthur. It's time to get up now. Arthur. Groggily. Mom. Mom. You would feel better if you get up early and get a head start on the day. Come on now. Put both feet on the floor. Arthur. Mom, please. Not today. Mom. You've got to get ready, you've got a big day ahead of you. She lays the shirt down next to him as she moves back to search through the dresser again, this time seeking out a pair of pants. Arthur. Mom, please, let's not do this today. I just need some rest. Mom. You've been sleeping too much lately, mister. You've got to get up and get going. Arthur. Mom. You're going to be late. Now get dressed. Arthur. Late. Mom. That's right, you've got to get downtown this morning. Arthur. What do you mean? Mom. You've got an appointment this morning. Now hurry up. Arthur. What are you talking about? Mom. Arthur, I made an appointment for you with Dr. Washington today. You just need to talk to him, that's all. Arthur. Are you serious? Mom. Yes. Arthur, you haven't been acting right. I am worried about you. Arthur. Let's not do this again. Mom. Now listen, Arthur, just go and talk with Dr. Washington, he's a very good doctor. Arthur. I can't believe this. Mom. Don't worry about not being able to afford it, I'll take care of the bill. Arthur. It's not necessary. Mom. Maybe you could benefit from the use of antidepressants, just for a little while. Arthur. Mom, please. Mom. Arthur, I am worried about you. You're not behaving normally. You stay up late, you sleep all day, you're acting like a vampire, Arthur, and I am worried about you. Arthur. Mom. I'm not a vampire, and I don't need to see a doctor. Mom. Pleading. Arthur, please, you need to see Dr. Washington. Just go this one time. Arthur. Mom, give it a rest. Mom. Arthur, please, just go to the appointment. Arthur. Mom, I said I don't need to see a doctor. Mom. But Dr. Washington is very good, he's. Arthur. Mom. Mom. Arthur, please. I want to have grandchildren one day. Arthur. What? Mom. Oh, Arthur. Arthur. What the hell? Arthur rises and angrily seizes the clothes out of his mother's arms. He flings them against the far wall. Raging, he turns and throws bed sheets and blankets and books and whatever he can grab against the wall. Arthur. What do you want from me? What? 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 Mom. Softly. Oh, Arthur. I don't know what's happened to you. I don't know who you are anymore. These movies, comic books, now Bella. I just don't know. Arthur. Comic books? It's not about comic books, damn it. How many times do I have to explain it to you? It's not about comics. It's not about superheroes. It's about more than me. It's about more than you. It's about ideas. Can't you get that through your thick fucking skull? Tears slowly roll down Mom's cheeks. She turns and heads out the door, but stops. Mom. Arthur. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have bothered you. I'm sorry to be such a hindrance to your plans. She rushes out of the apartment, leaving Arthur sitting alone in the darkness at the edge of the bed. The lights from the TV flicker off. We hear the wind rise and wings flapping overhead. The darkness seems to close in around Arthur. Int, Comic Conspiracy. Day. EXT, Streets, Day. Arthur passes Nene in the street again. Nene dances back and forth on the sidewalk, shuffling and jiving as he sings through blackened teeth. Nene. I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house in. Not by the hair on my chinny chin chin. I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house in. Arthur watches the vagrant from across the street, eyeing him suspiciously. A buzz of white noise rises up behind Arthur, drowning out the sounds of the city. Arthur moves in slow motion as he watches Nene dance. Nene. Chanting. Tequila-lee, huff and puff. We follow Arthur as he enters the comic shop, gliding slowly along in an almost trance-like state. We see quick flashes of dream imagery cross the screen as the other world impedes upon Arthur's reality, cuts of Arthur screaming, murders, Emma and Bella screaming. Arthur looks over to Kilroy and Jimmy as they commiserate around the table with their backs to Arthur. They seem to be deep in conversation with each other, but we do not hear the words coming from their lips as the buzz of white noise continues. They casually glance back at Arthur as he enters, their eyes blaze with hatred and suspicion. We hear them chanting, mantra-like. Int, Comic Shop, Day. Arthur strolls into the store. He stops haggard and tired at the front door. Breathing heavily, he gasps out his plea. Kilroy and Jimmy examine what looks like a strange metal boombox with various wires and antennae sprouting from it. Kilroy twists and adjusts several knobs on the device. There are spare parts, tools, and various paintball accessories spread out across the counter and table where Jimmy and Kilroy are working. Arthur stares blankly at the wall. Jimmy and Kilroy regard him with suspicion. Kilroy. Changes in base resonant frequency. Electromagnetism unlocks superdimensionality. Jimmy. Right. Like when a book gets adapted into a play. Or a comic gets turned into a TV show. Then that TV show gets optioned for a movie. Then the movie gets turned into action figures, and comic books, and the next thing you know, you've got the comic that the idea started in on the shelf next to the adaptation of the movie that was adapted from the TV show, and on it goes. The pair stops talking. They look at Arthur, then exchange suspicious glances with each other. Seemingly dazed, Arthur slowly opens his mouth to speak. Kilroy. So what the hell is wrong with you today? Arthur. I don't suppose you watched the news this morning? Jimmy. Why? What happened? Arthur. Apparently. There was another murder last night. They found Spike at the haunted attraction, with his insides removed, and intestines thrown over his shoulder. Kilroy. We heard about Spike. We already posted the update on this morning's blog at numberskiller.com. Arthur continues staring blankly. His face flashes with a sudden realization and he narrows his eyes at his coworkers. Arthur. You did what? Jimmy. He said we posted it on the website. We've got exclusive coverage because he used to come here. We were even thinking about auctioning his comics on eBay. Who could pass up the opportunity to buy the comics of the Numbers Killer's latest victim? Arthur. I can't believe what you two are telling me. This isn't a joke. There's a maniac killing our friends. Jimmy. Come on, give me a break, man. This is real life, Arthur. That only happens in lame horror movies. Arthur. Well, how real do you want it to be, Jimmy? How real is it going to feel when you're in here counting comics and that monster comes in and cuts your heart out of your chest? Kilroy. Hasn't anyone noticed this shit started at the same time that blind dude showed up? I mean, is he really blind? What the fuck is a blind guy doing reading comics? It's not like you feel the pictures in a comic. What the fuck is he wanting comics for? Arthur. The first murders happened over the weekend. Jacob didn't meet Rick until Monday. So you can disregard whatever notions you're concocting about Mr. Johnson. Kilroy. Yeah, well, I want to know why all of this shit is happening here, in Andersonville? I mean, doesn't anyone think it's awfully fucking convenient that all these people we know are getting killed? Jimmy. What about Rick? Where has he been during all of this? What if Rick is the Numbers Killer? Arthur. Forget about Rick. Rick's out of town right now. If there's anyone here that needs watching, it's you, Kilroy. Jimmy. That's the freaking truth. Kilroy's a nutjob and a half. Kilroy. Fuck you, fan bitch. Jimmy. I bet you killed Bianca because she turned you down when you asked her out. Then you just went over the edge and kept on killing. Kilroy. Fuck that. I turned that bitch down. I still wouldn't kill a hot piece of ass like that even if she did turn me down. What about you, fat boy? You've been shot down by every skank hoe on two legs. You could have killed Bianca and Paula. Arthur. What about that time Farrell beat you up? Jimmy. Yeah, I remember that. You sold him that bogus autographed copy of The Nick of Time. Been harboring a deep-seated hatred for a few years, Kilroy. Kilroy. If anyone went crazy, it's obviously you. You're the one that has a chronic case of pissing and moaning. You spend every day whining about the crumbling state of the comics industry. You're always brooding because no one gets your comics. You're the one that's trapped in some kind of money-chain world overrun by lesser life forms that don't understand you. Arthur. You're crazy, Kilroy. I would never. Jimmy. Yeah, Art. You've probably been waiting to go on a rampage. It's always those quiet friendly boy next door types that go mad and start eating their neighbors. Kilroy. All you needed was something to set you off. As soon as Bella dropped your punk ass, you snapped and went on a killing spree. Now you're just working your way through everyone you know, killing them all one by one. Arthur. Well, if that's the case, then why haven't I killed you two yet? They stare at each other silently, eyes burning with accusation. Arthur breaks the stare down and turns away. Jimmy. Maybe we should call the cops again. Kilroy. The cops are fucking clueless. Arthur. And tell them what, Jimmy? Tell them that one of us is the numbers killer? Kilroy. I'm sure they've received only 1,000 phone calls from people claiming to be the numbers killer this week. Arthur. This isn't getting us anywhere, fellas. We've got to figure out what the hell is happening here. Kilroy. Isn't it obvious? It's Halloween and it's the end of the world as we know it. Arthur. I'm not ready to give up, yet. We're going to find this thing. Kilroy. Who cares about finding it? How do we kill it? Arthur. We should check everywhere. Keep telling the kids that come in here to keep a lookout for anything strange. Sewers. Caves. The forest. Graveyards. Anywhere you think something unnatural could be hiding. We've got to root it out before we all end up as another number waiting for a toe tag. Jimmy. Kilroy could find it? Arthur. What do you mean, Jimmy? Kilroy. Yeah, what the hell are you talking about? Jimmy. Well, you could just sweep the city with your EMF counter. It registers changes at a quantum level. Anything with a different electromagnetic frequency from the rest of the city would stand out. You said that's how you pinpointed the ley line under the city. Kilroy. Yes. It worked because that was a ley line with a higher EMF reading than the city. It doesn't register homicidal maniacs, you dipshit. Arthur. But what about a vampire? Jimmy. Yeah, anything of supernatural origins would register at a different EMF from the rest of the city. Kilroy. No. It's impossible. The EMF counter wouldn't register that kind of bullshit. Arthur. But what if it was real? Kilroy. Well, maybe, I don't know. We're just talking a bunch of nonsense. The lights in the store flicker on and off. The radio blinks off and on and static plays from the CD player for a moment. The lights flicker and come back on. Arthur, Kilroy, and Jimmy regard each other silently with doubt, anger and confusion clouding their faces. Arthur turns and looks down the long row of comic boxes. His gaze settles upon the Arkham box resting at the end of the long table. Arthur. Where did that come from? Jimmy and Kilroy shrug silently. Arthur walks over to the box. He stops a few feet away and regards it with caution and awe. Arthur. How did this get here? I thought it was. Arthur turns back to his quiet friends. An unnatural shadow seems to have fallen across them both. Kilroy. Chanting angrily. Kill. 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 Jimmy. Chanting pitiably. Mommy. 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 Arthur reaches out to pick up the Arkham box. His hand is stopped mere inches away from the surface of the box, Kilroy's hand clenching his arm at the wrist. The world seems to swim as an unnatural force seems to float heavy in the air, pulling the trio to the box. They push and wrestle each other in an attempt to break free and grasp the box. They fall back and tumble in front of the door. The door swings open and Bella strolls in. She is clad sensuously in a small black mini dress that clings to her form. Her hair blows wild about her and her eyes burn with intensity. Bella. Hello, boys. Don't stop playing on my account. Arthur. Bella. What are you doing here? Bella. And what was that, Arthur? Oh, yes. Well, I realized something I thought you might find amusing. Did you know that Aristophanes put forth the hypothesis that all known art forms such as dance, music, and painting are the direct evolution of humanity's attempt to express their sexuality through religious rituals? Isn't that interesting? Arthur. Yes, I guess so. Bella, I thought after what you said, that I wouldn't see you again. Bella. I wonder what Aristophanes would think about the internet. I supposed cybersex would give a whole new meaning to God in the machine. Arthur seems to have forgotten about the Archcom box and brushes himself off as he tries to straighten his appearance at the sight of Bella. Jimmy and Kilroy pretend to return to work by sorting through a stack of comics nearby. Arthur. Bella, you're not making any sense. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at work today? Kilroy. Yeah, we thought you dumped Art's sorry ass. He's been whining about it all week. Jimmy. Please take him back. It would make all of our lives easier again. Arthur. Don't you guys have some cleaning you can do? Go dust or something. Kilroy. We do, but we want to see Bella dump you again. Bella laughs fiendishly. Slowly she walks over to inspect the Arkham box on the table. She runs a long finger across the gold inlays. She turns back to Arthur and seizes him by the lapel, drawing him in close. Bella. I've been thinking about what you said, Arthur. I've been thinking about us and how I'm not going to be held back to your patriarchal pre-feminist ideals like some vacuous giggling housewife. Arthur. Bella, I never said you couldn't do what you wanted to. She pulls him in close as if to kiss him, but stops with her mouth hovering mere inches away from his. Bella. I deserve to express myself sexually and professionally in a manner of my choosing without having to fear condemnation as a virgin or a whore. Arthur. Bella. Bella kisses him passionately. She pulls back, leaving him reaching out for her. Bella. I am the postmodernist Gaia, the Earth Mother. Arthur. Huh. Bella kisses him again, whirling him around against the counter next to Jimmy and Kilroy. We see a straight razor in her hand at the small of her back. Bella. And I am here for revenge and what is rightfully mine. Bella pulls away and slaps Arthur suddenly. She pushes him into Jimmy and Kilroy. Kilroy. Oh, damn. Ha ha. Bella laughs insidiously and snatches the Arkham box from its perch on the table. She brandishes the razor in the air in front of Arthur. Arthur. Bella. What are you doing with that? Be careful, it's an ancient artifact. Arthur reaches out to calm Bella and withdraws his hand quickly as she slices the blade through the air between them. Arthur dices at her again, snatching the box from her grasp. Bella pushes Arthur into Jimmy and Kilroy and the trio tumbles into the books at the end of the counter. Bella runs out the door cackling like a witch. Kilroy. That bitch done went crazy. Arthur. Bella. Arthur disengages from the pile of bodies and rushes out the door and into the streets. The street is empty. Bella is gone. Arthur. Bella. Arthur re-enters the store. Jimmy. What just happened? Kilroy. That stupid bitch tried to run off with Rick's box. What the fuck did she do that for? Arthur. I don't know, guys. But there's definitely something bizarre happening here. It's time to get to the bottom of it. EXT, Andersonville, Day. Video montage of Arthur, Kilroy, and Jimmy as they go through the streets and alleys of Andersonville. They inspect churches, sewer grates, mausoleums, alleyways, and abandoned buildings. EXT, Emma's house, Day. Arthur drives up to Emma's house. He runs up to the door and rings the doorbell. After waiting a moment, he begins pounding on the door. The house seems dark and quiet inside. He peers through the front window trying to see if Enino is inside the house. Cut to reverse angle through the window and we see Arthur peering inside. After a minute he becomes frustrated and we watch as he walks back to his car and drives away. After he heads down the road, the camera pans down from the window to the shadows underneath, revealing Emma sitting with her legs pulled tight to her chest. She silently rocks back and forth, clutching her rosary tightly. Int, Art's apartment. Dusk. Arthur rushes inside his house and begins poring over his books. We see him go through book after book of occult lore. We see pictures and descriptions of various nocturnal creatures, including vampires, lycanthropes, secret cults, and more. After searching fruitlessly for some kind of useful information, he collapses into his chair. His drawings for Stipe and Stipple and King Karma rest atop his drafting table. He takes pencil in hand and begins drawing furiously. Time passes quickly as we pan across a half-filled sheet of drawings around the room and back to Arthur, showing the pages completely covered with drawings. Arthur sits back and reads from the hidden mask. Cut to Gibson Reeves as he confronts the immortal Monkey King. Gibson. Bastard. The Monkey King pins the staff into Gibson's chest, holding him to the ground. He places a foot on Gibson's face. Monkey King. Angry. So, you know the dangers of the pact, little man. Then I shall teach you to never forget the dangers of the White Monkey King. The Monkey King twists the staff forcibly. Gibson. Yerg. Monkey King. Right now, there is only one thing sweeter than the sound of your sobs. The Monkey King slowly bites into the peach. Gibson. Grinning. I don't think you understand, monkey. It is not I who am making a pact with you. Angle, X close, monkey's mouth and peach. The peach erupts suddenly in an explosion of mystical sparks. Angle, monkey and Gibson. The Monkey King leaps back and turns his face away in pain. Gibson stands and dusts himself off. Gibson. It is you who are making a pact with me. The Monkey King turns the peach in his hand until he spots the red marking on the back. It is a sigil written in Gibson's blood. According to the way mysticism works in this reality, using their name to create a sigil can control supernatural beings. Sigils are magical symbols that embody conscious and unconscious desires. Sigils are used by magicians for a variety of magical effects. Monkey King. Foolish insect. What have you done? I will gnash your heart between my teeth. Gibson. I know your name, son Hodza. I have you now, little immortal. Monkey King. No. Gibson. I bind you in the name of Ganesha, binder of demons. The Monkey King lunges at Gibson. Gibson. Foul beast, I say be gone. The Monkey King vanishes in a burst of smoke and flame. Angle, close, Gibson's face. Gibson stands dazed for a moment. Camera pulls back, revealing Gibson is standing behind the table again. His pipe is in his hand again. The 5 candles that were blown away by the Monkey King are upright and burning on the table once more. The room seems to have returned to the state it was in prior to the Monkey King's arrival. Gibson would think it had all been a dream if it were not for the presence of the seal next to the comic pages on the table. He feels like time itself had stopped for a moment. Suddenly Gibson remembers the assassins. We see them resume their attack on Gibson as though no time had passed since the arrival of the Monkey King. Angle, Gibson and the assassins. Gibson is caught off guard due to the disorientation of the time shift. He barely raises his pipe in time to block a strike to his face. His grip is unsure and the pipe is knocked free of his hand from the force of the blow. Gibson spins to avoid the second onrushing attacker. He uses the assassin's momentum to send him flying into the other assassin. Gibson skirts around to the other side of the table. He gathers the seal and the Atman pages in his arms and turns to head out of the building. The assassins throw small blades at Gibson's back as he runs to escape. Gibson drops down and rolls as the blades pass over his head. He places the box and pages on the floor as he comes up from the roll. Gibson returns to his feet and faces the assassins. Arthur sits back exhausted from his drawings. He glances half aware about his studio and his eyes catch upon the Monday newspaper. His eye catches the secondary headline. He snatches the paper and the phone and heads towards the door. He punches in Kilroy's phone number and places the phone to his ear. Kilroy, OS. Who's this? Arthur. Kilroy, quit screwing around. I think I've found something. Kilroy, OS. Kilroy's not here. Arthur. Damn it, Kilroy, will you listen? I've been racking my brain to try and think of where we could look to find this damn numbers killer. But we've been going about it all wrong. I was beginning to think we were looking for a ghost because no one can find anything. But that's when it came to me. You don't go looking for ghosts. People don't have a problem finding ghosts, because they always let you know they're there. Kilroy. Cut to the chase. Art, my old lady was about to give me the binway balls treatment. Arthur. What is the best hiding place anyone could come up with? Kilroy. I don't know. Arthur. Hide in fucking plain sight. Remember the headline on Monday? Cemetery wrecked by vandals. If you were an unholy homicidal maniac and you wanted to hide on sacred ground but you can't? What would you do? You would profane the sacred first. Kilroy. What? This is ridiculous. Arthur. We don't have long until dusk. Meet me at the Booger Holler Cemetery. Arthur clicks the phone off and rushes out the door. EXT, Booger Holler Cemetery, Day. Scene 36, Vampire Hunting. The camera tracks down a row of stone steps. Arthur's car glides to a stop at the bottom of the steps. Arthur leaps out and hurriedly makes his way up the steps. The camera tracks with Arthur as he makes his way deep into the cemetery. He finds Jimmy and Kilroy. They are standing amid a ring of trees. A big blue gym bag lies at Kilroy's feet. Kilroy looks up to Arthur as he approaches. Kilroy taps his watch obnoxiously as Arthur walks into view. Arthur. Save the "you're late" speeches, guys. The Arthur snatches up the blue bag and the trio hurries onward. Arthur. Are you ready to die, tonight? Cut to. Camera tracks along jagged rows of tombstones and statues. Arthur. All right fellas, what did you find? Camera pulls back revealing a seemingly endless row of tombstones. Kilroy. Let me see. I think we may have found a bunch of fucking tombstones, jackass. Jimmy. Kilroy couldn't find his bunghole with 4 fingers, much less a friggin' vampire. Kilroy. This is the 5th fucking graveyard we've searched today. There's nothing here. Jimmy. Don't forget mucking through 5 miles of sewers, 6 garbage dumps, and 2 funeral homes. What about when that preacher chased you away from the church? That was so funny I almost crapped myself. Arthur. I get the picture, guys. What do you suggest we do then? Search on the internet? How many hits do you think we would get for possible hiding places of vampires that pose as serial killers? Kilroy. A few. Arthur. Let's just search around until we find something. Jimmy and Kilroy stop, leaving Arthur walking on alone. Arthur turns to encourage his friends. Arthur. Come on, guys. Look around. Kilroy. Whatever. This is weak. Jimmy. What are we looking for? Arthur. Clues, man, clues. It's not that complicated, Jimmy. What do we know about vampires? Jimmy. They drink blood. Arthur. Right. Jimmy. They don't cast reflections in mirrors. Can't cross running water. Kilroy. They like bitches with big titties. Jimmy. Me too. Arthur. What else, Jimmy? Jimmy. They can't walk around during the daylight hours. Arthur. What do they do during the day? Jimmy. Sleep. Arthur. Where? Arthur waves his hand at the graves surrounding them. Camera pans back across the tombstones and statues. Jimmy. Coffins. Cut to. Intercutting of Arthur, Kilroy, and Jimmy walking along the graves, looking at statues, and inspecting mausoleums. Kilroy holds 2 dowsing rods as he walks through the aisles. Kilroy. Grumbling. Every jerk off with a TV knows that you can't find a werewolf during the day. Jimmy moves to inspect the row next to Kilroy's. Jimmy. It's not a werewolf, jerky. For the 500th time, the numbers killer is a vampire. Kilroy. Right. And he's just lying around playing with Captain Howdy and hoping he doesn't run out of petroleum jelly before nightfall. Jimmy. Kilroy, you better start taking this seriously or you might wake up dead tomorrow. Kilroy. How the fuck can I wake up dead? That's the stupidest fucking saying. Wake up dead. If you're dead, you don't wake up. Jimmy. You do if you wake up and find out you're one of the undead. Kilroy. Shove that vampire bullshit up your morbidly obese ass. Can't stand sunlight, turns into mist. It's all bullshit. There's no scientific basis for vampires. Jimmy. You need to lay off the obese comments, partner. Kilroy. What's wrong? Afraid the werewolf will mistake you for a cow? Arthur. Hey guys, chill. Jimmy pokes Kilroy in the stomach. Jimmy. You're getting a little doughy around the middle yourself there, Captain Donut. Kilroy. Moo, bitch, moo. Jimmy. You know, Kilroy, I won't think twice about punching you in the mouth if you say one more word about being fat. Kilroy. No, you didn't just say you would punch me. Bitch, please. I will come to your house in the middle of the night and drag your ass out into the yard and beat the wheels off your fat ass in front of your own fat mother. Jimmy. Angrily. I told you not to talk about my mother. Mister. Jimmy lunges forward and seizes Kilroy by the lapels. Kilroy slaps him. They fall to the ground grappling and biting. Arthur runs over to stop them. He stops and stares at a grave near the fighting men. Arthur. Guys, stop. We see Kilroy's Tesla resonator slam into the ground and buzz loudly like an army of electronic locusts. Arthur watches in stunned silence as the resonator's high-pitched static whine rises slowly and steadily. Arthur separates the two. They brush off as Arthur turns and directs their attention to the nearby grave. Kilroy. You're lucky, bitch. Jimmy. Sit on it, bucko. The group moves forward to investigate the grave. Kilroy snatches up the Tesla resonator and turns it off. Kilroy. It was probably just the wind, that's all. Arthur. Look at the dirt. It looks freshly disturbed. Jimmy. What does it mean, Art? Arthur. We've found the resting place of the undead. Kilroy. You're fucking disturbed if you think we're going to fuck with a grave. Arthur. Come on guys, this is perfect. This grave site is over 200 years old. Kilroy. So is the grave next to it, dickweed. Arthur. Why would the dirt look like it was just put back in place yesterday? Jimmy. What if the numbers killer has to dig his way down to the coffins? He could even change into his gaseous form and seep down to the coffin. Then when he was ready to come out at night he would just rise out using his misty form again. Kilroy. This shows how delusional you are, Art. You've been frying your brains lately. You're mad about your comic. You think your penciling sucks. And you've been pathetically whining and pining over your ex-girlfriend who, may I remind you, dumped you like a case of the clap. Now throw in this crazy ass werewolf / numbers killer / serial killer and I do believe it has warped your fragile little mind. Arthur stoops down and searches through the blue bag. Jimmy. It's a vampire, monkey boy. Kilroy. Jimmy is on your side. Jimmy. That's proof you're fucking losing it. Jimmy. Mocking. Kilroy is wrong. Kilroy is wrong. Not na. Arthur. Well player, if I'm losing it? Arthur stands up with shovels in his hands. Arthur. Then we're about to find out. Cut to. EXT, graveyard, dusk. Kilroy and Arthur stand in a deep hole. They are digging. Jimmy rests in a sweaty lump near the exhumed dirt at the top of the hole. Kilroy. Oh shit. What's that smell? Jimmy. Kilroy. You farted. I smell you all the way up here. You're nasty, man. Kilroy. Fuck you, you fat fart smelling bastard. Arthur. It's not Kilroy. There's something down here. Kilroy resumes digging. We hear his shovel clank on something hard underneath the dirt. Jimmy. To himself. Vampire. Kilroy. I'm not going back into lockup over this bullshit, Art. Wait. Arthur. Don't stop. It's the coffin. Kilroy. Quietly. Do you hear? Like a singing. An unnatural shadow falls across Kilroy's face. His eyes roll and turn milky white. Arthur bends down and works at the dirt with his hands. Arthur. Come on. Give me a hand with this. Kilroy drops the shovel and lunges forward at Arthur's throat. He hisses and spits madly as he flails at Arthur. Arthur. Kilroy. What the fuck? Jimmy peers down at the two. Jimmy. Holy moly. Kilroy's gone loony. Jimmy tumbles into the hole to pry the pair apart. Kilroy turns on him as soon as he nears. The three men grapple frenetically, bumping and banging back and forth in the dirt hole. Thump. Kilroy collapses into the wall. Jimmy and Arthur look on quizzically. They look up out of the hole and are blinded by a brilliant light. Lt. Duval directs a flashlight beam into the boys' faces. Lt. Duval. Little pigs, let me in. The boys shield their eyes from the light. Jimmy. We're screwed. Lt. Duval. You gentlemen have 30 seconds to explain exactly what you're doing. In 60 seconds you get to run away while my 357 Magnum plays William Tell with the freckles on your ass. The boards beneath the boys' feet crack. Arthu and Jimmy share a quick we're fucked look at each other. Whoosh. A sharp thick gray smoke billows up from underneath. The boards explode in a shower of splinters and dust. The men are forcibly thrown in several directions. Kilroy lands in an unconscious heap at the mouth of the hole. Arthu and Jimmy roll in stunned agony just beyond him. The smoke coalesces into a nebulous form, vaguely humanoid at first. It quickly solidifies into the shape of the vampire. The undead beast spits and bares its fangs in the sunlight. The creature's flesh begins to burn from the exposure to direct sunlight. Jimmy. It's the vampire. Lt. Duval. Shut the fuck up, boy. We don't cotton to role-playing games around these parts. The vampire produces a dark hood from within the folds of its cloak. Arthur. It's the fucking undead, you numbnut. Lt. Duval. The only game we play down at the county is called Assholes and Elbows. Lt. Duval whips his massive Magnum revolver out of its shoulder holster. He waves the weapon at each of them. He turns toward the hissing vampire. The beast fixes its gaze on the lawman. Lt. Duval. Freeze, asshole. There is a blur of movement from the far side of the grave. The vampire is suddenly standing eye to eye with Lt. Duval. The creature's foul breath fogs the policeman's glasses. The creature lifts a pulsating glob of red flesh up and tears into it with its teeth. A long stream of blood spurts from the organ, splashing Lt. Duval in the face. Lt. Duval. What's that pinch? Lt. Duval looks down at his blood-soaked chest and sees a gaping fleshy wound in the center of his chest. His heart has been removed with supernatural puissance and precision. Blood spurts from the wound as he tries to lift his head back to face his murderer. He collapses to his knees, dead. The vampire sucks the still beating heart into its open maw. It licks the blood clean from its fingers. It pulls the now blood-soaked hood back down to protect its skin. Jimmy. What do we do now? Arthur. Jimmy, I. The words choke in Arthur's throat. The vampire suddenly has him trapped in its iron talons. The beast slowly waves its dripping red claws in Arthur's face. Arthur struggles and kicks helplessly. The steel fingers position over Arthur's heart. Arthur withdraws the Celtic cross knife from his pocket and slams the blade into the creature's arm. The vampire recoils from Arthur in agony. It clutches the hand that just held Arthur's throat gingerly. There are a series of small thumps ricocheting from the surrounding tombstones. The vampire hisses in vile hatred and turns to the shadows. We see a shadowy figure rise from the nearby and extend a hand. The man steps from the shadows. It is Jacob Johnson. He turns his head listening. The vampire's hiss crescendos. Jacob whisks the small staff quickly, creating a wick 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 noise. The vampire flies forward in a burst of super speed. Jacob spins and spits a cloud of water into the air. There is a sudden burst of smoke as the vampire materializes in front of Jacob. It writhes in agony as smoke and small flames lick its body. It has run into the cloud of Jacob's spit that consists of a mouthful of water from the St. Mary's Catholic Church baptismal fount. The blessed water stuns the unholy creature. Jacob quickly rolls and slashes his staff through the air. Cat-like, he lands behind the beast. We see a small black object drop in the shadows at Jacob's feet. He bends down, lifting the cloth sack. He turns it over, dumping the grinning half-head of the vampire from within. Behind him, the vampire's headless body drops to its knees. The head and body burst into flames in the sunlight. Jimmy. Jubilant. Holy cow. I told you it was a vampire. I told you. I told you. Kilroy stirs into waking. He moans and rubs the back of his head in pain. Arthur. That was amazing. What just happened? I was sure I was dead. Jimmy. Moaning. What happened? Is it over? Jacob. Humph. It has only just begun. Jimmy. Singing. Vampire. Vampire. Numbers killer is a vampire. Arthur. What are you? The men stop and turn to the shadows nearby. A figure crouches in the darkness. Wind rustles the leaves and sunlight breaks through, illuminating the imposing figure of the numbers killer. It kneels samurai-like, head bowed, studying the blade in front of it. The dark figure looks up at the group of men. Arthur. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Jimmy. Pathetically. The numbers killer is a vampire. It's a vampire. Kilroy. Oh fucking hell. The numbers killer seizes the blade and leaps forward. Jacob. Leave quickly if you want to live. Arthur. What? What are you going to do? Jacob. Do you take a blind man for a fool? Run. Jimmy. A vampire. Kilroy. Fuck this. Arthu ran. Jimmy gather up Kilroy and hurry back to their cars. Jacob stands unmoving, head tilted slightly, staff angled to the ground. The numbers killer continues its charge. At the last moment, Jacob bursts into action, lunging in to intercept his attacker. The men clash together in a burst of violence. Int. Stockroom. Comic conspiracy, night. The guys are pacing frenetically back and forth in the comic shop. The lights are dim and the store is locked up for the night. Kilroy. Did you guys see that thing? What happened? What the hell was that all about? Jimmy. I saw the vampire and the numbers killer. But I thought the numbers killer was a vampire. I don't understand. Arthur. I don't like this, guys, I don't like it at all. Jimmy. He scared the K-rap out of Kilroy. That was so funny I almost peed my pants. Kilroy. I was just running because you guys were. Whose brilliant idea was it to dig up a vampire in the middle of the night? How about if we start at dawn next time? Jimmy. I thought you said it wasn't a vampire, Kilroy. Arthur. Let's just settle down and get our bearings, guys. I need to think. Kilroy. Well, why the fuck didn't we just wait and come back? Jimmy. That was so gnarly. He ripped that cop's heart right out of his chest. Arthur. Maybe it's because every night this week, one of our friends has been killed. We can't wait another night. We're running out of friends. Jimmy. It was a vampire. It was. Kilroy. Fuck you, Art. How come it's always Jimmy and I that have to do the fucking monkey work while you're off playing Lord Byron in your ivory tower? What the fuck makes you think you're so special? You've been drawing your whole life and you can't even get a job in comics. Comics, man, fuck. Nobody even reads these things anymore. Get a grip, man. You're losing it. Kilroy grasps Arthur by the lapels and draws him close as he yells in his face. Arthur. Kilroy, I'm losing it because there is a killer out there that wants to slaughter this whole freaking town until there's nothing left but a pile of charred bodies and ashes. Now get your fucking hands off me. A knock comes from the front door. They stop arguing and suddenly turn their attention to the door. Arthur walks over to the front door. Jimmy. Art, don't open it. It could be the numbers killer. Kilroy. Like he would fucking knock. Arthur snatches the broom from behind the counter and holds it ready in one hand to strike whoever is outside the door. Jimmy and Kilroy pile in behind him. Arthur slings the door wide, revealing Emma. She shivers softly in the cold light of the street lamps. Arthur. Surprised. Emma. Emma walks inside and joins the group in the front room. Arthur drops into a chair to think. Emma. I'm sorry. I couldn't sleep. I was driving around and I saw the light. What's happening? Jimmy. It's the end of the world. Emma. I guess you guys couldn't sleep either. Kilroy. That's putting it fucking lightly. I haven't been this wired since I dropped 10 hits of sunshine LSD. I almost walked a hole in my bedroom floor that night. Emma. I talked to the curanderos. They say these killings are part of an unholy invocation. Jimmy. Curandero what? Arthur. Curanderos. They're medicine women. They work with roots and herbs to heal people. Kilroy. Maybe they can give the numbers killer a root and he'll fucking choke on it. Jimmy. But what I don't understand is if the numbers killer isn't the vampire, but the vampire is the vampire and the numbers killer is the numbers killer, then what does this mean? Kilroy. It means we're fucked. Arthur. It's not over yet. Halloween is tomorrow night. That's when it's going down. Kilroy. When what's going down? What are you talking about? You haven't made a bit of sense all week. At first this was kind of cool, but it's getting fucking annoying now. Business has been shit this week. The new comics are late coming in. My old lady threw me out. We even had to put our paintball games on hold because of the police checkpoints everywhere. This fucking sucks. Kilroy picks up one of his figurines from the table. He slides it across the map in disgust and knocks Arthur's book on the floor. It drops open to the page featuring Surad. Arthur retrieves the book and slowly regards the pointillism painting. He slides the book back on the table. Arthur. Wait a minute. It's been right in front of us the whole time. Arthur frantically clears the table and spreads Kilroy's map out. He scoops up a handful of figurines and begins positioning them on the map. Kilroy. Hey. Watch it. Jimmy. What are you doing? Arthur. The first murders were here. Then Bianca and Emma's apartment is here. Where did they find that Claire King girl? Kilroy. Over here on this corner. Arthur. Then Paula was here and Spike. Kilroy. What in the hell? Arthur. Emma, throw me that marker on the counter. The human mind creates patterns. Our mental programming seeks to create patterns from everything it takes in. So how do we know when we are victims of our own psychic sensors? And when do we know we've found a pattern that's always been there? Emma tosses the magic marker to Arthur, who quickly tosses the cap to the side and begins furiously marking across the map in broad strokes. He stops as suddenly as he began. The marker drops from his hand. He staggers back from the table. The group looks on in stunned silence. Kilroy. What the fucking hell? Emma. Dios mio. Camera pans down across the map and slowly pulls out in a downshot over the map, revealing a large pentagram drawn across the map. Kilroy. This is weird, man. This is starting to creep me out. Jimmy. What are we going to do? Arthur walks to the back and returns quickly with the bag containing the Arkham box. Jimmy. What are you doing? A chill spreads across the room as Arthur opens the bag and extricates the Arkham box from within. Emma shudders visibly as an evil chill runs across her skin. Kilroy and Emma move in close. Jimmy walks away from the table as Arthur opens the bag. Arthur. For once, I know exactly what I'm going to do. All of these killings started when this damn box came here. Arthur grabs a hammer from Kilroy's box of tools and parts nearby. Arthur. I'm going to smash this damn thing and send it back to hell. Arthur raises the hammer high over his head. The room plunges into darkness. We hear several bumps, bangs, and crashes. Then, silence. Int, Comic Conspiracy, Ashborough. Night. The stock room of the comic shop hangs heavy with darkness. A telephone ring pierces the silence. A small table lamp flicks on in the corner, throwing a dull shaft of light across the room. We see Arthur and Kilroy lying unconscious in a heap by the door. Emma lies nearby unconscious. Jimmy stands over them with the phone in one hand and a short blunt stick in the other. Jimmy. Hello. Yeah. He's right here. Jimmy bends over Arthur, holding the phone to his ear. Jimmy. It's for you, Mr. Special Boy. It's your call from 666 years ago. Nothing to say? Well, don't worry. Harry-Mageddon is here, punk. Jimmy clicks the phone off and tosses it against the wall. He holds his rock up for the others to see. He holds it close to his face as he begins a little jig dance. Jimmy. You guys still don't get it, do you? You just can't believe old Jimmy is smarter than you. That's right, I fooled all of you punks. I tried to get you in on the action, but you wouldn't listen. Only I am worthy to partake the seat of Azathoth. Jimmy holds the rock up in the dull light. Kilroy. Why don't you shove it up your ass? You better move your head to make room first. Jimmy kicks Kilroy in the ribs. Jimmy. Kilroy, don't you know that it's not very wise to talk smack to someone standing over you with a big stick? Kilroy. Groaning. Go fuck yourself. Arthur. Jimmy, it doesn't have to be this way. I know you're frustrated, but... Jimmy. Too late, Art. Too friggin' late. I tried to cue you in on what was happening, but you're not worthy. Remember all that malarkey I was talking about, that website and the Harry-Mageddon? Well, I was leaving you a trail of breadcrumbs a mile wide. That's not their real name though, it's just one of the faces they use to operate in the real world. If you weren't so busy feeling sorry for yourself, you might have taken advantage of it. Now you get a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be involved in something significant. For once you can make a contribution with your trivial little lives, by dying in their name. Arthur. Jimmy, we're friends. I don't understand what you're doing. Jimmy. You were never my friends. You liked me as long as I stood around looking stupid so you could make fun of me. That's not friendship, Art. You don't know me and you sure as heck don't understand me. Well, you'll have plenty of time to contemplate true friendship as you rot in the belly of the old ones for the next millennium. Arthur. Jimmy, this isn't. Jimmy. Shut up. You shut up. Emma groans and moans behind Jimmy. She shifts on the ground, seemingly approaching consciousness. Jimmy. Do you hear that? It sounds like Sleeping Beauty is waking up. Jimmy walks over and stands over Emma, straddling her limp body. He tosses his stick on the table nearby and moves the Arkham box to the floor in front of the bound men. He snatches up his toolbox and plops down on top of Emma, pinning her to the ground beneath him. He opens the toolbox and withdraws a handful of tools and potential weapons. Arthur. Jimmy, I have no idea what is happening here. What are you doing? Jimmy. That's right, you don't understand. Nobody understands me. Nobody understands what it's like to be immortal. Like that killer in that movie. You know, the one with the black gloves and the knife. Immortal. No matter what you do to him, hit him, shoot him, burn him, make fun of him. But he always comes back. No matter what, he always comes back in the sequel. Kilroy. Who would be dumb enough to make a movie about you? Arthur. Jimmy, don't do it like this, man. It doesn't have to be this way. Emma. Ugh. Jimmy. I can't breathe. Jimmy. You want to see the real me? I'll show you. Jimmy tosses his stick to the side and begins pushing back and forth on his forearm. A thin line of red appears on his skin, then blood spurts out as a razor blade erupts through his skin. Jimmy pulls a razor blade free from his skin, blood running down his arm. He holds the razor up for everyone to see, then tosses it to the side. Jimmy. Just a little blood to get it started, and now, for my next trick. Jimmy holds his rock out for them to see. He tosses it into his open mouth and swallows it whole. He rubs his belly in mock satisfaction. Jimmy. They are coming through the gate of flesh to reclaim their world. And everyone not on their side is going to be thrown into slavery. It's better to serve old demons than baby gods. Electricity sparks from Jimmy's eyes. The seed of Azathoth activates in his stomach. Emma. Jimmy, please let me up. Kilroy. Tell your old gods to suck my new cock. Arthur. Jimmy, we can talk this out. There's no point in doing it like this. Jimmy grabs a knife from the box and stabs it into the floor near Emma's head. He withdraws the syringe and his bottle of hydrochloric acid. He fills the syringe with the acid. He strokes Emma's face and lovingly runs the syringe along her exposed face. Arthur. What are you doing with that acid? Jimmy. Lecturing. You see this? Do you know what this is? You don't, do you? This is the 5. The 5. See, you think you're so smart. But you're not so flipping clever, are you, Mr. Fancy Pants? Because you don't know what the geometric perfect 5 of beauty is, and it was right here in front of your eyes the whole time. Her face so perfect, the perfect 5. Emma. Jimmy, please, don't. Jimmy brandishes acid-filled syringe towards Art and Kilroy, then brings it back and runs it along Emma's face. Arthur. Jimmy, I can forgive you for cold cocking me from behind. But I'm giving you 3 good goddamn seconds to put that down. Jimmy. You're not one of the chosen, Art. You failed your test. Only I am worthy, only Jimmy will pass into the new kingdom. Emma. Jimmy, if you don't get away from me with that fucking thing, I'm going to shoot your balls off. One at a time. Jimmy. Heh. You should be nicer when someone has a needle of acid pointed at your face. Arthur. Put that down before I kick your dentures so hard you'll need a colonoscopy to brush your teeth. He runs the needle around her face. And to her eye. Jimmy. You're not worthy either, you never could see me when I was right in front of you. You can't see me, so now you won't be able to see ever again. Kilroy. Fuck you, Jimmy. Arthur. Jimmy, don't. Emma. Don't play coy with me, Jimmy. I've seen how you look at the girls in the store. Jimmy. What are you saying? Emma. I've noticed how you've watched me from afar. Jimmy. You are trying to trick me with your temptress speech. Emma. You didn't think I noticed that, did you? You never thought that anyone was onto your games. Jimmy. This is not a game. I just never knew how to talk to girls. Emma. Don't you think I could tell you were watching? Jimmy. They never talked to me. Emma. I could feel your eyes. Jimmy. I didn't mean anything by it. It's not my fault. You have the perfect five. Your face is shaped like the perfect five. Emma. What you fail to realize is that it was not you who was watching me. Jimmy. It's the true architecture of beauty. It's so perfect, the mask of five. Emma. It was I who was teasing you. Jimmy. Lovely five. Emma. I loved it. Jimmy's face drifts down close to Emma's. Emma leans in quickly and bites Jimmy on the cheek. Emma and Jimmy scream as they pull apart. Emma uses the space created by Jimmy's shifting to work her legs up to his chest and hooking his leg. She rolls him over with a jiu-jitsu sweep and locks him into an armbar submission. Jimmy screams as his arm breaks at the elbow. Emma releases the hold and rolls back and away from Jimmy, regaining her feet. Jimmy presses his palm against the bloody gaping hole in his cheek. Emma stands and spits a bloody chunk of flesh out of her mouth. Emma takes like chicken. Art and Kilroy rush forward and tackle Jimmy to the ground. Jimmy drops the syringe in the struggle, but manages to grab the knife from nearby. Jimmy slashes at Arthur and Kilroy with the blade. Jimmy struggles to his feet and backs to the door. Kilroy. Oh yeah. You're my bitch, now. Art lashes out with a strong left hook into Jimmy's bulging midsection. Jimmy. Jimmy is caught as he breathes in and is forced to exhale unexpectedly. Oomph. Kilroy. I've had a hard-on to kick your fat ass for so long my dick has Viagra stamped on it. Arthur. Kilroy. No. Kilroy. Fuck that. I'm putting my boot in this hoe's ass. Arthur. Not in here, cuz. The comics. Take him out back. Art and Kilroy drag Jimmy to the rear exit of the store. Jimmy struggles free and backs Arthur and Kilroy away by slashing the blade at them. Jimmy. You don't understand. You have no idea what the numbers killer really is. You are going to die. This is like something you've never seen before. I'm the shepherd to lead you into the promised land of the dead. Arthur. Jimmy, we don't have to do this, we can still work it out. Jimmy. Really, Arthur? I don't think you understand. Jimmy raises his blade high in the air. His eyes flash with an eldritch light. He brings the blade down, stabbing it into his chest repeatedly. Stabbing, cutting, stabbing, cutting. Jimmy. You don't understand, you don't know me, I'm special, I'm special, I'm special. Jimmy continues stabbing himself until he's so tired he can barely lift the knife. Jimmy. Ow. That's not supposed to hurt. I'm special. I'm special. Jimmy collapses to his knees. He slumps over dead. Arthur. What in the hell? Jimmy's body erupts in convulsions. His chest explodes in a rainbow of colors and a red lightning bolt explodes from his chest as the seed of Azathoth activates. Arthur and Kilroy fall back helplessly and cover their eyes from the brilliance of the hovering ball of energy. It moves in closer and Kilroy holds out his hand to deflect the creature. His hand bursts into flame upon contacting the glowing sphere. Kilroy screeches and falls back unconscious. Suddenly Jacob Johnson explodes from the darkness, stepping in between Arthur and the glowing sphere. Jacob withdraws a small scroll from his jacket and throws it into the glowing sphere. There is boom as the energy sphere explodes on contact with the scroll and erupts into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Jacob turns and walks back into the shadows of the alleyway. Arthur rises quickly and follows him. Emma comes out the back door and attends the unconscious Kilroy. Arthur. Wait. Where are you going? This is the second time that you've helped us tonight. Don't leave. I've only got about a million fucking questions. Jacob. Find your own answers. Arthur. What? What is this? What is this box? What is the numbers killer? What is the Harumagedon? Jacob. No one can give you answers. Arthur. Cut the crap and tell me what is happening here. Jacob rounds the corner and Arthur rushes behind him, only to turn the corner to find that Jacob is gone. Arthur turns and heads back to the shop and his friends. Emma. He'll be okay. He's got some bad burns though. Kilroy. Art, let's get the fuck out of here. Police sirens rise and wail in the distance. Arthur. We should stay and talk to the police. We've got to let people know what is happening. Kilroy. Tell the police what? That Jimmy fucking committed harikiri and then a red lightning bolt shot out of his chest? They'll fucking lock you up and throw the key down the drain. Arthur. Emma, are you okay? What do you want to do? Emma. I'm fine, Arthur. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I want to check on my mother and make sure she is okay. All this unholy business is scaring me. Police sirens draw nearer. Kilroy. Come on, Art. Let's fucking go. The friends run off into the darkness of the alleyway. Arthur's apartment, night. Gibson returns to his feet and faces the assassins. Arthur rushes home. He slams the Arkham box on the desk and grabs the hidden mask. He flips through the book furiously and begins reading. Cut to Backroom Twin Rivers Saloon. Glowing Eyes Assassin. Leave the Revelation Sigil and go. We will allow you to live. Octopus Head Assassin. Repent now and there will be a place for you to stand with the masters when the Harumagedon arrives. Gibson. If you live under the yoke of a master, then how can you ever master yourself? Octopus Head Assassin. Then we shall rape your soul until you beg for more. The assassin pulls his mask off, revealing a bizarre visage beneath. Angle, X close, Octopus Head Assassin. The sole light of the room outlines the misshapen silhouette of the assassin's head. His head appears hairless and his mouth seems to melt into a wriggling mass of small tentacles. Gibson. Come and claim your prize if you can. Angle, close, Gibson's hand. Gibson whips his right arm out, activating a quick-release holster in his sleeve. A small pistol snaps into his open palm. Octopus Head Assassin. Harumagedon. Gibson fires several rounds at the assassins. The Octopus Head Assassin drops to the floor in a burst of blood and bullets. The glowing-eyed assassin continues advancing. Bullets strike his chest, releasing small charges of mystic energy. He seems impervious to the bullets. The assassin rushes into Gibson. They grapple each other and fall to the ground. The assassin struggles to drive a poisoned blade into Gibson's face. Gibson grips his wrist to keep the blade from driving down. Angle, the darkness. A large muscular silhouette advances through the smoke. We see the now familiar outline of the numbers killer. His costume looks basically the same as it does in the present with only a few minor variations. Cut to. Arthur sits in his studio reading the book. He looks over to the Arkham box. He tosses the book to the side and crowds up to his drafting table. He clutches the box to his chest and begins drawing feverishly. He continues drawing. Cut to. A drop of blood hits the page. Arthur swoons for a moment. He reaches up and touches his nose. Holding the Arkham box close, he runs to the bathroom and vomits blood into the commode. He collapses at the base of the stool, clutching the Arkham box tightly to his chest. Title card, 1. Saturday. Halloween. Everyone is in costume for the finale. Int, TV studio, day. We join the local morning news show already in progress. Newscaster. Good morning Piedmont, this is WCRV News, your Carolina's news curve. The schools are closed and stores are closing as panic hits the Piedmont. Authorities continue to set up roadblocks and checkpoints in an effort to find leads in the numbers killer slayings. Despite the police-enforced curfew, there are reports from across the triad as riots erupt as consumers flood the local supermarkets and shopping centers to stock up on food and supplies in preparation for a series of church-sponsored lock-ins in an effort to keep teens off the streets and out of harm's way over the Halloween weekend. Coming up, it's time to get out the record books as Charles Farley takes us live to see the triad's largest tobacco-filled cigarette. Wait. Are we serious about this stuff? There's a fucking killer on the loose. I can't do this anymore, it's a sick joke. Come on people. What are you waiting for? Do you want someone to spell it out for you? There's a lunar eclipse tonight. The end is coming. The B. East of the apocalypse is riding down Main Street and no one is safe. Haven't you been watching the news? There's a sociopathic satanic killer out there. The newscaster lunges over the desk and withdraws a pistol from inside her blouse. Newscaster. You want news? I'll give you news. Your number's up, bitches. The newscaster wraps his lips around the barrel of the pistol and pulls the trigger and blam, sends a bullet flying up through the roof of his mouth and spraying his gray brain matter all over the ceiling of the newsroom. A woman screams in the background and the camera shakes violently before going black. A video graphic springs up on the screen accompanied by cheerful Muzak rendition of Circles often by Borgul Rantapol. WCRV News will be right back. There is a cartoon of a smiling sun in the background overlooking the city and giving a wink and thumbs up. Int, Arthur's bedroom. Morning. Arthur sits on the edge of his bed staring at the TV in the darkness. We hear a scratch at the door. He stands and opens the door expecting to see his mom, but looks down to see only the cat. He drops back onto his bed staring into the darkness. His alarm clock beeps loudly and he stares at it blankly. EXT, Comic Conspiracy. Day. Angle, wide to track with Koi as he walks down Sunset Ave. He is carrying his portfolio. We follow him as he makes his way to the store for his last day of in-store signings. Koi walks up to the store and finds Arthur there. The store has been closed down after the previous night's occurrence. The door is roped off with yellow police tape. Angle, wide, Koi and Arthur. Arthur's forehead is bandaged. Sunglasses cover his eyes and his hair is disheveled. He did not sleep the night before and is quickly approaching his final breaking point. He is beyond fatigue and exhaustion. He keeps moving because he doesn't know what else to do at this point. Koi and Arthur stand quietly in front of the store. Angle, mid, Koi and Arthur. Koi finally breaks the silence. Koi. Confused. Art, what's happening? Silence. Koi. What happened to the store? Nothing. Koi. Have you heard from Rick? Is he okay? Arthur continues to stand silently. Koi. Have you seen the crazy things on the news? Silence. Koi. Art, are you feeling okay? You look like hell. Koi looks around unsure of what to say. Koi. Do you need something? You're really out of it, man. Arthur stares on silently. Koi. Okay. I guess I better go. Koi turns to walk away. Arthur grabs Koi by the shoulder. Koi turns to face Arthur. Koi. Art, I'm sorry about. Arthur suddenly hugs Koi. Arthur feels his face contorting as he holds back tears. He feels angry and confused at what has been happening all around him. He doesn't know what to say to his friend without bursting into tears. Koi's arms move at his sides as he is surprised and unsure what to think of this turn of events. Koi pulls away from Arthur. Koi. Dude, come on. Don't fag out on me. We can just shake hands. Koi shakes Arthur's hand firmly. Koi. There is no right or wrong when it comes to art. Art is when you live it. You've always known that. Try not to forget it. Arthur feels some solace at hearing Koi's words. The weight on his soul eases somewhat. The two friends stand silently for a moment. Koi turns and walks away. Angle, wide, Arthur in front of store. Int, comic conspiracy, day. The comic shop sits cold and empty. A section of the flyers covering the door has been peeled back, allowing a small beam of light to pierce the haze. The light falls across Arthur's face as he sits crouched behind the counter. Clutched tightly to his chest is the Arkham box. We see time passing as the light rises and falls across his face, first bright, then dimming to orange. Int, church, day. Emma prays for help at her church. Ext, street, dusk. It is Halloween. We see kids, families, and ghouls of all types flooding the streets for trick-or-treating. The police have set up checkpoints throughout the city. Despite the dread hanging over the city, the Halloween festivities proceed as normal. Int, comic shop, dusk. The door swings open, flooding the dull orange light of sunset into the comic shop. We see a silhouette creep into the shop. Arthur stirs into wakefulness behind the counter. He tenses as he realizes someone is in the shop with him. He slowly peeks around the edge of the counter to see who it is. He lifts his head to see a face staring right at him from the other side of the counter. Kilroy. Fuck. Arthur. Damn. It is Kilroy. Kilroy. I've been fucking looking for you all day. What have you been doing here? Arthur plops back down behind the counter, clutching the Arkham box. Arthur. Thinking. I've been thinking. Kilroy. Well, fuck, man. The time for thinking has passed. It's fucking Halloween. I don't know what we've seen this week, because it doesn't make a bit of sense, but I do know about Halloween. It's not all just bobbing for apples and wearing your best friend's costume so you can fuck his girlfriend. This is the fucking witching time, man. I may not believe any of this shit, but there are plenty of fucktards out there that do. Arthur. Jimmy's dead. Bianca's dead. Trey's dead. Kilroy. Fucking snap out of it, man. It doesn't matter what belief system currently labels this time of year, it could be Samhain, Halloween, or All Saints' Eve. It doesn't matter what you call it, because they all believe that tonight is the one night of the year that the veil between this world and the spirit world is easily pierced. Int, Emma's house, dusk. Emma peeks through the curtains of her home. Outside, 3 children dressed as a ghoul, a knight, and a princess beat on her door. She watches silently as they turn and walk away in frustration. She turns and drops to the floor, dropping her head in her hands. The doorbell chimes again, signaling the arrival of more trick-or-treaters. Emma runs to the bathroom, crying softly. She slams the door behind her. We hear her gentle sobs through the door. Ext, driveway, night. Farrell's black car swerves into his driveway and stops with a lurch. The headlights pierce the darkness, illuminating the figure of Bella standing in his doorway. She is garbed in a red dress and her hair seems teased and wild. She leans seductively against the doorframe. Farrell exits his car and swaggers up to her. Farrell. Bella, long time no see, babe. I hear you finally dumped that extra baggage. I knew it was just a matter of time before you wanted to take another trip on Space Mountain. Bella. Are you going to stand there all night with that stupid look on your face, or are you going to take me inside and show me what you've got under the hood? Int, comic shop, night. Arthur. Rick is probably dead too. Kilroy. Fucking listen to me. I know I talk a lot of shit, but that's just me. You know where I come from and you know when I'm being on the level. I don't put much water in this demon and devil bullshit, but it has become painfully fucking obvious that someone out there does believe this shit. Arthur. Everybody's dead, Kilroy. Kilroy. I told you I was looking into the occult specs of this fucking town. Occult geometry is very real and there's no hocus pocus involved in building according to occult specifications. This shit is real, baby. From the pyramids to the Pentagon to downtown Andersonville, the devil has a foot up our ass and he's stepping on the gas. There's fucking pyramids on street corners all through the city. There are roads and alleyways that come to abrupt endings and others that seem to have no beginning or end. There are magical compasses and Masonic symbols all through the city. Believe me when I say this shit is a science and it stretches back to fucking King Solomon cutting babies in half. Arthur. Kilroy. I don't know what's happening. Kilroy. Well, I'm trying to tell you. We've heard the stories around this town our whole lives. You've heard that shit about the hanged slaves coming back to life and dragging away white women, or the ghost of Booger Holler, or the fucking albino alligators eating children in the streets. If I didn't know any better, I would say this whole fucking town is haunted. Int, Emma's mother's house, night. Emma washes her face in the bathroom sink. She dries the tears from her eyes. The doorbell chimes again, startling her momentarily. She gently laughs at herself, building up her courage. She looks down to the picture of Bianca. She picks it up and regards it momentarily. Emma. Hey girl. I bet you would laugh to see me now. I'm acting like I'm afraid of my own shadow. What would you say if you were here? Emma looks up into her reflection in the mirror. Emma. Emma washes her face in the bathroom sink. She dries the tears from her eyes. The doorbell chimes again, startling her momentarily. She gently laughs at herself, building up her courage. She looks down to the picture of Bianca. She picks it up and regards it momentarily. You would say, Em, you're wasting the night away. You're sitting in here crying and there's a whole world out there waiting for you to take it by storm. It's Halloween, bookworm. You know what I say. Live fast. Love harder. Die fun. Emma lifts Bianca's picture and kisses it longingly. Cut to. Emma slides her closet door open and removes several colorful outfits. Int, Farrell's house, night. Cut to. Int, bedroom, Farrell's house, night. Farrell is tied and bound to a chair wearing only his shorts. Bella walks around him in a circle, rubbing his chest. Farrell. Bella, this is kind of freaky. I always knew you were a wildcat underneath, but this is weird. She puts a finger to his mouth. Bella. Shhhhhhhh. No talking. You'll spoil the ritual. We're conducting an experiment. You see, I've always been curious about the line between pleasure and pain. It's such a fine line, don't you think? I want to know, at what point within the human mind does pleasure become pain? Is it something as simple as a change in the order of firing neurons within our murky gray matter? The binary dichotomy of existence fascinates me. Pleasure and pain. Heaven and hell. Good and evil. Man, woman. Fears and desires. Bella prods a long slender blade from her bag. She runs the cold blade across Farrell's chest. Farrell. Heh heh. That tickles. Bella. Now I think we're getting somewhere. Fears and desires are like destiny and free will to me. Have you ever heard of vagina dentalis? Farrell. Damn straight, baby. Bella. Shush. That was a rhetorical question, no talking. She presses the blade firmly against his skin, bringing a thin line of red to the surface. Farrell. Ow. Fuck. Bella. You should be familiar with the phenomenon of vagina dentalis. It is the #1 fear of men everywhere, regardless of race, creed, or culture. Isn't that amusing? I find it endlessly fascinating. So I thought we could perform an experiment. I want to find that line between pleasure and pain. I want to feel the moment that it transforms from one to the other. It's like fate and free will. How do we know the difference? I came to your door tonight seemingly of my own free will. Or was it fate that brought me here? Do we choose our destiny? Or do we simply endure our fate? Do we create our pleasures or merely survive our pains? As she talks and walks around Farrell, she alternates rubbing a hand across his skin and tracing the blade over his flesh. Bella. The vagina dentalis tells us everything we need to know, because it's that little thing between every woman's legs that drives men forward. It's also that same little thing that all men fear. Desires and fears. Is it your choice to want me, or is it your fate to be here, bound to this chair, helpless like a child? Does the vagina dentalis give us the answers to find heaven or just another hell? Believe it or not, but every man fears a woman and her innocuous little place of secrets. This little sanctuary of the flesh provides your greatest fear, that in the heated moment of passion when all the world seems far away and only the body and its mindless driving instinct has taken over, that it will clamp down. Bella runs the blade up his leg to his crotch. Bella. And not let go, until it bites your dick off. Bella rips the blade up between Farrell's legs, tearing huge chunks of flesh, spraying a fountain of blood about the room. Cut to EXT, Farrell's house, night. We hear Farrell's screams echo into the night sky. Int, comic shop, night. Kilroy. I told you I've been looking for the occult geometry of the city. I found the ley line, but what I haven't been able to find is the center. Then when I saw what you did to my map, it got me thinking about that line from the Tao Te Ching: the way begot one, the one begets two, two begets three, three begets the myriad creatures. Look at this. Kilroy snatches his map from the table behind him. He holds it up and points at the center of the pentagram. Kilroy. I couldn't find it because I was looking for one center, not two. Look here, the Booger Holler Cemetery. Arthur. Yeah, what does it matter? Kilroy. I'm pretty sure one of the centers is here at the Booger Holler Cemetery. Then the other center is here. It's here in this comic shop. They're both an equidistance apart and right inside the center of this fucking pentagram you drew. Arthur. What difference does it make? Kilroy. Booger Holler has the old unconsecrated slave cemetery, which is supposedly haunted. It's like good and evil mirror images. According to my calculations, the true center should run between them across the ley line and through the sewers underneath. Arthur. Everyone is dead. Everything is dead. Kilroy. Look, damn it. If something is going to happen, it's going to happen in the center. Here. And it's going to be tonight. You don't have to be Cresswell the fucking fortune teller to know that the lunar eclipse tonight is full of mystical significance. If something is happening, it's tonight during the eclipse and when the clocks roll forward. The witch's hour is coming. Arthur. What does it all matter anyway? Kilroy. It matters because I'm not going down without a fight. And the more we know, the better chance we have to fight back. If you want to sit around like a couple of scared virgins in a whorehouse, then be my guest, but not this fanboy, and not today. Arthur. Virgins. What did you say? Kilroy. I said if anyone is coming to kill me, I'm shoving 12 inches of folded American stainless steel through their fucking neck. Arthur. What was the old superstition about virgin's blood? Isn't it supposed to be the most potent blood for mystical rituals? Kilroy. Yeah, so. What does that have to do with anything? I am not a virgin. We don't have anything to be scared of. Besides, how many virgins are still around in this day and age? Int, Emma's mother's house, night. Ding dong. The door chimes again. We see the front of the door now and a shadow cast across it. We hear footsteps as they hurry to the door. Emma. Hold on, I'm coming. Let me get the candy. The door swings open, revealing Emma. She is dressed in her costume, a red and black mini-skirt, shirt combo with red hair designed after a Japanese anime character. She carries a bowl of candy in her hand. She looks up expecting to see children and stops, startled. It is Bella. Bella. Trick or treat. Emma. Bella. Bella. Well, aren't you going to invite me in? Emma. Of course. Please won't you come inside? Bella. Don't you mean enter freely and of your own will? Emma. Pardon. Bella. It's Halloween, dear. Lighten up a bit. Emma. I'm sorry, I was just surprised to see you. I was expecting. Bella. Interrupting. The boogeyman? Emma. No. I was expecting more trick or treaters. That's all. You have blood on your hands. Bella. It's my costume, sweetie. I'm a psycho killer. Bella waves her knife in the air in front of Emma. Dried blood has dimmed the blade considerably. She walks up behind Emma and leans in close, her lips almost brushing Emma's ear. Bella. Trick or treat. Bella grabs Emma by the shoulders and pulls her close. Emma spins out and steps back from Bella. Emma forces a smile across her lips. Bella. See. Wasn't that great? Emma. Yes. Very amusing. I'm sorry, I'm not a very good host. Would you care for something to drink? Bella brings a blood-stained finger to her lips. Bella. Yes. Your blood. Emma. Excuse me? Bella. It's fake blood. It's Halloween, dear. Relax. Let's just talk. We've talked before, at the comic shop. Have a seat. Let's talk. Bella guides Emma by the shoulders and directs her to the couch. She takes the bowl of candy from Emma's grasp and sets it to the side. She sits down uncomfortably close to Emma. Emma. Okay. Let's talk. Bella. I heard about what happened to your girlfriend. I mean your girlfriend, of course. Emma. Yes. Bella. It's such a shame that so vibrant a life could be snuffed out so suddenly, so unexpectedly. Emma. Bella, is there something you want from me? Bella. Well, I've heard the stories about you and your girlfriend. I've heard about you two living together. Sharing the same room. Sharing the same bed. Emma. Bella, please, can we talk about something else? Bella. All right. I'm sorry, that was rude of me. I must be getting caught up in the moment. But that's so easy to do around you. You're so kind. So gentle. You barely even know me, but you're taking the time to talk to me. Emma. Bella. Bella leans in closer and closer to Emma as she speaks. She hooks her arm with the knife around Emma's neck and pulls her in closer. Bella. You're so kind, so beautiful, so hypnotic. Bella leans in closer and closer to Emma, bringing her mouth up to hers to kiss it. Emma pulls away at the last instant and stands up. Emma. I'm sorry, Bella. You'll have to excuse me because I'm not feeling very well. I must have eaten too much candy. The doorbell chimes again. Bella leaps to her feet. Emma. There's the door. It must be more kids. Emma snatches up the bowl of candy and heads to the door. She swings the door wide, revealing the numbers killer standing outside. The bowl of candy hits the floor at her feet as she screams. Cut to Int, comic shop, night. A ringing phone blares out in the dark room. Arthur sits alone in the comic shop. He is surrounded by a ring of papers spread around the floor. He draws furiously on one page, then skips to the next, scribbling incoherently from page to page. The Arkham box sits at his side. The ringing stops. Arthur stops drawing suddenly as he hears something moving in the back room. Arthur. Kilroy. Are you back there? The door to the back room creaks open. Bella steps into view. Arthur stands upon seeing her. Arthur. Bella. Bella reaches out and suddenly embraces Art. She kisses him forcibly about the head and neck. Bella. Please, Art. Don't let me stay alone. Come with me. Please. Arthur. Bella, Arthur forcibly kisses Bella on the mouth. They fall into an embrace and sink down behind the table in a lover's embrace. Int, stockroom, night. Arthur dresses in his Halloween costume. He paints his face white with black teardrop accents. He dons a long black coat and wraps a red scarf around his neck a la the Shadow. Int, stockroom. He leaves the bathroom, walking back to the stockroom where Bella sleeps soundly on the couch. He sits at the edge of the couch and gently caresses her sleeping form. He retrieves his sketchbook from nearby and begins drawing on his King Karma pages again. Time passes and we see a small stack of drawn pages at his side. A sudden bang erupts against the back door. Startled, he leaps up and slowly makes his way to the door. The phone rings out suddenly behind him. Ignoring the phone, he slowly pulls the door open and looks out into the alleyway behind the shop. There is nothing. Behind him, Bella pulls on her clothes. She walks up and embraces him from behind. The phone stops ringing. Bella. What's wrong? Arthur. Nothing. It must have been some kids. They kiss again. Arthur turns back and swings the door closed, but it stops dead, striking something big and heavy. Arthur peers around the edge to see what the door hit when it bursts open, revealing the numbers killer behind it. The numbers killer forces the door open, throwing Arthur back and to the floor. Arthur. Bella, run. Arthur stumbles to his feet and, grabbing Bella by the wrist, runs back to the front of the store. They make it through, slamming the stockroom door tight behind them. Arthur. Bella, call the police. Tell them to get the SWAT team or the FBI or fucking James Bond out here to catch this bastard. Bella. Oh, why run, baby? It's so much easier to just go with it. Bella slings her arms around Arthur's neck and begins kissing him again. Arthur tries to disengage from her and pulls her along with him to the front door. Arthur. Bella. What are you? We've got to get the hell out of here. Arthur drags her along as she continues to kiss and cling to him. He snatches the phone from the counter and punches in 911. Holding the phone to his ear, he hears only the beeping of a disconnected phone. He slams the phone back on the counter and unlocks the front door. He swings it wide and stops suddenly at the sight in the doorway. He steps back stunned, Bella still clinging to him. She giggles like a wicked little girl at the sight. Crowding through the doorway is the numbers killer carrying the limp form of Emma. Arthur. What is happening here? Bella. Oh come on, Arthur, they're not so bad. They just want to be friends. They're going to make a new world for us to live in. A world without fear. A world without pain. A world without desires. A safe, sterile world where the sun never rises and never sets. Arthur. I don't understand this. Why are you saying that? We've got to get out of here. Arthur pulls Bella behind him and heads back to the stockroom. He stops at the door and turns back to the numbers killer and Emma. He turns and walks back to face the killer. Bella. What are you doing? Don't go back for her. You don't need that bitch. Stay with me. Arthur pushes Bella through the door and locks it behind her. Bella, OS. Damn you, Arthur. Damn you to hell. I hate you. I hate you. Arthur walks back to face the numbers killer. As Arthur approaches, the numbers killer lays Emma out across the table. Arthur seizes one of the short sticks used to hang posters from and rushes the numbers killer, striking him full force. The numbers killer stands unmoved and unharmed. Arthur drops the stick in futility. The numbers killer produces a blade from beneath his cloak and draws it through the air over Emma. Arthur lifts the unconscious form of Emma and begins backing away from the killer. The numbers killer lifts the Arkham box and holds it out for Arthur. Arthur continues backing away. The number killer places the Arkham box on the table and points to Arthur, then to it. Arthur fumbles at the door, unlocking it. The numbers killer steps forward, pointing forcibly at Arthur and then the Arkham box again. Arthur pulls the door open and begins making his way through it. The numbers killer breaks into a sudden lunge after Arthur. Arthur squeezes through the door into the stockroom, slamming it behind him. Suddenly, he is attacked from behind. Bella. Rarg. I hate you, I hate you. I hate you. Arthur. Damn it, Bella. Arthur struggles to hold up Emma as Bella scratches and slays at him. He makes his way towards the door, but then decides to go up to Rick's office instead. Arthur. Bella, if you don't quit, this thing is going to kill us. If we can get into Rick's office, we may be able to hide from it. Bella. That's all you ever do is hide, Arthur. You hide like a scared little boy. Arthur grabs her by the wrist and drags her up the steps. He lays the limp form of Emma at the top of the steps. Behind them, the door to the front bursts open. The numbers killer begins making his way through the room. It heads to the back door intending to go out, then stops, turning back to steps. Bella. Singing like a nursery rhyme. It's coming to get you. Your number's up. Your number's up. Arthur fumbles frantically with the door, trying unsuccessfully to get it open. The numbers killer slowly draws closer and closer to the bottom of the steps. It stops and looks up at them. Arthur. Damn it, come on. Open, damn you. The numbers killer slowly draws a lethal blade from his cloak. Then it draws another and swings them through the air in front of it. Arthur. Oh no. No. Bella. Yes. Yes. The numbers killer explodes up the steps at the group and directly into the camera, fading the screen to black. Int, holding cell underneath church. Night. The screen is black. We hear the rising and falling sound of labored breathing with an underlying bass sound of a heart beating and rising in crescendo with it. An eerie floating sound begins to rise. Arthur. Moaning. Where am I? Oh. My head. What? Who's there? Bella. Bella, are you there? A sudden flapping noise overtakes the darkness like the wings of some gigantic beast. Banging and knocking of metal explodes in the darkness, adding to the cacophony of madness. Arthur. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Please. The supernatural symphony ends as abruptly as it began. Brilliant light shatters the darkness as a door is suddenly thrown wide. Arthur hides his eyes from the piercing light. He is crowded in the corner of a small cramped dirt cell no more than 4 or 5 feet wide. Arthur blinks in the light, trying to focus on the silhouette framed in the doorway. The speculator of dreams. Individualistic thought is the original sin. It is the forbidden fruit from the Garden of Eden. We are going to help you overcome that. We will change you and make you more orderly. No more questions. No more feelings. Just unquestioning acceptance of the order we shall offer you. Arthur's eyes adjust slightly to the sudden light, and we see a man in long flowing black and crimson robes. His head is adorned with a skeletal mask topped by a rack of antlers that spread out over his head. Arthur. Who? What are you? The speculator of dreams. How could you think you were the numbers killer, boy? The numbers killer is Legion. It is the vampire that hunts for blood. It is the beast of the shadows. It is the ripper that stalks the streets. The numbers killer is the legend that curdles mother's milk and turns children in the womb. Your blood is not worthy of the gift of illumination brought about by the numbers killer's blade. Arthur. The numbers killer. I'm not. I mean, how could you? The speculator of dreams. The numbers killer is death incarnate. It is the rider upon a pale horse, and it is here to deliver the world from the painful truth of its pointless existence. Arthur. What's happening? Where is Emma? What have you done to Bella? The speculator of dreams. She is fine for the moment. I only needed her blood to begin the ritual. Arthur. You fucking bastard. I hope you rot in hell. The speculator of dreams. I suppose you're expecting an explanation? You would like some sort of justification for your trials that lead you to this moment? Well, what happened was, oh, never mind. It doesn't really matter, does it? The mystery makes it so much more interesting, don't you think? Arthur tries to lunge at the robed man, but he is restrained by rusty chains about his wrists and ankles. Arthur. I'll kill you. I'll kill you with my bare fucking hands. The speculator of dreams. Before we go any further, there is one crucial important detail that I want you to understand. This was all random. That's right, you're not special. I could have just as easily picked the cocksucker across the room from you. But I went with you. Never forget that you are nothing. There is no grand romantic destiny at work, and your future lies at the bottom of a shallow cold grave. Arthur. Go to hell. The speculator of dreams. There's no place for you to run, boy. You are in the belly of the beast. The freedom you've been searching for is within your grasp. We bring the world a new kind of freedom and a new way of living that is so much easier than the one you know. We offer a life without choices, a way without decisions. Everything is simple and uncomplicated. Nothing is black or white anymore, but one unending shade of gray, gray emotions, gray choices, gray lives. Arthur. You can kill me, but at least I won't become some mindless lapdog. I'll live and die by my own decisions. The speculator of dreams. Listen. You can hear the flapping of their wings. The whisper of the void rises unfettered. From beyond the beyond, the darkness calls their names. They are swimming through time. We've seen the signs of their coming in the storms overhead. They have been waiting for us at midnight. We had to catch up to their moment in time. The old ones are returning. They have come to reclaim their kingdom. The speculator produces the Arkham box from within the folds of his robes. He takes the box and places it on the ground in front of Arthur. The speculator of dreams, conted. There is only one thing left for you to do. You must do it of your own free will. The old ones demand an act of faith. You have until midnight to open the box and let them through. Give your friends a chance at a glorious new rebirth, or watch them fall one by one to the knife. Arthur. I'm not doing anything for you. Kill me if you want to, I don't care anymore. Arthur looks down at his hands. Freshly dried blood covers his hands. Arthur slowly turns the box over in his hands. The speculator of dreams. You think your life is worthless? What about the lives of your friends? You don't really care about them either, do you? What do you care about? Rick. Your mother? Bella. Arthur. Bella. What are you talking about? The speculator of dreams. Oh, you don't remember, do you? Arthur. Remember. The speculator of dreams. The hard part is already done. The ceremony is all but complete. Arthur grabs his head in pain as a memory forces its way in. Begin intercutting of video montage flashback of bizarre tableaus of an evil ritual in a dark cave. We see flashes of the speculator of dreams at the foot of an altar bearing the likeness of a twisted winged beast. We catch a glimpse of the speculator standing with an evil blade raised over his head and watch as he brings it down, striking into the flesh of the bound and gagged form of Emma. Blood runs down the edge of the altar and drops onto the Arkham box, sending up a flash of flame and smoke. The sigils along the golden inlays flash with power. Cut back to Arthur clutching his head in the cell. The speculator of dreams, taunted. Don't you feel like washing your hands? Arthur. My hands. Arthur looks down at his hands. They are dirty and crusted with blood. The speculator of dreams. Once you open the box, you will be welcomed into the fold of darkness. You shall be given new eyes to look upon this world of filth, and you will sing out in jubilation. The old ones have come at last, and the whole world will cry in madness. Rejoice, for they are coming. Arthur. Confused. Emma. What happened? The speculator of dreams. Come to me, little sister. Are you ready to face your destiny? Are you ready to show your devotion for the old ones? The numbers killer rises from the shadows behind Mr. Smith. It clutches Bella tightly about the throat. She looks dazed and confused. She looks at Arthur with heavy eyes filled with remorse. Bella. Arthur. I love you. The numbers killer plunges a blade into Bella's throat. She collapses back into the arms of the monster. The numbers killer throws the limp body into the cell with Arthur and disappears back into the darkness. Bella flops over at Arthur's touch. Her eyes stare ahead blankly. Blood pours from the wound at her neck. She remains motionless. Arthur. No. 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 The metal door slams shut, plunging Arthur into darkness once more. He seizes a sharp rock from the corner and begins smashing it into the door in a futile attempt to break it down. He smashes the rock against the door repeatedly until it breaks in his hand, slicing his palm open. He falls exhausted and whimpering in a heap on top of Bella. Arthur. Sobbing. No. Bella. No. The cacophony of madness rises again, mixing the breathing, heartbeat, beating wings, flute, and banging sounds until Arthur's cries are drowned out in the ocean of sound. Fade into darkness. Int, Twin Rivers Saloon. Angle, wide, numbers killer, Gibson, and glowing-eyed assassin. The numbers killer moves closer as the pair struggles. Angle, close, numbers killer. The numbers killer draws a long flame-shaped blade from his coat. The numbers killer moves past the struggling pair. He walks to the seal and the pages. Angle, close, seal of the Jade Emperor and Atman pages. The numbers killer reaches down to take the seal and the pages. Angle, close, Gibson's face. Angle, Gibson and assassin. Gibson uses his leg to flip the assassin and throw him into the numbers killer. Angle, numbers killer and assassin. The assassin crashes into the numbers killer, knocking him back. The numbers killer seizes the assassin by the throat and lifts him from his feet. Angle, X close, numbers killer. Glowing eyes assassin. Master, please. I am your faithful servant. Angle, numbers killer and assassin. The numbers killer drives the blade into the assassin's abdomen. He rips it downward, spilling blood and organs onto the floor. Angle, Gibson. Gibson seizes the seal. Angle, Gibson and Numbers Killer. The Numbers Killer discards the flailing body of the assassin. He rushes forward, grabbing Gibson by the neck from behind. He lifts Gibson from his feet as he raises his blade. Gibson opens the seal of the Jade Emperor. Supernatural light floods the room with the brightness of the sun. Angle, X close, seal of the Jade Emperor. Angle, wide, Gibson and Numbers Killer. We see the light explode from within the box, obscuring everything in the room. Fade out to white light. Int, the catacombs, night. Darkness. Silence hangs in the blackness. The door slams open once more, flooding the tiny cell with light and blinding Arthur. Arthur falls weak and limp into the hallway. The speculator of dreams. Are you ready now, little insect? Arthur looks at his captor with blank eyes. His spirit seems crushed. The speculator places the Arkham box in front of the prostrate Arthur. Arthur reaches out meekly to scrape the Arkham box with a finger. Ms. Smith unshackles Arthur from his restraints. He looks up to face his captors, his eyes roll over in his head and a blackness boils up from his irises, darkening his gaze. With a bestial growl, Arthur leaps on Ms. Smith, knocking her down with an unbridled fury. Mounting the fallen woman, Arthur smashes his fists into her face and head until blood splatters the walls around him. He leaps to his feet, clutching the Arkham box tightly, and races down the hall. The speculator watches in mild bemusement, then he reaches a hand down and aids Miss Smith to her feet. She smiles wickedly through blood-encrusted lips, and a wicked cackle echoes out of her mouth. They watch Arthur as he takes flight through the corridors. The speculator of dreams. Chanting. Death be not which forever hides, in the timeless abyss even death cannot lie. Death be not which forever hides, in the timeless abyss even death cannot lie. Death be not which forever hides, in the timeless abyss even death cannot lie. Death be not which forever hides, in the timeless abyss even death cannot lie. The speculator produces a long, evil blade from his robe and holds it up for Miss Smith to see. She smiles wickedly through the crimson mask covering her face and caresses the blade gently. Continuing his chant, Mr. Smith drives the blade into Miss Smith's stomach and rips it upward through her chest. She drops to the ground, dead. Arthur takes off, running through the cavern and into a tunnel. We follow him as he heads through seemingly endless catacombs. He heads for a light in the distance. Ext, forest, night. Arthur runs through the darkness and emerges into the openness of the Booger Holler Cemetery. He blinks in the bright light of the stars overhead. A murmur of voices rise in the darkness around Arthur. Overhead, the beating of leathery wings drowns out the night sounds. He turns and continues running through the graveyard and into the darkness of the tree line of the nearby forest. Int, Kilroy's basement, night. Kilroy bends over a messy workbench scattered with various tools and metal implements. He works feverishly, polishing his guns. He turns his head at a noise coming from the rear of his shop. He snaps his pistol up and levels it at the door. He makes his way to the door and flings it wide. Arthur is sitting outside in the moonlight. Kilroy. Art. You cocksucker. You about got your fucking face blown off. Kilroy grabs Arthur by the shirt and hurries him inside. He glances around outside to see if anyone is coming and quickly slams the door behind them. Kilroy. Where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you. Jimmy's not dead. He's been hiding at his uncle's instead of going to the hospital. He's some kind of nurse at a doctor's office downtown. I bet you he's scared of getting arrested. Well, I'm going to give him something to really be scared of. Arthur sits quietly, gently rocking back and forth, clutching the Arkham box in his hands. Kilroy turns his laptop for Arthur to see. He stabs a finger at the screen. Kilroy. Look at this. I've been racking my brains to figure out how all this fits together. It made sense to me that some whack job would use the occult geometry of this town as an excuse to play Dr. Satan on those bitches. But I couldn't figure out how any of the rest of this crap fit in. That punk Jimmy pointed this crap out to us from the beginning. That stupid website he was telling us about, it explains it all. Click on this Haramagdan. It explains a ritual for opening gateways to other dimensions. You need a gate, virgin's blood, and an oniromancer. You need a physical gate to serve as the portal to the alternate dimension, that could be this fucking box. Then you have to activate the gate with etheric energy by using virgin's blood, that's obviously Emma. It doesn't surprise me that she never gave you the goods, but when she never gave me any play, I knew the bitch was either a bull dyke, or as pure as the driven snow. I'll opt for the latter, because that means it's just a matter of time till I get there. And lastly, the gate has to be opened by an oniromancer. I didn't know what a fucking oniromancer was, so I had to look it up. An oniromancer is someone who divines through the interpretation of dreams. Or a magician that manipulates dreams. Well, there's only one person I know that lives in a fucking dream world, and that's you, Art. Kilroy loads his gun and locks a bullet into the chamber. Kilroy. Tonight is the night, man, it's Halloween and all hell is coming out to play. I don't believe in ghosts, I don't care about wannabe goth emo ravers playing vampire in a graveyard. The only thing I believe in this fucked up world is one nation under the gun. Tonight I'm gonna give the devil his due via a steel-jacketed enema. Kilroy freezes in place. He touches a finger to his lip, motioning to be quiet. He tilts his head toward the back door. He makes his way to the door and kicks it open. Standing in door frame is the numbers killer. Kilroy. Fuck. Kilroy falls back into the basement, the gun rolling from his grasp. Arthur sits silently watching. The numbers killer lumbers forward after the prone Kilroy. Kilroy snatches his gun up and opens fire on the numbers killer, hitting him with round after round in the chest. The numbers killer falls back through the door and lands hard outside, apparently dead. Arthur creeps forward towards the fallen killer, reaching out for his mask. Kilroy stops him with a hand on his shoulder. Kilroy. Are you fucking stupid or what? Do you want him to jump up and stab you in your face? This is how Americans make sure a serial killer's dead. Kilroy snatches up another gun and opens fire with several blasts into the numbers killer as its body quivers with the effect of each shot. Kilroy. Now you can take his mask off. Arthur rushes forward with a growl and jabs a knife into Kilroy's outstretched hand. Snatching the gun from Kilroy, he fires a shot between his eyes, killing him instantly. Kilroy's body falls out the door next to the numbers killer. Arthur pounces on Kilroy and smashes his face with the Arkham box repeatedly until it resembles a pile of mushed hamburger. He walks back inside and sits in the floor. A dog barks outside, breaking the silence of the night. Int. Kilroy's basement, night. Arthur sits silently painting on the floor in blood. Two policemen enter from behind. Cop. Excuse me, sir, we're sorry to disturb you, but your neighbors thought they heard shots fired from here. I've already answered 5 calls like this tonight and they were all pranks or fireworks, but we have to investigate every call. Arthur ignores the policeman. He continues painting in Kilroy's blood. The police look over to see Kilroy's body laying nearby, his chest cut open and his organs splayed out across the floor. Cop. Holy shit. The officers level their guns at Arthur. They seize Arthur by the collar and throw him back to the ground as they subdue him. Cop. I've seen some freaky shit in my time, but this takes the cake. The numbers killer appears in the door behind the officers. They stop wrestling with Arthur when they see the large figure behind them. They quickly spin their weapons towards the figure in black. The numbers killer rushes forward, impaling the men with his blades and hacks them to pieces. The numbers killer turns to Arthur and points a blade at him. Arthur rises and flees out the door. Int. Doctor's office, night. We see Jimmy laying on his side on an exam table. His chest and ribs are heavily bandaged. Jimmy. Moaning. Oh. Uncle Bobby, you got any more of those painkillers? My stomach really hurts. A thin bungee cord slides across Jimmy's chest, strapping him to the exam table. Jimmy. Hey. Uncle Bobby, what are you doing? A small lighter flickers inches away from Jimmy's face, illuminating the painted mask of Arthur looming over the trapped man. Jimmy. Art. Man, what are you doing here? You scared me to death, man. Arthur lifts a large sledgehammer from within the folds of his coat. He drops the heavy tool onto the counter. Jimmy. Hey, you're not mad about last night, are you? I'm sorry about that. It was for our own good, really. Arthur reveals a knife from his sleeve. He flicks the blade open and jabs it into the head of the exam table. Jimmy. You don't understand, man. They're coming back. It's all true. The vampire. The lycanthropes, the numbers killer, they're all bringing them back. The old ones. They're coming back for us, man. We can rule the world with them. Only the strong will survive the dark incubation. They're going to set us free. It's all true. Arthur snatches the hammer up and slams it into Jimmy's midsection. Jimmy. Yerg. Arthur picks up the pliers and holds them up for Jimmy to see. Jimmy. Please, Art. I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry. Arthur uses the pliers to slowly peel Jimmy's fingernails back from his fingertips, blood spurts from the wounds. Jimmy. No. 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 Cut to. Shot of the moon bright in the sky outside. Cut to. Jimmy breathes heavily, covered in blood from various wounds on his body. Arthur holds the Arkham box close nearby. Jimmy. Gurgling. I'm sorry. They promised. Promised, Thulhu. Arthur drives a blade deep into Jimmy's throat, killing him, as his last breaths escape with a rattle. Int, kitchen, Art's mother's house, night. We see a quaint country kitchen decorated with Halloween trinkets and bowls of candy. There is a knock at the door. Arthur's mom rushes to answer the door. She carries a bowl of Halloween candy corn in her arms. Mom. Coming, coming. Hold on, you ghoul of the night. Trick or treat. Mom swings the door wide, revealing Arthur standing in the doorway. Mom. Arthur. Oh, dear, you scared me. I almost didn't recognize you. Well, come inside, show me your costume. Arthur steps in through the doorway. Mom. What are you supposed to be, a clown? You look cute regardless. Well, let me get my camera. She begins rummaging through her drawers, searching for the camera. Arthur walks up behind her silently, revealing a long wicked knife from his coat. Mom. With talk of this crazy killer in town, I was almost too scared to give out candy tonight. But that's just foolishness. After all, who would want to kill me? Arthur lunges at his mother with the knife. They struggle and Mom is knocked to the floor. Arthur stands over her and raises the knife to strike. Mom. Arthur, no. What are you doing? Don't. Arthur raises the knife to strike her, then hesitates, his hands go to his head and he drops the blade. Mom scrambles away from him. Arthur. No. 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 Get out of my head. The door bursts open and in strides Jacob Johnson. He immediately walks in between Arthur and his mother. Arthur picks up a blade and lunges at Jacob. Jacob deflects the attack and tosses Arthur to the ground, effectively disarming him. Jacob spies the Arkham box nearby and moves to pick it up. Arthur leaps up and seizes the box. Jacob produces a parchment from his coat and flaps it open in the air between them. Jacob. Fiat Lux. The paper flashes brilliantly, temporarily blinding Arthur. Arthur scrambles for the door and runs into the night, clutching the Arkham box tightly. EXT, Forest, Night. Arthur runs through the dark forest at the edge of town. Video montage, we see clips from the various deaths in the film as well as images of him talking with his friends, juxtaposed against images of them dying horribly. He collapses in an exhausted heap in the dark forest. We see the threatening forms on the edge of the woods take shape and move closer to him. We see the numbers killer, the speculator, and the Leakin emerge from the perimeter around Arthur and begin advancing on him slowly. Montage continues, with images of Arthur and Bella, laughing, joking, crying, up to the final image of her death. The dark figures advance on Arthur. In the darkness we hear the heavy beating of wings against the night. An evil floating arising amidst the chanting. They draw closer on the figure of Arthur. Arthur. Sobbing. Bella. 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 Arthur clutches the Arkham box tightly to his chest and seizing the lid, he frees it from the box sending an explosion of light up into the nighttime sky. The dark figures rejoice around Arthur. He collapses on the ground as the earth rumbles and cracks as long dark tentacles explode through the firmament into the air. The speculator seizes Arthur by the hair and flings him across the earth. The speculator of dreams. You see, boy. They are here. They are here. The old ones have arisen again. Now rejoice as the blood of the unwashed filth of this world will christen the dark cheek of our new masters. A new age has begun. Arthur flees into the darkness as the ground erupts around him. Dirt, trees, and leaves are thrown everywhere by the mighty tentacle seas exploding from the earth. Arthur runs through the darkened woods until he spies a light beyond the tree line. Arthur rushes into the light and tumbles into a clearing. We see a small group of revelers having a Halloween costume party. They have a small bonfire near the edge of the pond and are drinking, dancing, and laughing. Some of them see Arthur and turn to help him up. Arthur looks up at them through a haze, his eyes glazed with fear. Suddenly the ground around them shakes and explodes as the advancing tentacles of Thulhu shoot into the sky. The tentacles whip around slashing, ripping and tearing the partygoers to pieces. Arthur runs in horror fleeing the carnage. Arthur runs into the woods like a mindless animal, moving completely on instinct. The dark figure of the numbers killer stops his advance. The numbers killer hacks and cuts at Arthur, wounding him severely. Arthur struggles and runs from the monster as best he can. Arthur crawls wounded and beaten from the beast as it advances on him menacingly. The speculator emerges from the darkness. Arthur howls in anger and flings himself at the speculator, knocking him to the ground. The men struggle in the dirt as the numbers killer, the Leakin, and the tentacles advance closer. The speculator of dreams. Give up, boy. The age of man is over. The age of darkness begins. The Leakin leaps through the air, Arthur ducks out of the way, the beast strikes speculator in the chest, knocking him to the ground. The monster rips the speculator's throat out. The numbers killer and the Leakin advance on the fallen Arthur. Tentacles erupt from the ground beneath him and entwine his body. The tip of one tentacle tears his shirt, revealing the sigil beneath. When the tentacle touches the tentacle, there is a huge explosion of light and everyone is thrown in all directions as the old ones are banished by the power of Arthur's sigil. Arthur rises from the ashes, the monsters are nowhere to be seen. The night is still and silent. Writhing in the grass nearby is the weakened numbers killer. The creature seizes a blade and raises it at Arthur with a hiss. Arthur spies the axes at the nearby woodpile and quickly snatches them up. Arthur runs at the numbers killer with an axe extended out at the end of each arm and swings madly with all of the rage his weakened body could muster. The numbers killer is struck in an arm by the first axe and black blood goes flying. The second axe hacks into the numbers killer's opposite arm, striking off the arm at the wrist. With a cry of fury, Arthur raises both axes and swings them together simultaneously and strikes the numbers killer in the neck from both sides. A fountain of black blood spews from the wounds. Putting a foot in the beast's chest, Arthur pushes it down and he quickly follows up by raising and striking with one axe and striking and hacking and whacking with the axe at T. He numbers killer's head until he can barely stand due to the exhaustion. The head of the numbers killer rolls across the grass, leaving a slimy trail of black blood in its wake. Arthur hears a garbled breathing behind him. He sees the speculator laying nearby, his mask torn from his face. Smith clutches helplessly at the gaping wound in his neck. He reaches out to Arthur for help. Mr. Smith. Choking. HELLP, me, hell LPP, me. Arthur bursts forward with one of the numbers killer's knives and drives it between the eyes of the fallen man. Blood fountains from the wound. The speculator/Mr. Smith shudders and falls still. Arthur leans on his hands and knees and breathes heavily. Labored breathing rises behind Arthur. Arthur turns slowly to see the Leakin lurking in the tree line. Arthur collapses helplessly on the grass, unable to move. The Leakin leaps onto Arthur and bares his fangs at the young man's throat. The Leakin smells something approaching from the south. Looking up, it spies the form of Jacob Johnson standing in the tree line. The Leakin snarls and prepares to leap. Jacob steps forward, fires the staff of harmony through the air. Camera pans to the Leakin as it staggers forward, the staff of harmony protruding from its chest. The beast falls forward dead. We see the overturned Arkham box on the ground. A hand reaches in and replaces the lid on the box. We see a slight flash of energy as the lid is reset to the box. Jacob Johnson lifts the Arkham box from the ground and walks to Arthur laying in the grass. Jacob. It's yours now. Jacob sets the Arkham box at Arthur's feet before he turns and walks into the woods. Arthur lies weak and spent as he watches the sun rise. Sunday. Int, TV studio, day. We join the local morning news show already in progress. Newscaster. Good morning, Piedmont. You can put away those umbrellas and get outside again as the storm clouds move away. Sunnier days lie ahead. We've got the latest news on the numbers killer slayings as authorities continue the search for 30-year-old Arthur Kurtzberg, the man now believed to be responsible for the numbers killer murders. We'll be back with that and more when we return. We're your only source for your Carolinas news curve. EXT, Country Road, morning. We see Arthur with his portfolio in hand as he walks down the long highway in the morning sunlight. H lifts his thumb to oncoming traffic. Without waiting, he turns and walks DPW and the road to a new life in a new town with a new hope. To be continued. Fade out. White letters superimposed over the black background. To be continued in the Collector Chronicles 2, The Road of the Dead.